Ich habe hier noch ein bisschen Wolle. Ich versuche noch ein letztes Herz daraus zu bekommen. Ich habe hier schon den Deckel. Wir gucken noch mal weiter True Crime und vielleicht gehen wir nachher noch in Blender. Mal schauen, je nachdem, was mein Kopf mitmacht, weil ich habe, wie gedacht, wieder Kopfschmerzen noch einiges heute erledigen müssen. Deswegen machen wir jetzt was ganz Ruhiges. Wir gucken uns weiter True Crime an und entspannen am Abend ein bisschen. Soweit der Plan.
March
Sollte.
1st, 2021. Charlene is working as
Vielleicht ein
the
bisschen
manager
leiser.
of the Glen Orchid General
So.
Store. It's a cute little two-story shop near the water
Hat
in
irgendwo?
Canada.
Ja.
It's almost
Meine
literally
Markierung.
on the lake. It looks like the starting
Ich
point
mag die
of every
Plastikdinger nicht so
small-town
wirklich.
romance novel. Customers walk in, they peruse through the snack aisles, they buy their little drinks, but they also sell fishing supplies if you just want to throw a yard right outside. If you're hungry, you can buy fresh fruit, fresh produce.
Oh,
There's
ja,
picnic tables
richtig.
outside and they sell full-on, full-course meals.
Ich habe noch
It's a
Kaki.
cute
Ja,
little
nachher kann ich Kaki
community
essen.
cottage shop. Charlene, the general manager, she pulls up to the parking lot at around 6:30 that morning. They open at 7. And when she pulls up, there's already a dark-colored Mercedes SUV parked, perhaps waiting for her to open. It seems like they need something right at 7. So she rushes
Das
in,
kenne
she's
ich.
getting the store ready.
Leute, die
7
schon
o'clock
vor
hits,
Öffnung da
she
sind.
whips open the doors, and nobody's walking in. That's strange. She gives them more time. She doesn't see that couple in the dark-colored SUV walk in until 8 a.m. Another hour later. Maybe they were taking a nap. Who knows? A tall man with brown hair walks in. He's trying to buy some snacks and use the restroom. He's accompanied with what seems to be his girlfriend, an Asian woman with long black hair. The two of them buy a few things. They use the restroom for considerably quite a long time. And then the man turns to his Asian girlfriend and says,
Auto
"She's here.
gepennt.
We gotta go." Okay, it's a little weird, but Charlene thought maybe they're meeting someone. No big deal. Later that day, she goes to clean up the restroom, and she's taken out the wastebasket when she notices that there is another black plastic bag inside the trash can. And she's like, you know what, let me just open it up. She peeks inside, 40 bullets are inside the bag. Why are there 40 bullets?
Das ist eine Menge.
There's clothes, sweatpants.
40 bullets used or unused?
Unused. But still, who just trashes bullets?
Ja, da haben ja dann schon welche gefehlt. Da
Clothes,
10.
she pulls them out, tiny bits of blood on.
Da haben ja schon welche gefehlt. Ja. Da, das sind 1, 2, 3, 4. Sind immer 5, das sind die 40. Da fehlen 20. Nee, es sind 5. Boah, 10 fehlen. 10 Kugeln fehlen ja. Also 10 Mal geschossen oder die sind in der Pistole wenigstens drin. 10 Stück sind fehlend.
Why are there 40 bullets in here? There's clothes, sweatpants.
40 bullets used or unused?
Unused. But still, who just trashes bullets?
That's crazy, yeah.
Clothes, she pulls them out, tiny bits of blood on them. A phone charger with blood, and then she pulls out a key, car keys to an Audi Q5, a luxury vehicle. Who just throws away car keys to a car like that? And a blonde wig.
Sehr suspekt.
Strange. She thinks it's so strange, in fact, she immediately calls the police. She tells them everything. Okay, and ma'am, what did the couple look like? Oh, very good looking.
Gute Beschreibung, 1A.
The very good-looking couple wouldn't be found for months. They're found months later in Eastern Europe. Their names
sind
are
weit gekommen.
Oliver and Lucy, but only one of them comes back to Canada. Lucy. And when she lands back in Canadian soil months after this bizarre blonde wig and bullets in the general store trash can, she's taken into this tiny windowless room. It's this interrogation room, and a man sits in front of her and asks her, "How's your flight, Lucy?" She responds, "The food wasn't bad, but not the best flight experience. I'm not used to sitting in tight spaces." The officer chuckles. "Yeah, flying coach is a little bit." And I feel really bad for the officers that had to come and get me because they had to make stopovers, layovers. Oh, before they met with you. Yeah. Before they met with you, Lucy, our service allowed them to take some annual leave time, so they got some time to see the city and the sights. They weren't that inconvenienced. She puts her hand
What
up
the
to her
fuck?
art.
Yeah, me and my mom was really concerned about that, and we offered Interpol to tell them that we'll fly them private, but Interpol declined the offer.
Yeah, we can't accept things from
Was?
things like that. We have to do things. We have to follow the rules.
Wait, her mom wants to fly Interpol.
Haben die einen
police
Privatjet oder wie?
in a
Ja
private
klar,
jet?
dass die doch nicht annehmen. Geht ja gar nicht, ist ja der
Eastern
Bestechung.
Europe to Canada. Lucy honestly just felt bad for the Canadian officials who had to practically babysit her on this international flight, flying economy. The
Oh,
officer
geht gar
responds,
nicht.
"Oh, thank you for the offer, Lucy, but we can't accept things like that from The detective looks like he wants to say, like suspected murderers like you. This is the murder case of what some
Ja
people
klar, das
have
wäre
deemed
Bestechung.
the Asian Kardashian sisters, and how one of them committed
Ja,
murder.
ich sehe da eine Verbindung, allein optisch. Sind sehr hübsche Frauen, aber die sehen aus, als wäre das nicht natürlich. Sagen wir so. Aber hübsche Frauen. Da kann man jetzt nichts sagen.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the SAFE Project, a national nonprofit dedicated to building collaboration to address the addiction epidemic, prevent overdoses, and the mental health challenges that may lead to them. Today's episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we would also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. A few disclaimers for today's case. There are mentions of illegal substance use and dealing. There's also a brief mention of a loss of pregnancy. So with that being said, let's get started. There is a saying when it comes to going to trial for a crime. The best defense is an expensive defense. The second best defense is a free defense. And the worst defense is a cheap defense. Which has nothing to do with the attorney. There are a lot of passionate attorneys who will defend their clients regardless of how much financial compensation there is at the end. But technically speaking, resources could be the most important thing in a trial. For high-profile criminal cases that's going to go to a full trial, a top criminal defense team could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not in the millions of dollars range. O.J. Simpson's Dream Team defense, adjusted for inflation, would have been anywhere between $15 million now. The Enron executives, Ken Lay and Jeff Skilling, they paid nearly $70 million for their defense. There's a few reasons defense teams are pricey. One netizen states, it's not just the attorney standing with you in court. That money pays for half a dozen associates that are sitting in the office solely working on your case, researching every issue, cranking out quality motions at every possible point. It's the private investigators that are digging up every witness and shred of evidence. It's the team of 10
Wird
all-star
alles aber
experts, forensic
minutiös
experts,
auf links
psychiatrists,
gedreht.
who are going to wow the jury with their resume and with the way they present the evidence in a way that favors your case. It's the jury consultants that are going to get the best jury panel in that box for you. That's why money makes a difference. There are plenty of public defenders and cheaper defenders, criminal defense attorneys who have tremendous amounts of experience and are as sharp as
Die
a
haben auch viele
celebrity
Aufträge
lawyer.
dann.
But when you buy a defense, you're not purchasing individual attorney talent. You're bankrolling an army. Another netizen comments, on top of that, powerful people play with powerful people, meaning high-profile criminal defense attorneys that get paid the big bucks likely go to parties where the judges are, where the prosecutors are. They probably have better connections and friendships, which can help negotiate plea deals or reduce charges. Which, if accurate, and there must be some truth to it, that there's so many instances of people buying innocence, it's severely depressing. Maybe a topic for another day. Today, though, we are talking about one of the most high-profile, established criminal defense attorneys in Canada, Liam O'Connor. He's well known in Toronto for getting defendants off for things like the attempted murder of a Toronto police officer, alleged hate crimes, conspiring to kill two people at the same time. I mean, you could say he knows what he's doing. He knows how to defend people. And in the case of Lucy Lee, who some people have dubbed the Asian Kardashian of Canada, he seems to be taking a slightly different approach, a unique approach. He's defending Lucy Lee, an Instagram model and daughter of a wealthy Chinese businesswoman, a well-connected, powerful businesswoman. And in his defense, he states to the jury, Lucy is a distinctively flawed individual. She is naive, she's superficial, she's juvenile, she is entitled, she is immature, sometimes irresponsible, she has terrible taste in men,
Gute
which is
Beschreibung.
not yet a crime, right?
Hört sich sehr
She is
sympathisch an.
full of moral failings. She is perhaps the stupidest person in the room, or possibly on the planet. This is what she's paying allegedly maybe close to 7 figures for.
But not because none of that is a
Oder
crime.
man sagen, sie ist zu dumm, um den Plan zu machen.
And that seems to be the reasoning that he offers on why she tried to murder 2 people. Lucy Lee is the eldest of 3 triplets. The Lee family consists of the 3 triplets and the 2 other siblings. I think that's why also the Kardashian comes into play. It's a huge family. And Lucy is the eldest of all of them. But let's mainly focus on the triplets. It's Lucy, Caitlyn, and Jane. Lucy is the oldest by 5 minutes. They actually don't go by the name the Lee triplets. They go by the Mia triplets. I'm not sure why. That's what they call themselves. And I cannot exactly tell you how famous the triplets were. It seems like they were pretty well known in the Toronto area, but a lot of their social medias have been more or less white. They would post in bikinis or other slightly revealing outfits, the 3 of them. They're beautiful. I think a lot of people were intrigued by really pretty triplets who are also from a really, really well-off family. There are some re-uploaded lives that they've done where they answer people's questions, and honestly, Lucy, out of the entire 3, seems the most calm, or maybe even the most shy.
Really?
During these Instagram lives, she would be the quietest, and when she responds to questions, she's not joking around with her sister, she's not making fun, she's just kind of like, hee, yeah, oh yeah.
Can you tell them apart, or?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I can. Yeah, but they look pretty identical.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Now, Caitlyn, one of the triplets, was actually one of the 44 finalists in the Canadian branch of the Miss World 2020 pageant. So all the triplets, they did pretty well for themselves. Now, side note, the triplets' mom, Winnie Lee, she is a strong presence in Canada. She's powerful. When Lucy's parents first immigrated from China to Canada, they did not have much in their name. But be that as it may, they go on to create a whole Chinese-Canadian empire. Her mom goes by the name
Fleißig.
Winnie, and she runs this financial management business. She manages rich people's money, and in return,
Mhm.
she makes rich people money. She is described as high profile and powerful. According to Lucy, the main bread and butter of the businesses, her mom would sell these 20-year life insurance policies that would allow Chinese clients from China to transfer funds into Canada without being taxed.
I see.
Which I would say, is a little, I don't know if this is true. I don't know how sus it is. I don't know. It just sounds a little crazy when she says it like that. I would say there are pictures of her with Justin Trudeau. There's videos of her shaking hands with Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada. She's hanging out with China's General Counsel in Toronto. She's held several fundraisers for Trudeau. Allegedly as part of this campaign that was run by Trudeau's political party to seek donations from the wealthy Chinese Canadians. It was a whole thing. And they're apparently not your average fundraiser. During one event, there were Cirque du Soleil members performing. I don't even know how big of a space you would need for performers of that caliber. They're not just doing somersaults in the same 3-foot radius over and over again. So these are massive fundraisers. There's videos of Trudeau bringing her flowers. She's translating for him. There's one source that even stated that she went on a trip to China with him, almost like a makeshift ambassador. So Winnie is not a woman who plays around, okay? She is not the type of woman to just let her children do whatever they want. Lucy describes her mom as a tiger mom. Her 3 girls, the triplets, they had founded Canada Youth Funding Association when they were just 13 years old. They had hopes of uniting all children to learn, grow, and experience. I don't know what they did, but that was the whole selling point.
The 3 triplets and
Yes.
13-year-old founded
A foundation.
I see.
Lucy even has pictures next to Justin Trudeau at these fundraising events. I mean, her mom encouraged every single one of her kids to study business and even made a deal. She said, the first triplet to get licensed to sell life insurance for my company is going to be rewarded. Big time. It said every month she would host these little family dinners that feel more like
Das ist
company dinners,
Motivation.
which is very reminiscent of LVMH if you guys want me to talk about them one day. But if one of the family members makes a mistake, during that dinner, the whole family has the opportunity to comment on it, just publicly shame them. They can comment on whether or not it's mom's fault for not teaching them better, whether it's dad's fault for not foreseeing such an event, or if it's their fault for knowing not to do something and still doing it anyway. She says the 7 of us are like a company board of directors. Each of the 7 directors has a voice and can make decisions. Running a business and managing a family are quite similar.
我们把这个家当做一个合作社，经常我们会在一起开会，经常老大做错一件事情，我们就让其他的4个孩子来 评论，到底是爸爸错了，妈妈错了，还是你错了？所以我觉得我们家里7个人就像一个公司的董事层面，7个董事，每个人都有说话权，每个人都可以做决定。
So clearly, her kids are doing very well. Winnie would even go on these panels to talk about parenting. During one speech, she is introduced, and this is what the host has to say about Winnie Lee. Every time she appears in public, she speaks quickly and decisively, giving the impression of a powerful woman. Nobody would guess that in her personal life, she is the mother of 5 children. Many people say a successful woman can't have a family. Successful women can't have kids. So often that now she proactively tells people that she has 5 children. Then everyone wants to know, what's your secret? Managing a thriving career while raising children. Winnie is clapped onto the stage and she says,
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening.
It is my 5 children that forced me to succeed. She says raising children is all about having them try to succeed on their own. She states that when the family was much younger, they would have these family trips planned, yearly family trips, and she would have each of the children plan out the entire trip, handle all the travel arrangements. Even if they saw a mistake in the works, the parents would see something bad was about to happen, they did not interfere. During one trip, she was talking about how she taught the kids to wake up on time. She says, for example, I always hear others say, oh, my child doesn't wake up, even after being called so many times in the morning to get up. That does not happen in our family. I told my husband that on a trip, if we have a 6 a.m. flight and our child does not wake up, we will not wake them up. The whole family will not return home instead, and they will have to beg on the streets for food. And they said, Mother, that is way too stressful. We will just wake up. They set their alarms and woke up the next morning at 4 a.m. In fact, they knocked on our door and said, Mom and Dad, if you don't get up now, we're going to miss our flight. It's all about cultivating leadership skills and independent
Je nachdem, wie alt sie sind.
Her husband says about Winnie,
Aber das
Winnie,
machen.
some say
Vielleicht
my
nicht
wife
unbedingt
is a
direkt beim
powerful
Urlaub
woman,
anfangen.
but I think
Also
she's an
Kleinigkeiten.
excellent wife and the best mother.
Ins Kino gehen, wenn du uns nicht Bescheid sagst, dann gehen wir
This is
nicht.
a crucial time in their lives. They need to all grow up and become a powerful, successful woman just like their mother, aka herself. So since the day that Lucy turned 17, she has been working as a financial advisor for her mom's business, which I don't even trust most financial advisors, period. But a 17-year-old financial advisor is
Crazy.
insane. Like, maybe she's just that smart. In 2019, Lucy decides, I might just try to figure out if this is what I really want in life. So she asks her mom if she can take some time to figure her life out. Paid, of course. A monthly allowance would be non-negotiable, of course. So that's what happens. For 2 years, the triplets go on to become Instagram famous. The Mia triplets, where they would model in lingerie or swimsuits together. They would make around $500 to $1,000 per sponsored post, which they said was not really money. It was just fun money. They like doing it more than anything, okay? One of the sponsors even sent her a free blonde wig that she really utilizes. Now, it appears her mom is very supportive. Lucy's mom would even go on to state this about Lucy, how her eldest was admitted into Harvard. Yes, the same one that the attorney called possibly the stupidest person on the planet?
Harvard oder eins von diesen
My daughter
Studienprogrammen?
got admitted there. I found it particularly strange. Her grades were really poor when she was young, but it's about what label you give your children. Our eldest child is now succeeding at Harvard. I was very puzzled. I said, Lucy, why did Mom think your grades were always not good when you were so young? Why is it that now at Harvard, a notoriously difficult school, you can get such good grades? She told me, Mom, growing up, you always told me that my grades are not good, so I always felt like the dumb one. I would just go to school and just sit there. Whatever, I'm stupid anyway. Why should I study? So I would sneak out and play, you know? And I told myself every day, I'm stupid. My daughter tells me, now this is what I want to tell others. Do not put a label on your children. She says that Lucy has now taken away that label and she wakes up every morning and says, I am smart, I am smart. And as a result, she's been studying, her grades are good, the teachers have responded well, the professors. So I asked children, you are the best, do not label yourself. Thank you. That's her speech. She forgets to mention that her daughter Lucy goes to the Harvard Extension
Ja,
program,
diese.
which, okay, side note, I think any sort of education is an admirable thing. It does not matter. But it is a bit misleading that she talks about it in such a preachy way.
我跟我的 Lucy 也是我的大女儿，哈佛大学的高材生。
Studienprojekt,
And again,
Studienhilfe
this
oder
isn't
sowas.
even a
Das
point I
kann.
would bring up, but she uses it to promote her businesses and to gain more influence in the area. See, look how incredible my children turned out. I'm very credible. It is at least a little bit misleading. Netizens have said about the Harvard Extension program, quote, "It's a bit embarrassing. It's a total waste of money. It looks tacky. It's the equivalent to taking one online continuing education class at Harvard and then listing it on your resume." Another one writes, "I'm a recruiter and 100% it does not hold the same weight as Harvard. It's the equivalent of having a degree from Grand Canyon University because almost anyone can get in as long as you pay for it." Again, any education is good education, but the way she's presenting it is goofy, okay? A lot of netizens point to the fact that there are actually really, really good extension programs out there. I think Georgia Tech has a good one, MIT has a good one, and they say that really people only choose the Harvard Extension School so that they can say Harvard. Like, no other reason, really. It's not the best program out there, especially for the amount of money it costs. They say it just doesn't look great.
Nur
So
für
in this
Prestige.
context, it does feel a little bit misleading. But fine, the messaging of the entire speech is do not label your children. That's it, which is a good message. But the courts have already labeled Lucy as a killer. Lucy is brought into a small windowless room in Canada, the interrogation room, and she makes herself comfortable. I don't know if she asked for it, I don't know if they gave it to her, but you see her walk in, she's pretty smiley, and she's draping a police-issued blanket over her. Kind of like how I draped my scarf over me today. That's how the blanket is over her, but it's a full-size blanket.
What do you mean police issued? It has like police on there?
No, but it looks like they're handing it to her. I don't think they would let her just wear that. So she's draping it over herself. I feel like her energy is more on par with the demeanor of me going downstairs to watch Twilight. It's just very strange, and she just plucks.
Ja, da hatten wir
one of the chairs,
gestern
and
auch
she
so
starts
zwei
off by
Damen, die
saying,
das nicht so
I
ernst
feel
genommen haben mit
really
der
rude,
Polizei.
and I don't want to like not seem like I don't want to cooperate. And if it was up to me, I would just tell you guys everything. But my lawyer and my mom strongly instructed me not to say anything, and they said that they're on my defense while you guys are not on my defense. So I don't know. I just feel like I shouldn't say anything until I speak with them on Wednesday. I think they said that they're gonna come to me on Wednesday.
How old is she at that point?
25.
Oh, okay.
But she does ask the officer something along the lines of, "But how do you decide who to believe?"
Like, aka, should I believe you guys? Or should I
Ist die
believe my
Polizei
mom
wirklich
and
ehrlich?
lawyers?
Yes, but also like, why don't you guys believe me? Like, are you guys gonna believe me if I tell you something? It's just so bizarre. This is where it all starts unraveling, and Lucy is gonna come full circle. December 9th, 2021, a man named Chin gets arrested for first-degree murder. For a murder that happened a few months ago, and Chin is so confused. Why is he being arrested? The police show him the picture of the victims, and he's even more confused now. He's like, I have never seen these people in my life, let alone murdered them. I don't know these people. I have no connection with these people. What are you talking about? I couldn't even point these people out on the street if you asked me to. The police don't believe him. They know he was there that day, okay? Months ago, a couple was found shot dead in a parking lot of a warehouse. The police were called to the scene where they found a man deceased on the floor with at least 6 gunshot wounds. Next to him was an airline ticket in his name and a torn $5 Canadian bill. On the other side of the parking lot was a single Christian Louboutin thigh-high boot. The deceased man's name is Tyler, and his girlfriend Jordan had been rushed to the hospital, but things weren't looking good. She had been shot in the heart. When the police start chasing all the possible leads, they find that a number was in the exact location as the couple during the shooting. Chin's. The cell records show that he was there. He was there the day that they were killed. And Chin is arguing with the police there was no way he was there that day. I mean, prove it. They whip out his cell records. He was in fact there. This is when Chin starts sharing this very wild story of how he has a friend named... I have a friend named Oliver. Chin argues that he's known Oliver for what, like 10 years now? They worked at the same restaurant before they were friends, and when friends ask for weird favors, you do it. You don't ask questions, you just kind of do it. The odd favor that was asked of Chin is he needs to swap his SIM card with Oliver's wife, Lucy. Lucy said her family tracks each other's locations on her phone, and they have this very important meeting, and she didn't want her family to know about it, so she has to leave her phone at home, but without a phone she can't really call in case of emergencies, so he needs to swap SIM cards with her.
Er soll sich dann zu Hause setzen als Lucy, oder wie?
And the police are thinking, really now? I mean, this is very dumb, but Chin is passionately telling them, yes, it's weird, but he agreed to it because Lucy's family is rich, and rich people do weird things. I mean, what's the worst that could have happened? Chin believed that Lucy would not do anything weird. Then he gets arrested for murder a few months later? He said later that night he met back up with them and swapped SIM cards again. Nothing seemed alarming. He would have never known that someone had died that night. When Oliver and Lucy are both finally arrested in Hungary, in Eastern Europe, Lucy responds, "Oh, the SIM cards and all of that. I have a perfectly reasonable answer to what I thought was going on." Suddenly, she's ready to talk. Lucy says she doesn't even know what they were doing at the warehouse that day. No clue why they were meeting these people. They're friends of Oliver's. Tyler and his pregnant girlfriend Jordan were there. They're not really her friends. So she wasn't that curious why they were at the back of this random warehouse. Lucy was with Oliver in their Audi Q5. The other couple, Tyler and Jordan, arrived in their Range Rover, and all four of them walked out to the back door of the facility, and it was locked. Because of course it was locked. And they don't have the key, so it's a moment of confusion, but since it's February in Canada, Jordan says she's really cold. She's pregnant. She's going to get into her Range Rover and turn the heat on. Lucy joins her in the car. She gets into the Range Rover, and the two of them are just sitting there. And Jordan asks her, "Hey, Lucy, where's your realtor?" Lucy was like, I was so confused. Like, what do you mean my realtor? My realtor's not coming. Why would my realtor be coming here? Wait, what's going on? Lucy says she gets out the car to ask Oliver what the hell is going on because she thinks her husband is lying about something again. But when she walks up to him, Tyler is screaming at Oliver, demanding, "Where is the realtor? Where's your realtor?" Oliver tells Lucy to check around the property to see if there's a lockbox. Lucy's confused, but she starts walking away. She says she's about a football field away and around the corner when she hears these pop-pop noises. She doesn't realize what kind of pops they are. And she goes back to investigate because it was kind of loud. And she sees Tyler on the ground. But she's not wearing her glasses, so she doesn't know why he's on the ground. She just thought, like, that's weird. Yeah. And Oliver screams at her to get into the Audi. She's about to get in when she sees Jordan in the front seat of the Range Rover trying to back up, reversing straight into the building. It's chaotic. And Lucy freezes because wait, it looks like Jordan is looking for something in the car. I don't know what she's looking for. Finally, after what feels like forever, she snaps out of it and realizes that Oliver is screaming at her, "You're everything up. Listen to me. Get in the car." She finally jumps into the Audi. And that's about it. It's just very traumatizing.
Wait. Jordan was backing up a car?
In the Range Rover.
Okay, and then? What happened?
And then they just drove off in the Audi. And then she just thought it was weird, and she thinks later Oliver went back. I don't know. She's saying it was just weird. It was traumatizing. Her belief in that moment was that Oliver had run Tyler over, probably by accident. Oliver kept bossing her around, telling her that she needs to take the stairs up to their apartment now and not take the elevator because of the cameras. But she's so exhausted, and she's terrified. They also live on the 34th floor. She remembers... Yeah, so she's like, I'm not doing that. She says she just remembers squatting down in the middle of the stairwell, sobbing because she's so confused and scared and traumatized, and why is she walking up 34 flights of stairs? That night, Lucy says there was no way she could fall asleep. It was just a lot. She checks the clock. It's 2 a.m., and she gets on her phone, and she reads an article about a shooting that said a man and a woman were shot. That was the first moment she realized that someone was injured, and she didn't even know it was a shooting until now. She shakes Oliver up, shoves the article in his face, and she keeps asking Oliver, what happened? What happened? She says, he said it was him or me. He's saying he saved my life because they wanted to kill us. He's saying Tyler's gang are going to come after us. In fact, Oliver tells her that he basically just saved both of them, so now they gotta go. They gotta leave. So they gotta go on the run. It's not safe here. Tyler's gang is gonna come after them now. Hurry, we gotta go. They leave the apartment. They drive in her Mercedes. They have no plan. They barely have time to pack anything. She leaves empty-handed. He stuffs a backpack with their passports and about $17,000 in cash. Other than that, nothing. They drive until they run out of gas. They end up at the general store. They toss everything in that restroom. They leave the Mercedes in the parking lot nearby, like a nearby little side parking lot. And then they take a taxi back to Toronto. From there, they take a train to Montreal, but they're running late, so the taxi driver is like, I'll just take you there to the airport. They pay $400 in cash. Then they board a flight directly to Europe. First, they land in Germany. Then they catch a connecting flight to the Czech Republic, where they meet up with a guy named Martin. This is what Lucy's saying. She's like, I don't No, Martin. Lucy's never met this guy in her life. This is supposedly one of Oliver's European business partners, but that means nothing to her right now. She said she was just so scared out of her mind at this point. She even told her mom and sisters to leave at the house in the middle of the night. Just leave your things, go, go, go. She was terrified that Tyler's gang was going to come after her family and everybody that they love.
She's telling her family to flee?
Yes,
Wow.
because the gang is very dangerous, she said. Now, side note, because some reports state that while she's basically a fugitive running from the law in Eastern Europe, her family members are sending her hundreds of thousands of dollars. So they must believe her story. Now, regardless, they spend a few nights in the country before traveling to Slovakia. Oliver's dad picks him up from the airport, and that night she remembers waking up in the middle of the night from frantic calls from her sisters saying there's arrest warrants out for you and Oliver. Lucy and Oliver wake up Oliver's dad, who tells them, you need to leave. This is the first place they will be looking for you. You need to go. Lucy does just that. I mean, she's terrified. She said, I'm just in shock at this point. I never thought I'd be charged with a crime. She keeps asking Oliver what the hell happened because it's just not adding up. But he refuses to respond. He just keeps saying self-defense. It was me or him. They get into Oliver's dad's work truck. Lucy's Chinese. They're in Slovakia. She sticks out like a sore thumb, so she's hiding in the back truck. I mean, they basically have to hide away in an apartment that belongs to Oliver's dad's friend. She said she called her mom right away, and her mom is hysterical, screaming, and Lucy is hysterically crying into the phone. Lucy's mom is demanding Lucy come home right away. They can talk to some lawyers about talking to the police and explain everything that happened. But of course, that's not a plan that Oliver liked. That's what Lucy says. He refused. He did not want to turn himself in. It's not even an option here.
Lucy's mom, they're still in Canada.
Yes.
They did not flee the country.
No. They're like, you need to come here and you can explain this to the police. The next morning,
Das
she
einzig
wakes up to
Logische.
Oliver speaking to these two guys. Who are they? She's told that they're part of Europol police. European Interpol, basically. And they have cars with diplomatic plates. We're Paul and Milo. She said those were their names. Lucy couldn't understand a single thing they were saying, but Oliver was translating for her, and Oliver is telling her, you think Tyler being dead means we're safe? No, you don't even know how dangerous this guy is. My dad had to get the European police to get involved. That cost just over $250,000. And we might need to transfer more money. They're trying to save us. They're going to help us not get caught because they understand how corrupt the Canadian justice system is. So we're going to stay with Paul and Milo in his apartment. Now, on a few conditions. We don't get to have access to our phones. We will get fake passports, which is the only way we can travel now. And we will only be driven around in these military-looking vehicles with diplomatic tags, and they're going to drive us into a safe house in Hungary. And that's where we're going
Das
to
hört sich
This is
super
how we
fishy
live
an.
for the next 2 months. It's not until May 15th, Lucy says she gets her phone back and discovers that the international warrant against them is gone. She doesn't see anything else about it now, which means she can go apply for a Canadian passport so she can go back to Canada. The Canadian authorities, unbeknownst to her, are already waiting in Budapest for her. They've been tracking her through Interpol, and now she's just revealed herself. The two are arrested immediately outside of a church, but they weren't actually going to church. It's like a busy street in Budapest that's known for their wild nightlife, so they were likely going out for the night. And Lucy decides to immediately head back to Canada with authorities. She's like, my mom can send us a private jet. And they're like, no, we're going to fly economy. And she's like, oh my God, I have never flown economy. She's like, I only fly first or private, basically, is what she said. Maybe not verbatim, don't sue me, but the gist. Yeah, the gist.
The priorities.
Yeah, so she goes back to Canada with authorities while Oliver decides to stay and tries to fight extradition. This is the story of how Canada's most politically well-connected family's daughter ends up as an international fugitive. I mean, it's just wild. So one of
Ja, aber
the
ich kann die
annoying
Verteidigung
parts
jetzt verstehen.
is Lucy states in her whole version, first version, is that she wasn't even supposed to be there that night. She had dinner planned at her mom's house, but she only agreed to go with Oliver to that stupid warehouse because he asked her to drive her that night, and Oliver told her to do this weird thing, very weird thing, and she just went with it, which was to switch SIM cards with a friend of his named Chin. You know, so she kept her device. But if you called Lucy that night, it would ring in her apartment on Chen's phone, and if you called Chen, it would ring on Lucy's phone. Lucy thought it was strange, but she didn't think it was strange enough to question it further. Or I don't know, not do it at all. So she swaps SIM cards with him, and Oliver fully leaves his phone at the apartment, and they leave. I mean, to be honest, she mainly went with him after their fight because she wanted to make sure that Oliver wasn't going to cheat on her. That's why she ended up at that warehouse. It's kind of an unbelievable story, right? Maybe, perhaps. I mean, a few things definitely don't add up with what the police found at the crime scene. A lot of things don't add up at all, and some parts of the story just don't make any sense. It's just nonsensical. But who's
Ist
going to argue with the
komplett
story?
wirr.
Both victims have been shot. Oliver's not opening up. In fact, he's fighting with every random excuse in the book to not leave Eastern Europe, and it's just Lucy, the credible daughter of a wealthy business tycoon in Canada who has millions of dollars at their disposal to hire the best defense. Who's gonna tell them that this story isn't true? Regardless, the truth of the matter is Tyler was shot 6 times. He was murdered. Jordan was shot 3 times. Only 1 bullet hit her, but it went into her heart. She was supposed to die that way,
Nein.
but she didn't. After spending 3 days in a coma and a bullet taken out of her chest, Jordan wakes up.
Sie hat überlebt.
And she's got a lot to say. Mainly that Lucy is a big phony liar. She
Ja,
says
jetzt
that
gedacht.
she remembers everything that happened that night very clearly. 3 days ago, February 28th, 2021, Jordan remembers showing up to the warehouse with her boyfriend Tyler. They, Tyler and Jordan, were going to meet with this couple, Oliver and Lucy, where they were going to see if this warehouse was a good fit for a business opportunity, to rent it and use it as a marijuana growing operation. But when they get there, the realtor isn't there and all the doors are locked, which is very annoying. They have to wait for the realtor now in the cold. Tyler and Jordan get into the Range Rover to wait. They turn on the heat. Jordan is in the passenger side. Tyler, her boyfriend, is on the driver's side, turns on the car for her, and then he waves over Lucy and is like, hey, come sit down, it's cold. So Lucy slides into the driver's side. Jordan says Lucy won't even look at her. She's just on her phone. She's texting, but she's acting very nervous. It's like the lack of eye contact is a little bit strange. It's not even like she's distracted or just bored. It's like she can't even look at her. Jordan tries to make some light talk. How's your weekend? Good, fine. What did you do? Nothing, we drink on Thursday. Then Lucy just states, oh my god, you're dressed so pretty and I'm just like a bum. Which, you know, now that she says it, it is weird. Jordan is thinking Lucy told them that they have dinner reservations after this warehouse for 4 at this fancy restaurant. So yeah, now that she brings it up, she is severely underdressed for that. But Jordan is polite. She doesn't say anything. Jordan just says, but when she comes into the car, she just can't look at me, which I thought was strange. Eventually, she gets out of the car, and now my car turned off because the driver's side door had closed. So I guess the car thought it was off, or that everybody had left. So she slides. She doesn't exit the car. She just slides over from the passenger seat to the driver's seat while being inside and turns the car back on. She said that's when she looks up at the side, and at the passenger side window where she had just been sitting, Oliver is standing there, glaring at her, pointing a gun at her. And she said, I couldn't move, I couldn't talk, my mouth was wide open, he's pointing a gun at me, he was shaking, and his eyes were bulging, and then he says, get out of here, Joe. But I guess he doesn't give her the chance to do that, because the last thing she remembers is gunshots going off. Jordan said she heard Tyler's last words, and Tyler had
Oh,
said,
ist zu laut? Ja,
Oliver,
Moment.
bro. So Oliver had shot Tyler.
So besser?
Jordan's first instinct is to put the car in reverse to try and get out of there, but as she's flooring it, she hears multiple gunshots additionally go off. She had been shot. The car slams into the warehouse, reverses. There are clear holes in her memory from the trauma, but she does remember seeing Oliver dragging her out of the car and throwing her onto the cold floor. And they both drove off. They drove off in the Audi and the Range Rover. That was Jordan and Tyler's car. And then she just remembers crawling on the road on her hands and knees, asking for anyone, is there anyone to save her?
Die so ausmachen, dann haben wir ja gar keinen Ton mehr.
Yes, and she had been shot literally in the chest.
Ich würde da schon gern weiterhören, weiter
And she
gucken.
says it took an hour. And then finally she just heard a woman, and her voice kept saying, hang in there, sweetie, hang in there. That woman was Annette Bright. The woman had
Oder
been
gibt es irgendwie
driving on the
komische
road
Töne, weil ich
when
meine
she saw,
Kopfhörer nicht
like,
haben.
a mangled animal on the side of the road.
Mein Ton.
Blood. She just kept
Das
driving
Mikrofon ist zu laut.
and
Piepst das oder wie?
just U-turn. If it's an animal, fine. You can call animal control. If it's something else, it just would keep her up at night. So she U-turned, and what do you know? It's not an animal. It's a woman on the road crawling. She parks the car, lunges out. What happened? What's wrong? And she just keeps saying, help me, please. I've been shot. She could see Jordan is getting paler by the second. Annette's
Und dann
boyfriend
muss ich
is
ja
already
das wieder
calling
lauter machen, weil
911.
ich das
The
Mikrofon
woman on
leiser
the
mache.
floor keeps talking, but the only thing Annette could understand is, help me, help me. And then she faded out into a coma that doctors were feeling very pessimistic about, that she would never wake up again. The worst part of Jordan's story is that while she was crawling down the long driveway of the warehouse to get help, she could see her Range Rover driving back and forth on the main road with her attempted killers scanning, hunting. So it's presumed that they came back and she was gone. Jordan is gone. So they're like, how is she gone? We shot her.
Verschwunden.
How is she not dead? So I think she had crawled into the bushes, and she just remembers seeing them driving around looking for her, practically hunting her. She's also said that she could hear them fighting and arguing. She could hear one of them saying that, no, for sure she's dead. And the other one said, well, we just need to make sure. After about an hour, they leave without finding Jordan, and that is how she's able to get help. Which, who is Jordan, and why would someone even want her dead? Why would someone kill her boyfriend, the father of her unborn child, Tyler? Tyler can make up to $1 million a day, running what seems to be a cocaine empire. I mean, I don't know if empire is the right word, but $1 million a day, that's not a side job. That's corporate monopoly level money.
So einen Nebenjob hätte
Jordan
ich auch
says
gern.
Tyler was not a, quote, street
Millionen
level
nebenbei.
dealer. He would help import cocaine into Canada and sold it to other dealers. So he's at the top of the food chain, if you will. But she says they weren't in as dangerous of a position as the street level dealers because one of them had been killed once, but Tyler doesn't really have enemies. He's just overseeing and profiting and helping smuggle in the cocaine. Side note, a quick disclaimer, Tyler is a murder victim and absolutely nobody should be murdered. I think that much is very clear. But it would be a bit strange for me to not address the fact that his occupation is likely indirectly harming a lot of people. So it's just very tricky. Now, Tyler was trying to get out of this underworld business. He keeps trying to use his funds to create legitimate, hopefully tax-paying businesses, a diamond company called Hard as Diamonds, as well as a wellness weight loss supplement brand called Elite Organic Nutrition. Jordan would say he just wanted out of the cocaine life. We wanted to have a family and be normal and escape that negativity. He just wanted to be a more legitimate businessman, especially since he has 3 children that are growing older,
Ich glaube,
and
da kommt
Jordan,
auch
his
echt
long-term
schwer raus aus
girlfriend,
sowas.
the one who was shot, is pregnant with his 4th child. She's 14 weeks pregnant. So a more legitimate business would provide a sense of security for everybody. Now, Tyler and Jordan have a friend who introduced them to a guy named Oliver Knox. This rich kid with rich parents, but his parents are also very powerfully well connected in Europe, was the story that they were told. And he has all these businesses that integrate European contacts with Canadian contacts. And this is during the pandemic. So Oliver's new business plan is they know people in Europe who sell hospital gowns, syringes, and face masks, mark up the price by a ton. That's how they describe it, since hospitals need it right now, and it's just printing money in Europe. They're just printing money. They have a factory in Europe that makes it, then they sell it to the European hospitals.
Und der hat ja
And
nur
they're looking for
Masken.
investors.
Like medical
Yes.
yeah.
Tyler and Jordan invest at first $170,000, which is a lot. But eventually, in total, they invest about $500,000. Crazy. Now, Jordan says, we were expecting millions in dollars of profit. After our initial investment, we put in the 170, then another 300 to get more trucks so the money would come in faster. We wanted to roll the money, which looked very feasible. Their share of the profits would be close to $3 million. Now, this is the part that they're struggling with, is bringing that money in from Europe to Canada without raising a bunch of red flags. Because once you bring that kind of money in, first of all, it's difficult to transfer that amount. But secondly, once you bring that into Canada, it's going to be heavily taxed. And third, once they tax it, they might be like, how'd you get this money? You explain, oh, I invested in this mask business. How much did you invest? $500,000. How did you even get $500,000 when your tax returns show that you don't make any money? Because they're not making legitimate income.
Gefunden.
It's not an easy transfer. So the day of the shooting, the couple were going to meet Oliver and Lucy at the warehouse, and Oliver had this new business plan, find a warehouse. Lucy would be perfect. Her mom has lots of connections, and they own lots of warehouses, and they have powerful realtors that can get them a good deal. Then they start a legal marijuana growing operation. And from there, I'm sure that Tyler can get more of his money out. Maybe he'll get more of the profits of that, and Oliver and Lucy will take the European profits because it's easier for them to get the money into Canada. You know, that's why they showed up to this empty, abandoned warehouse in the middle of this industrial street. But the problem is, Oliver has no plans to pay the couple back, let alone give them a share of their profits. In fact, Oliver Knox is not Oliver Knox. His name is Oliver Carafa, and he's already killed someone before.
What?
Oliver tells lots of lies. The first about being the mask business. It's unclear whether or not Oliver himself is in the mask business or if the entire thing is also a lie, but one thing is for sure, he's not giving Tyler his money back. He starts making up all these excuses on why they can't get the money back, and every question Tyler has, there's a long-winded explanation, long-winded excuse. Even the meetup at the warehouse, not real. To lure Tyler and Jordan out, where Oliver shoots them both and goes on the run with his wife, Lucy. They flee the scene within 48 hours there in Europe on the run as international fugitives. They are not located for 3 months. When Lucy finally comes back home, Oliver does not. Yeah. When they're both arrested in Hungary, Lucy comes back immediately. She does have to fly commercial, but nevertheless, she comes back to Canada. Oliver does something fascinating. He files a petition with the courts in Hungary stating that if he goes back to Canada, because the Toronto police are so corrupt, there will be no way he will get a fair trial. They would do something shady. He argues to Hungary. His life is on the line. Oliver Carafa has no plans on going back. He even hires PIs to look into Tyler Pratt to show the Hungarians, like, hey, look, there's a lot of drug dealing going on in Canada, and they're gonna kill me. The gangs are gonna kill me in the prison. You don't know the prisons in Canada. Yeah, he says, because of his extensive criminal connections and his associates want to avenge his death, my life is in danger. He alleges he will never get a fair trial. Hungarian authorities relay back. Criminal relationships are not bound by national borders, which means that the accused would not be safe in practically any country in the world. The court therefore establishes correctly and lawfully that the conditions of the extradition have been met and orders the arrest for surrender of the accused. AKA, he's gonna get extradited. But then he tries to stop that, and he's like, Slovakia, my home country, can you please try and help me? But that doesn't work either. 8 months later, he's sitting economy with Canadian officials. It's likely that his whole plan to stay in Europe was not because he truly believed the Canadian justice system is corrupt. I mean, how could he? He got 5 years for killing someone before. We're gonna get there. But allegedly, it's been said that he believes that Hungary would have been an easier place to bribe corrupt officials. And Canada is harder. Lucy did not care. She did not like the prisons there. Her mom does a press release when she's back to Canada, and her press release is the family is shocked, disturbed, and puzzled by Lucy's involvement in the tragic incident. They state that they are sure that Lucy would not be involved in such an incident voluntarily and would not do such a ridiculous thing. They say, we can hardly imagine the shock and anxiety Lucy experienced after the incident. They beg Lucy to cooperate with the authorities. Which, yes.
So Oliver killed Tyler because of money?
Yes.
But Lucy is rich?
Yes. That's also her defense. So now we're trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
Is she involved? Is she not involved? Right? Now, side note, Lucy talks about her time in a Hungarian prison while waiting to be extradited. She said every single day she was only given 5 slices of bread and 5 cigarettes. No other food. She said everything costs money there, even sanitary products, and she didn't have money to be put into her account. Now, I don't know how Canadian jails compare, but she's not someone that's gonna withstand any sort of prison because she does make Canadian bail somehow. The bail conditions are probably the most rigorous I've seen. The conditions are this. Lucy will be allowed on bail for $2.7 million. Her bail is paid out $2 million by her mom, $200,000 by her friend, and another $500,000 by another second friend. Now, I thought that was weird because, first of all, that is very crazy for a friend to put up that kind of money. Now, another thing is, why wouldn't her mom just pay it all if they're so wealthy? There's a reason, because under the rigorous bail agreement, Lucy has to be under watch 24/7 by whoever
dass
has
noch jemand anders nach ihr
participated in
gucken
putting
kann.
up her bail. They practically become her guardians. If she has to go to the doctor's appointment, it has to be with one of her 3 guardians. She cannot have friends over, but she can have her 3 guardians over.
Wow.
She cannot go to social engagements, but she can stay with her guardians 24/7 and hang out with them. So it's likely her mom didn't want to babysit her the whole time and Lucy wants to be with her friends. One of them even moved into the family home to, quote, watch over Lucy. In addition to those rules, Lucy has to wear a GPS tracker at all times. She cannot have any visitors in the house other than immediate family. She can leave her house for exercise with her ankle monitor on, but she can only go within a 1 mile radius of the house at all times, and only for up to an hour per day. The only time she can go further from a mile is when she has a court-approved medical appointment or to see her attorneys. That is it. She cannot even use the cell phone. She cannot use the internet without supervision from one of her guardians. And lastly, she cannot apply for a new passport, which honestly doesn't sound so bad when you're quarantining in your parents' likely multi-million-dollar estate with your two besties, but she still breaks bail. Because before the trial starts, it stated that she went to a party. She was rearrested and then re-released on bail again. But
With her ankle monitor, she went to a party?
Yeah.
Wow.
The trial is going to be a joint trial with both Oliver and Lucy on trial for murder and attempted murder. And so there's 3 arguments. One from Lucy and her team, one from Oliver, and one from the prosecutors in Jordan. Now, Lucy gets a high-profile defense attorney. The Oliver's defense attorney, he's a really good defense attorney, allegedly, for getting drug dealers off, but not for murder. So it seems like he's way less high-profile. And Lucy's family did not pay for his attorney or anything. So there's a lot of speculations by netizens that if they had the same attorney and had they stuck with the same story, they might have gotten less time. Yeah, so you got the 3 stories from the prosecutor in Jordan and then the 2 other lovebirds that are no longer lovebirds, it seems. Now, Lucy's story changes multiple times, which is not the best look. The first time she shares her version of events, she states that a random stranger, a third party, showed up and shot the couple. It was crazy. It was probably one of Tyler's enemies. Then she later changes the story to say that, no, you're right. Oliver was the shooter. But I had no idea that it was going to happen. I thought he, ran Tyler over. It was crazy. And then she says that she was forced to write the initial confession that an unknown man had shot the couple by Oliver, by her husband. He was like, you better write this. She states about her husband, his business wasn't going as planned. He decided it would be best to kill Jordan and Tyler before they found out and tried to kill him or someone he loved instead. Sort of like a pre-planned self-defense that she had no idea about, which also just pre-planned self-defense is the most unhinged defense. I don't know. She said by that point, he had told her all of that. She didn't even know that Tyler had invested in Oliver's PPE mask business. She said she knew nothing about Tyler and Jordan. In fact, she would never want to do business with them because they're not, quote, presentable people. She claims Tyler is very, very terrifying. He was not happy that he's not getting his money back. She said Tyler was violent with Oliver, punching and abusing him. He would allegedly threaten him. If you want to turn me into the police, I have friends in the police. Before I even get booked, within 48 hours, I'll have the Somalians kill everyone you love. During the initial interrogation, she's asked, so right off the bat, you're not impressed by Tyler.
Right off the bat, I say do not associate with these people because they're not good for our social image, and because she's a known Hamilton stripper, and Tyler is known in Vancouver as a scary gang member, according to some mutual friends that I knew.
This is during interrogation?
Yes. Furthermore, she states that Tyler had this big business idea that he was trying to rope them into, which they would bring girls in from the Czech Republic to Toronto and Vancouver to get into the escorting business, which, for lack of a better words, she believes sounds precisely like human trafficking. Now, we don't know if this conversation even ever took place, but that is her claim. She said that she would even get into fights with Oliver about how much she doesn't like this couple. She said, I really didn't want Oliver to be associated with them. He knew my opinion and started not telling me when he was going to meet with them. He would downplay their communications. She further alleges that Tyler and Jordan have ties to the Wolf Pack, which is a big gang in the area. And when everything went down, she felt like it was an I told you so moment. She testifies later during the trial. Tyler is very, very scary and very aggressive. He scared me. He's a very big man and very scary.
I'm so sorry. What is a I told you so moment? The murder?
Yeah, telling Oliver I told you not to interact with these types of people. Yeah.
This will happen. If you keep, murder is gonna happen.
It's just...
what?
Her energy throughout all of this is on par with someone maybe getting into an argument.
She's so detached from the real world. Is
yes.
Feels like maybe she growing up, she has never faced any consequences.
Yeah.
So her attitude is literally this lighthearted.
And I think the way she speaks about all these things that happened, it's almost this very firm, I don't know where it comes from, belief that everyone's just going to believe her and be on her side.
Right.
Like, everyone's on her side. I told them. Don't you agree? It's kind of that attitude is the vibe.
Wow.
And the prosecutors are not on her side. They ask her on the stand, you've been telling us how dangerous you thought it was being around Tyler and his gang connections, his drug dealing. But given that fear, you invited him into your family home? Well, it's not as high risk as being seen with them in public. She thought seeing Tyler and Jordan was worth the risk if the business would turn out well for Oliver. But now in hindsight, she says, quote, I guess I made a mistake. The prosecutors asked her, 3 days before the murder of Tyler Pratt and attempted murder of Jordan Romano, you were part of a plan to kill them, weren't you? No, I was not. What you are saying is ridiculous. It's hard to imagine doing something more despicable to a pregnant woman, correct? Correct. You lied to her face, correct? Correct. The prosecutors tell her, the only pattern that has emerged is your ability to lie and deceive and be dishonest. This was a carefully planned murder. Not correct. She states, these people were dangerous. They were trying to kill us or something like that. I agree that there was a murder plan, but I don't agree that I was part of this plan. You don't have a moral compass. Incorrect. I think my moral compass is not right, but I'm not okay with breaking the law and committing crimes, and most importantly, I would never be okay with a plan to commit murder. Her attorney argues the motive for the murder at the end was money, but her attorney argues Lucy did not need money. She comes from a rich family. This is Oliver's problem. This is not Lucy's issue, which is just another way to say your client is broke and mine is not. But does it actually prove anything? She also states about the PPE business, the mask making factory in Europe during the interrogation. I have no idea about any of that because Oliver and my relationship, he deals with the finances and the business, and he doesn't really... I mean, he tells me the gist of things, but he never really tells me the figures, what he's doing, and it's always been like that since me and Oliver's been dating. We've been together almost 3 years, but we knew each other since high school. She also argues that she does not have the best relationship with Oliver. Honestly, it was toxic. She says, I was practically his chauffeur.
How long they've been married?
At this point, about a year and some change. The way they got married... The way they get married, okay, so 2020, the pandemic hits. 2 months after everyone, the whole world goes into lockdown. Eastern Europe is in lockdown. They're like, you know what? I don't like being at home. Let's go to Europe and have some fun. So they're trying to fly into Europe, and Europe is like, no, we are not accepting anyone who does not have a reason to be in Europe. However, Oliver can go because he's a dual citizen. He's Slovakian and Canadian citizenship, right? But Lucy is just Canadian citizenship. So they say, the only way that you'd be able to get into Europe right now is if you guys were married. Then because he can go, he can bring his wife, obviously. So in the airport, they apply for a marriage license. They get a Zoom call with an officiant, get married so they can board their flight to a fun European trip while everybody else is fighting for their lives and people are dying.
Super,
That
Gratulation.
is wild.
Lucy is also asked why she wore a blonde wig on the way to commit murder. This was very clearly an attempt to conceal her identity in the elevator to throw investigators off because she swapped her SIM card to make the SIM card look like she was at home. Then the elevator footage does not show Lucy going down to the parking lot. It shows a blonde woman going down to the parking lot. So she could argue, what do you mean? You don't see me leaving the apartment. My phone records are in the apartment. I was in the apartment the whole time. That's what the prosecution's arguing. And Lucy is like, that is ridiculous. The truth is, the wig was from a brand deal that she got on Instagram. So this company sent her a blonde wig, and she would wear it while she had intimate relations with Oliver at times. But she got into this huge fight with Oliver the day of the shooting because she felt like Oliver was always cheating on her. And when she had seen it out and about, not tucked away, not packed, when she saw it out and about, she just assumed that he was going to bring this wig to go cheat on her and have another woman wear the wig because he's got like a fetish for these wigs, is what she's claiming. So she's like whipping the wig around, asking him what the hell, but he argues with her like she's always crazy, you're always making up stuff. She loses it, completely loses her marbles, throws on the blonde wig. She's like, yeah, you like blondes? I don't know, okay, but she like puts it on, so I'm assuming that's what she's claiming her energy is. And leaves. Kind of like, oh yeah? How's this?
Is she leaving by herself?
Yeah, Oliver takes the stairs down 35 flights. 34 flights.
How did she explain his behavior walking 34 flight?
She said, I don't know, he's weird. Everything is like, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know anything about him. He's weird.
So when she's walking into the elevator, you saw the footage,
Yes.
right? Like, was she hiding? Can you see her face? Or
You
was
cannot see her face. She's wearing the blonde wig. She has a hood pulled over her head. She's on her phone, and it's just weird.
like she's like hiding her face, right?
Yes, and I imagine if I were ever in this bizarre, likely untrue situation where we got into a fight and I wore a blonde wig into the elevator, I would snatch it right off when I got in there because I'm angry. I'm like huffing and puffing,
Yeah.
but she's just like, her body is tight, her arms are close to her chest,
Yeah.
and she's just standing there in the corner looking down.
Wow.
She said that she was expecting him to chase her into the elevator, but he did not. That's the story that she's trying to sell. Yeah. I mean, later she changes the story and she's like, okay, fine. I put on the blonde wig because Oliver told me to do. And I just did what he told me to do. Yeah.
And you're saying all of this is under the guidance of the famous attorney?
Yes, so there is an allegation or rumors out there by netizens that sometimes rich clients are the worst because they never listen to you. They think they're smarter than you.
Das ist
She should have
ungünstig.
just not said anything,
I see.
likely.
Yeah.
I have a feeling she wasn't listening to her attorney's advice.
Yeah, because she was asking, like, who should I trust?
Yes. And then
My
even,
attorney told me not to talk to you, but I'm here telling you what they told me not to say.
and she just, yeah, she would always like stop herself and then be asked a question and then she would kind of talk and then stop herself. Yeah.
Wow.
Even all the different houses they stayed in Europe, in Eastern Europe, she said she thought that these were all police who were helping hide them because, I mean, it's like she's on some sort of crime thriller series getting moved around from safe house to safe house in a global network of safe houses to shield her from, I don't know what. It's a very odd story that she's selling. And Lucy does try to make up for all of it by stating, yeah, maybe I'm just dumb. Yeah. Her attorney continues, Lucy is one of the many victims in this case, betrayed by her husband, Oliver. Oliver is the type of guy that takes her to a murder, takes his wife to a murder he knew obviously he was going to commit. Lucy finally developed a bit of a backbone after spending years being Oliver's doormat. Oliver has had far too many victims in his life, including among the many victims is Lucy. I ask you not to let him take one more down. Oliver's attorney has a different strategy. While Lucy can blame everything on Oliver since he was the one that pulled the trigger, Oliver's defense has to be a bit more creative. They say, we do not dispute in any way that he pulled the trigger on the gun that shot Tyler Pratt and Jordan Romano. AKA, he did shoot them. He killed Tyler, but the defense attorney argues this is not first-degree murder. What Oliver did should be considered second-degree murder. He just wanted to, quote, tame a violent, angry, volatile, muscular, international drug dealer. He argued that Tyler had threatened to break his legs if he didn't get his money back and more ASAP, and their whole defense relies on the fact that Tyler is this big, scary guy and Oliver was too dumb and too scared so he killed him. They say the shooting is so poorly orchestrated it doesn't meet the threshold for first-degree murder. The defense attorney basically states, riddle me this. If what seems at first glance to be a plan so badly thought out that it falls apart because so many obvious things were not considered, that indicates there was no plan to begin with. The attorney argues that one of Tyler's close acquaintances had recently been gunned down in Vancouver. They also state that Jordan and Tyler had gotten into an explosive fight 5 months into their relationship where the attorney alleges that Jordan allegedly told others that Tyler had physically harmed her. So they're just trying to paint the victims in this horrible light the whole time. They say, and Jordan even said, Oliver told her, get out of here, Joe, moments before shooting her. So clearly he didn't want to shoot her. Just these attorneys are doing weird stuff. And why? Instead of killing them right away, why would they wait 30 minutes? Why would they spend 30 minutes with them at the warehouse before the shooting? His attorney states about his wife and her defense team. You know, throughout this trial, Lucy and her team have attempted to do everything they can to demonize Oliver in your eyes, to make you hate him. It has been relentless. To which Lucy's attorneys have stated, yeah, he does not need any help in that department. All of his attorneys asked Lucy why she didn't just tell this version of events when she had that interrogation with the authorities. And they say, here's why you didn't, Lucy. You wanted some time to make up a story. It's taking you 3 years to make up a story. Because the trial happened 3 years later. But if it is true, let's entertain the idea that Lucy's newest version of events is true. Oliver's defense wonders, why would she stay with Oliver in Europe throughout all of this then? The state
Ja,
argues
stimmt nicht,
there's
was
no
sie
way you can
gemacht
look at this and see something other than a more planned murder. The plan isn't smart. No one said you have to be a smart killer, but you are a killer at the end of the day. This is an outright execution. They swapped SIM cards. They wore a wig. They took the stairs to make it seem like they never left their apartment. They actually purchased a new car. The Audi Q5 was purchased a week before, and they didn't change the license plates. So when they found the Audi Q5 later, the authorities, it got traced back to the original owner. And they were like, you are doing something suspicious. And she's like, well, no, I just sold the car. Then they tried to sell the Audi, but they didn't, along with the Range Rover. And once they realized that Jordan is still alive, they fled the country. Just to add to their cruelty, they state that Lucy and Oliver stole $20,000 in cash after killing them as well. So from the crime scene, they took $20,000 from Tyler's car. Additionally, it's very clear that Tyler wanted his money back, but not in an aggressive way. They state that Tyler was having cash flow problems because a cocaine shipment was seized at the border. So Lucy had to write them a $1 million check from her mom's account and said she's so rich, she won't even notice the money is gone. But they had no plans of getting that check cashed.
Who has no plan?
Lucy and Oliver is what the prosecution's arguing. Like, they have no plans. Like, they're not going to let Tyler and Jordan even have the chance to cash that check. Because they're going to kill them. It's just to buy a tiny bit of time.
I see. Okay, got it.
So they're like, okay, fine. Like, all that money that you invested is tied up in Europe, so here's $1 million. Yeah. The Crown says, honestly, Lucy is a big freaking liar. They tried to go through every single thing she lies about, but it's a lot. So, for example, at one point said she had no clue her SIM card had even been swapped.
Ist nicht
She
aufgefallen.
just took her phone and left the house. Turns out her SIM card had been swapped. Yeah. But then they found text messages between Oliver and Lucy a few days before the murder, and they're texting about Chin. Oliver texts him, Chin said he can lend me his son, which sounds like an autocorrect for Sim. And that was 3 full days before the murder, to which Lucy argues it's an inside joke. Son is a nickname that they have for another friend who was supposed to drive him to the meeting that day. Which the prosecutors tell the jury is, quote, an elaborate story that's quite ridiculous. You don't have to be the world's greatest detective to figure this out. 2 days before the shooting, there are messages between Oliver and Lucy where Oliver says, I hope those R words have money. They find it chilling that the day of the murder, the two of them are seen in the apartment elevator together, acting like nothing's gonna happen. They're like playfully pinching each other's cheeks. One big evidence of premeditation is Oliver tries to sell the Audi and Jordan's Range Rover weeks before killing them. Like, imagine trying to sell a random acquaintance's car without their permission.
Yeah, I think you're done.
You're done. Like, what would be the reason for that? The prosecutors argue, what other possible reason could you have on planning to sell Jordan's luxury Range Rover that she had no intention of getting rid of unless you believe she wasn't going to be around to have a say?
I mean, that also just shows they're
Ist
genuinely
nicht mehr so viel
not
Kontrolle
smart.
da.
Like,
No.
they planned the killing and they are
Ich
genuinely
reicht das.
dumb.
Yeah, because their defense is like, no, they're so dumb, there's no way they planned it like this. But it's, no, I think they're so dumb that they did plan it like this.
Yeah,
It's just evil. Like, they're dumb and evil.
yeah.
And that's a very scary combination. Lucy testifies during the trial that the prosecutors had stated she planned and deliberated what would have been a double murder, and she responds, I mean, that's ridiculous, because I would never kill anybody. I would never be part of a plan to kill anybody. I would never be okay with a plan to kill anybody. If I had known, I would have put a stop to it. I married a man who shot not just a woman, but a pregnant woman as well as another guy. And I missed so many red flags, and I continue to be in love with him, and I really feel like an idiot right now. She states throughout the trial that she was on the other side of the warehouse when it happened, and she didn't know anyone had been shot.
Das hört man auch.
Except Jordan testifies. No, she wasn't. She was standing right there in front of the car when the shooting happened. I'm in the driver's seat. I couldn't talk. I couldn't move, and Oliver is staring at me. The prosecutors ask Lucy about this, and they say, what Jordan said is the truth, and you know it's the truth, don't you? No, I don't. Furthermore, a detail that prosecutors find interesting is a week prior to the crime, the couple purchased that Audi, right? And that was using Lucy's money. She purchases the Audi for Oliver. But get this, Oliver does not have a license. So why would she buy him a random Audi conveniently a week before the crime when he's not allowed to drive? He doesn't have a license. It doesn't make any sense. Side note, he can't drive because a while back when Oliver was 19 years old, he was drunk driving, and this personal trainer of his named David Chang was in the passenger side. He was going double the speed limit, crashed the car, David Chang died. So he was sentenced to 5 years for reckless DUI that ended in manslaughter.
That's like the case we just talked about.
Yeah, and he got 15 years of not being able to drive and 5 years in prison, which is absolutely nothing.
Wow.
So he can't drive. Why would she purchase an Audi for him? If they have no plans to murder anyone, what would be the reason of purchasing an Audi? She already has a Mercedes. It doesn't make sense. Lucy argues that Oliver told her it was for his flipping car business where he buys cars and ships them to sell in Europe, and she said that he promised to pay her back for it. The prosecutor says Lucy presents as someone with a carefully crafted script, willing to say or make up just about anything to distance herself from every aspect of this plan. Not only was she aware of the plan, she was part of the plan. She was an active participant. The prosecutors state, it is because of Jordan's strength and her courage that you can see the real Lucy and Oliver past all the lies. Perhaps without her surviving, they would have gotten away with it.
That's true.
But she did survive. Jordan states she was in a coma for 3 days. She lost her baby. She has severe nerve damage everywhere. The recovery lasted months of excruciating physical pain where she couldn't even move without someone helping her. Anytime she wanted to sneeze or cough, because it was in her chest. This is dangerous. She can't just sneeze and cough like a normal person. Her mom has to hold a pillow down to hold her body in place. She had fake bones implanted into her chest. She has scars all over her breasts and her stomach. She had to relearn how to walk and even stand. She says, I live every day with anxiety and PTSD. I was so angry. I think the worst part was mourning him. She said she and Tyler were like one person. That's how close they were, and she lost him. She was angry. She says, to hear he suffered in the most gruesome manner makes me shake to my core. She said, yes, he was in the cocaine business, but he wanted out, and he's kind. He has an even temper. He was down to earth. He always put his children first. But even then, she said the first day of trial, she was terrified to be in the courtroom with the couple. The last time she saw them, they were hunting her down in the Range Rover. Jordan states, it's crystal clear, Lucy was involved. She states, and I really liked Oliver. He was always so nice and caring. Tyler loved Oliver. It was a great friendship. He adored him. We considered them really good friends, and that's really embarrassing. It was all fake. It does seem like Lucy is involved, but I think most netizens are confused on why.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if this matters, but this was an interesting comment that was posted by God knows who, so take this as seriously as you would take a hedgehog with a fedora on. This could be made up out of thin air, pulled out of someone's grass. One comment claims that they personally know Lucy, which anyone can post this on the internet without knowing Lucy. But they write, I knew Lucy for a few years, right before she got with Oliver again. She's rebellious, and these things totally get her excited. She's always had money, but she wanted trouble. It was never about money. She did it because it made her feel good. That's why I distanced myself from her. Lucy's sisters are normal, but she's like a different breed, and has always been. I totally believe she planned this with Oliver. There was another internet rumor that Lucy allegedly unconfirmed, whispers in the air, could be made up by anybody, but it stated that she would do this thing where she probably had lots of wealthy friends, right? And she would steal their expensive designer goods, but not to use it. She would steal it and then immediately trash it, allegedly. Which
Dann
is
brauchst du
so
aus
weird. I don't
Langeweile
know
oder wie?
if this is true. Would it be for the thrill? Would it be for the power of it? I don't know. Again, not proven to be true at all, but if it were, I think that's the only insight I could have maybe been able to put together. And again, it might not even be true, right? Because I don't know why she would be involved. Now, side note, it does seem like Lucy's character is confusing. Her morality is all over the place. Her attorney just attacks Jordan the entire time. He states Jordan is not a trustworthy witness in court because, well, she has questionable morals. Sir, he essentially goes on to state that with the mask factory that they invested in Europe with Oliver, their whole business model is to price gouge hospitals during the pandemic while people are dying so that they can make a profit. So he's like, do you really trust someone who just cares about money like that? The defense attorney also asks, does that make her a good person? Then he states to Jordan, you let a fairly big drug dealer fly under the radar. That makes you part of the problem. Don't you see that? Jordan would later state, we wanted to have a family and leave that negative stuff behind. Then they tried to discredit Jordan's version of events, stating that while she's truthful, she's unreliable because of the trauma that she faced. Which, yeah, but because of who did she have to face that trauma is the question here. What kind of question is that? Oliver's defense states, despite being there, Jordan cannot describe how Oliver shot Tyler, yet she clearly remembers Oliver telling her to get out of here, Joe. Lucy's attorney states, Jordan has a moral compass so far off it should concern the jury. They keep bringing up the fact that Jordan claims to be a good person, but she was living in luxury off of the cocaine money, and how she used to be a dancer, which, I don't know, sir, with all due respect, what about your client? What's going on there? I don't think we can have a morality competition with anyone here. The state argues Jordan has been an open book and a consistent witness. She may have helped Tyler live off-grid and benefited from his work, but no matter what you think of her lifestyle, it does not diminish her credibility. Jordan states throughout this trial, the legal teams have made Tyler out to be a scary monster, but you guys are the monsters. Side note, it said that during the whole trial, Lucy would look over her shoulder and smirk at Jordan the whole time. Yeah. I don't know if that's true, but it's out there.
Do you know if the mom and the family was there, present?
Yes, but they never went up onto the stand. The mom showed up in a fur coat and designer bags.
Wow.
She does look kind of scary. I don't know. If Insang, Korean first impression, she looks intense. Yeah. Everybody's family showed up. Yeah. Tyler's family, Jordan's family, everybody was there. The jury takes less than an hour to deliberate. They were found guilty. People actually started cheering in the courtroom when the verdict was read. I think nobody likes entitled, spoiled people slut-shaming and shaming others when they're literally on trial for murder. I mean, the whole thing is frustrating. In Canada, a murder verdict is automatic life in prison with 25 years served before parole eligibility. And Canada's actually pretty good about releasing people on parole. So it doesn't seem like they're going to be there for life. The judge looked at the two defendants and said, it was an outright execution. It is difficult to imagine a more calculated and planned murder than what was conducted.
Do we know Lucy's reaction in that moment, or?
She just looked kind of stoic-faced and a little upset. The best part was when Lucy was being dragged back in by the authorities because she's going to prison, Jordan said, bye, Lucy! And Jordan says because of how intense her trauma is, she is terrified of cars and loud noises. She said she was driving one time and she felt this insane PTSD anxiety where she felt like Oliver and Lucy were driving, chasing her, and she got into a car accident. For the first year of recovery, the only way she could fall asleep was to drink alcohol. And she looked at the couple when she gave her victim impact statement and she said, the honest to God truth is, I'm not angry at both of you, nor do I want to avenge you, which would be a normal thought for a woman who has had a child and boyfriend taken from her, as well as a lifetime of PTSD and anxiety. You have both inflicted on me. What I actually feel is sorry for you. I feel sorry that you threw away your lives for a lousy $470,000. It's pathetic. I remember exactly what you did to me. You played on me and Tyler for weeks. My scars are a daily reminder that I survived what was meant to destroy me. My hope is that your lives will be nothing but a cold jail cell with the same jail food, and the worst part of all will be you alone with your own ugly thoughts. You will have to face your own evil self every day. But my life doesn't end here. It's just getting started. Yeah. During the trial, forensic pathologists stated that Tyler did not quickly pass. They say his wounds would have taken anywhere between 2 minutes to 2 hours.
Aww.
The judge stated he was left wounded and was alive possibly for up to a few hours after being shot, with no aid, no assistance being called on by the two offenders. Tyler's mom has stated, we've gone through a devastating time. We've lost a grandbaby through it, as well as our son. Tyler was a phenomenal father and a talented entrepreneur and someone who was continuously driven for excellence, just very hardworking. They said it was hard to listen to him being labeled as this dangerous criminal when he can't even be here to defend himself. For the past 3 years, Tyler's dad has been trying to get justice, and he's been wearing his son's shoes every day for 3 years. And now that the verdict has been reached, he says that he will put the shoes back in the box because it was the closure he needed. And Lucy and Oliver are now appealing their convictions. And Jordan is suing Lucy in civil court, as well as Oliver. So that is where the case is right now. What are your thoughts? Why do you think Lucy was even part of this? It doesn't make sense. I just don't
Das ganze
understand
Ding ist
the
schwachsinnig.
psyche behind it.
Ist ja nicht so, dass
It
die
doesn't even
wahrscheinlich
seem
zu
like her
wenig
mom
Kohle
was gonna
hätten.
cut her off.
Wie gesagt, die eine war ja reich.
I think her mom
Lucy.
has a lot of pressure that she puts on her children, but I think the children play the part well. I think Lucy played the part well, and I think as long as she kept playing the part, I don't think her mom had any plans to cut her off. Because I don't think that would have even looked good for the family, which it seems like her mom cares a lot about. I mean, I don't know them personally, but just from the few interviews I've watched of her. It's just weird. What are your thoughts? Why would she get involved? Let me know in the comments, and stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
Bada bing, bada boo.
The doctor could feel everybody's eyes on him. They're all watching him intently as he's performing this stomach surgery. And it's not going well. I mean, the patient had been complaining of stomach pains, but it was not as easy of a fix as he thought it would be. The stakes were really high on this one, so not only is he risking the patient's life if he doesn't get this right, but he's risking his wife's life. This is his wife on the table, and he's cutting her open to find out the problem. She would be dead by the next morning. And this man starts spiraling. He felt like he needs to save his wife. That's his whole job. That's why he operated on her. I mean, she couldn't be dead. There's just no way. He keeps having these visions that she's alive again. It is a sign, a message from God that he needs to bring her back now. So he goes out, has his wife dug up from the grave, brings his wife to bed, and he believed wholeheartedly that their love could bring her back. He started making love to her skull. Eventually, due to the decomposition, he would have to cremate
Okay, das
his
ist auf
wife.
jeden Fall
But he
keine
kept a few
normale
of her
OP.
bones. He kept a few of her organs that he continued to love in hopes that she would be revived. He would keep her kidney, her uterus, a couple of her bones in a jar full of olive oil that he kept in his trophy shed. The trophy shed consisted of dozens of teeth, private parts of both men and women, and later it would contain an arm, a fully amputated arm. This man was never certified as a doctor or a
Hab ich mir schon
surgeon.
gedacht.
He was a mad wannabe doctor running his own cult in the wilderness where he performed random operations on all of his followers. He believed in polygamy, amputations, torture, punishment, and that the apocalypse was coming.
Ja, wenn man sich nicht für eine Sache entscheiden kann, nimmt man alles.
As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. There is an incredible book on this case, which I'm going to link. It's called Savage Messiah. I couldn't find an ebook of this anywhere, literally anywhere. Kindle, Nook. I found it on Amazon. They have hardcover and paperback, and it's like $100 per book. It was kind of insane, but I will tell you, this is probably one of the most traumatic reads that I've had this year. It's called Savage Messiah. It's written by 2 journalists. Viewer discretion is advised for this book and also this episode. It's just a lot. This case gets very graphic very quickly. There are graphic details of amputations, at-home surgeries, torture, humiliation, necrophilia, essay. Literally think of everything horrible that one human can do to another, and it's in this case. So if you're not in a great headspace, I think it would be best for us to see each other again in a later episode. So go take care of yourself, take a bath, relax. I will see you on Sunday. And also, this might not be the episode to have on in the background if you're eating. So with that being said, let's get into it. Almost a dozen kids were brought in by authorities to be placed into foster care homes. They're placed into different foster care homes, and they had all been malnourished, abused, clearly, and living in the woods. Like, some of these kids had lived in the woods their whole lives, in unsanitary conditions, detached from society, technology,
Die Symbole habe
everything.
ich noch.
They all had the same dad and different moms. CPS knew. They're like, to work very closely with the foster care parents to make sure that the children are adjusting well to normal life. But I don't think anybody really understood how hard that adjustment period was going to be. Immediately upon taking in the kids, CPS starts noting very strange behavior. During the first meal that they had, the kids ate completely with their hands. Soups, mashed potatoes, everything, but not in the way that you would imagine. It's not like they were taught to use their hands to eat certain foods, but like they have never used or seen a utensil before. And the way that they're shoving food into their mouth, it came from a very primitive hunger. They crawled on the floors like animals. That's what was noted, not me saying it. So I'm assuming that it wasn't just like, oh, they're crawling, they don't know how to walk, but I'm sure it was a very specific crawl that must have alarmed the social workers. And when they weren't crawling, these kids would sit there just zoning out. The children were described as zombies. It said they never moved or uttered a sound. There was a 2-year-old, you could put him on a couch filled with toys, and he wouldn't move or make a sound. He would just sit there for hours if you let him. Sometimes after a few hours of that, they would just rock back and forth in a trance. The first night that the kids were taken in, one little boy stayed up all night chanting, on beat, "The devil's coming up from the ground! The devil's coming up from the ground! The devil's coming up from the ground!" When the kids opened their mouths, they all had rotten, blackened teeth. And once they finally did start talking and getting comfortable around the social workers, they start telling them of all the things that they had lived through. How Dad would make all of them, including their moms, lay on the floor, and he would urinate on their faces. Sometimes he would defecate on them and make them be human toilet paper rolls, have them clean him with their mouths afterwards. He would force them to consume each other's feces. Dad would force them to all gather in the cabin unclothed and do adult activities and take turns with him. These are all his wives and their children, his own flesh and blood, by the way. Many of the kids were either full siblings or half siblings because of this. But they were having full-blown illegal parties with everybody involved.
Wieso artet das
The social
Insekt
workers,
immer
they
bei
brought in
Inzucht
a
aus?
few dolls to ask the children, okay, like, can you set up the scene and show us exactly what happened? One of the kids looked around and said, well, there's not enough dolls. There is one report that stated a kid was forced to take turns with their dad and their mom. The kids talked in great detail, and the way that they told social workers everything, it was as if they're explaining, like, yeah, well, that's life. Every kid goes through that. Everyone does that. It's part of growing up. The kids described how Dad would take all of his wives to bed and force them to compete for his attention. He would pit them against each other, make them massage him while they cheered him on while he slept with a different wife, all in front of their eyes. It was incredibly graphic. And again, the kids had no idea it was wrong. One of the kids said she was tasked with raising the family goat. She said that she really bonded with this goat and that it was her only friend in life, really. And then one day, her father called everyone out to the shed. He was unclothed. He raised her goat in the air, disemboweled it, and showered in the goat's blood. It was one of the worst cases the social workers had ever heard in history. One social worker, Georgia Brown, who tried her best with this case, who was part of the investigation into the children and helped them kind of adjust into the foster care system, she ended up taking her own life later, largely because of the horrors that she saw in this case. So what did she see? Some say mind control can be broken down into like 3 distinct phases, right? The first phase is convincing. Then there's hierarchy and competition. Then there's full indoctrination of new beliefs. To make it simpler, phase 1 is like the game of convincing. These people are very busy convincing the subject that they don't know what's right for them, but you do. You're the only answer. You know how to help them. You can give them purpose. You're convincing them that you have special abilities and that you are special, and if they follow you, they will in turn be special. And whether you're promising them salvation or the promised land, it's the game of convincing them that this is the truth. Then phase 2 is the game of hierarchy and competition, to make these people feel accepted, but not really. Make them feel jealous, inadequate, have them fight for your love and attention, and it makes them not only feel closer to you and your beliefs, but it makes them feel like you are someone worth winning over. Then there's phase 3, full indoctrination. This is the scariest phase, because at this phase, most cult leaders have full control over people's minds. You don't even need a reason to do things anymore. You don't need to prove yourself anymore. People will do what you want them to do just because you said so. And Rock Terrio from Canada was a master mind controller. He would go on to have led one of the scariest cults that we've ever researched. He liked to play prophet, god, messiah, mad doctor. He performed rogue operations on his followers, literally for the fun of it. He loved polygamy. I mean, this guy was terrifying. People were just dying around him. The way that he was able to grab hold of someone's mind with such a firm grip and have them do whatever he wanted. Imagine following someone to the point where you spend hours feeling with no painkillers, watching as they amputate your arm. You can run, but you don't. That is a different level. So let's get into the Antel kids. But before Rock became a mad doctor cult leader, he was just some guy that owned a health clinic in Canada without any certifications on top of that, but a health clinic nonetheless. A lot of locals actually really loved his clinic. He focused on organic food, healing powers of holistic medicine, and there was always kind of this hint of religion, a hint of, oh my god, the apocalypse is coming, under everything that he did and said during his early messages. Like, people could get behind it though still. Eat clean, no drinking, no smoking, treat your body well, live healthy, your mind will be clear with the food that you intake. So his clinic starts gaining him followers, and I'm saying followers because people who worked at his clinic, they gave everything in their lives to be there. They sold their houses to fund the clinic, they lived at the clinic, they did not get paid for their work at the clinic. They're not just employees, they're followers. They just wanted to be around Rosario. They felt like, this guy's something special. He has a vision that nobody else has. And a good chunk of his group were women, and he was going to make them devote their lives to worshiping and serving him. And the first phase of mind control is the game of convincing. And Giselle was going to convince Rock to marry her. She felt like, it's unfair. She said that she was upset because she knew Rock before he was loved and praised by all these women. She knew Rock before he was religious, way before he had this little health clinic. But now there's girls fleeing themselves at him, and he's just going along with it. She's feeling like he's not rejecting them. Why is he laughing so hard at their jokes? What could possibly be so funny that he's grinning from ear to ear? And she just felt this pit in her stomach. It felt like she's losing him, and he's just gonna slip away. A lot of the girls were also younger than her, so that didn't help. Giselle
Fängt auch einfach mit dem
had
magischen
the
Ring
courage
an,
to ask Rock
aber
if he
mit
would
11.
marry her. A week later, the whole clinic packed into a van to go watch them get eloped at a courthouse.
Uff, das
It
fällt
was
alles
quick and easy,
auseinander.
like one of those in-and-out weddings. Once they got back into the van, Giselle thought, okay, good, I'm his wife now, and everybody saw me get married to him. He's gonna treat me like his one and only wife, and everybody else
Aber das
knows not
passt
to
hier
mess
nicht
with us.
drauf.
They climbed back into the van, and Rock asks her, do you mind sitting in the very back row? He was going to sit in the middle row next to a few of his friends. All girls. Giselle nodded, climbed into the back, and for 5 hours, all the way home after her wedding, she watched her new husband flirt and tease the girls in the middle seat. And she would lean her head up against the window and cry. Rock must have heard, but he didn't care. And that was just
Sympathisch.
the beginning of a marriage of literal torture. Later, when Giselle would fall pregnant, she decided it was time to put her foot down. She could not raise her child like this. With women everywhere, living with them full-time, trying to woo her husband, spending zero time alone as a couple, but as like a 10-person group, Giselle is like, this feels like a commune, this feels like a cult, a polygamous family. Which, maybe she was okay with it until she got pregnant, but now she wanted that traditional family, white picket fence, the life that her husband promised to give her before all of this clinic shenanigans. So she turns to him and said, you have to choose between me and this commune. If you choose them, I will leave with our unborn baby, and if you choose me, we will tell the group to disband and everyone can go back home. Rock looked at her, weighed out his options, and then he punched her in the face. He punched his pregnant wife straight in the mouth. He knocked her off her feet. Then he dragged her by her hair into her room and locked her in there from the outside, kept her in there, no food, no water, for 2 days. And he told her, this is the way things are. You're supposed to submit, and it's supposed to be painful for you, and that's what God would have wanted. Giselle was convinced. From then on, Rock was openly sleeping with almost all the women that lived with them. He would impregnate almost all the other women and even bring multiple of them into his marital bed at once to have competitions of who was the best. Giselle was convinced that this is just what marriage is, and that her husband should and be able to call the shots and do these things. The others were also convinced. This is what marriage is. This is what love is. So Rock started having all the employees, if you will, marry each other, even if they barely knew each other, had no attraction to one another. He's like, you're going to get married this weekend because people think we're weird. People think I'm like a polygamist, so you guys need to all marry each other so we just look like a bunch of couples having fun. These were non-legally binding marriages. He didn't even have a license to perform actual marriages, but everybody took it seriously. He would have these group weddings where people would get married in the same day, just in a big batch. Some of the employees or the members were encouraged to ask their families to come witness, like, hey, look how normal my life is. Because, you know, there had been whispers that this clinic was kind of like a cult. Rock wanted to prove everyone wrong. So these family members were invited to the church to join in on the celebrations. Many of the family members hated Rock and the clinic. They felt like our kids were so normal up until this point, and now they're living with a big group of people, basically worshiping this man that has no credentials to even have a clinic. They dropped all their friends, hobbies, family, everything that made them an individual. For who? For him? They sat in the pews and they listened to Rock go on these unhinged speeches about how women's only job is to be obedient to men and do what they're told. And their daughters are standing up there like crying in happiness, and they feel like, what is going on? A lot of them were seen crying in the pews, not from joy, but just straight up fear for their daughters. And I mean, what could they do? It's not like they can pull them out. They would run back to Rock kicking and screaming. So all they could do was hope that they would wake up one day, leave. And many of them would honestly get very lucky to even get out of this cult alive. A man walked into the clinic one day, and he's in tears. He's super distraught. And they're like, how can we help you? The man is telling the clinic that his wife, Geraldine, she's only 38 years old. She's got leukemia, which is basically cancer of the blood. And he explains, she's been staying at this hospital, but I don't know, I just can't sit around. Like, I need to do everything I can to help her. I'm so desperate right now. Rock comes out, and he talks to the man. And he's very authoritative, motivating, and the way that he's talking, it's like he already knew that Geraldine was going to be okay. It's very assuring. So compared to the doctors who keep telling him, well, we can't make any promises, we're doing our best, we're trying to see how she responds to treatment, Rock's confidence was comforting. Rock offered, why don't I go to the hospital? Let me go see Geraldine, see if there's any way I can help. When he walks into that hospital room, he immediately wrinkles his nose in just disgust, like he smells poo-poo, and he starts raging. He whips around and gets into a screaming match with the doctors, accusing them of just wanting to make money and pumping Geraldine full of... He accused every single medical professional in that room, on that floor, of malpractice. So just a reminder, Rock runs a health clinic with 0 certifications or even a degree. But he's throwing out random words that make it sound like he knows what he's talking about, and Geraldine's husband is nodding along with him. Rock turns to him and says, even if it's not our clinic, I advise you to get Geraldine out of here if you want her to live. This hospital is doing more damage to her than good. They do not care about your wife. But I do. The husband is moved. He takes his wife out of the hospital, gets her off all the medication prescribed by her doctors, and pays the Healthy Living Clinic to take her in. From this day forward, Rock says, nobody is allowed to visit Geraldine other than her husband. Got it? Everyone's like, yes, understood. And he's like, not her parents, not her family, and definitely none of those malpractice scam doctors. Rock immediately put Geraldine, a leukemia patient, on a 0 medication, 0 procedure, 0 medical treatment plan. He said that she didn't need any of that, really.
Aber die ist doch durch die Hölle gegangen, allein an den Schmerzen.
Food and grape juice. That was his treatment plan. Organic food and grape juice. He literally puts that on the chart of a cancer patient. And it went as well as you would imagine. Geraldine is deprived of life-saving treatments for her aggressive cancer, and she would very soon pass away. But this is just another game in his little game of convincing. So one day, Rock walks into the room. Geraldine is in there, and he's alone with her. He notices that she's gone. She's passed. So he walks out of that room, tears in his eyes, Everyone is circling around him, and he tells them this very emotional story. She was slipping away, and I revived her. I brought her back from the dead. I kissed her on the forehead. She was alive again. She was cured, healthy as new, no cancer. But in that exact moment, God came to me and told me, it's time. Let her go. Let Geraldine come to me. And I really didn't want to because, we've all grown fond of Geraldine and we've kind of bonded with her. But I knew that she was better off being by God's side. And when God wants people, he should have them. It was Geraldine's time. The group was convinced. Rock was not just a healer, but he was able to resurrect people through God. He was able to convince a group of people that even though he failed to do what he claimed he could do, it wasn't a failure. Actually, it was even better. It was better than successful. Like, it takes a very specific kind of person to be able to not only convince people of something like this, but want to convince people that they're able to resurrect people. Like, who does that? Who even wants that? There's gotta be something in Rock's childhood or his backstory that makes this make a bit more sense. But most of Rock's childhood is kind of a mystery. It's a random mix of what he claims was his childhood, what some neighbors claim was his childhood. Like, we don't have a straightforward timeline. There are a few claims that I'm going to go over. Some say that he wasn't able to walk until he was 3 and talk until he was 6, which is pretty late. And we're not even sure how accurate this detail is and what it even really means. But when Rock did learn to talk, whatever that was, he was really, really smart. Like, you would have to give it to him. Even if you hate this guy's guts, you would have to admit at that time when he's young that, this guy is intelligent, but in a very specific way. So he's the type of kid that would go read up on a specific topic, right? Then he would go to dinner. Then he would casually force this newfound knowledge into the random conversation. So you're talking about how you were in line at the store for so long, and he would somehow twist and turn this to make this a conversation about the word quantum and how it comes from the Latin word how much, and it reflects the way that quantum models always involve something coming in discrete amounts. And you're just like, how does it have anything to do with what I'm talking about? He didn't seem to have a genuine thirst for knowledge. He just wanted you to know that he was smart. That's all he really cared about. Others that said that they knew him when he was a kid said he was very arrogant. And he really liked to pity himself. Like, this guy was a giant crybaby that complained about basically everything. If he had a sore throat, no he didn't. He had a life-threatening throat cancer disease, and he wanted you to treat him as such. He was the ultimate victim to everything in his life. He also lied a few times to his grade school friends about having terminal cancer. So there's that. But apparently, he'd also turn around and say that he had special healing powers and could fix people's broken legs. Rock would also later claim that his dad was super abusive throughout his childhood. This has been disputed by some neighbors. Some have confirmed it, some have disputed it. But his favorite forms of abusing Rock, allegedly, were throwing him down the stairs and locking him in the cellar whenever he was pissed off. He was also apparently the originator of loving sick and twisted games, which Rock is gonna love later on. But Rock's dad, allegedly, had this game that he would play with his whole family, called Game of Bone. Sometimes just called Bone. Premise of the game is simple. I mean, I probably wouldn't play it at home though, or anywhere. Rock and his siblings would sit around the kitchen table after dinner, and all of them would have steel-toed work boots on, laced all the way up, and they would kick each other in the shins, until eventually all of them tapped out. Rock would say this was his biggest memory growing up, but other neighbors and family friends would deny that that ever happened. They said the Terrio parents were as kind as can be and would never make their 8 kids do something like that. They had 8 kids, yeah. The neighbors did notice Rock had some weird tendencies even as a kid. He dropped out of grade school at 7th grade, and he spent most of his time studying the Bible, which he hated. Oh yeah. Rock's dad was part of this ultra-conservative Catholic movement known as the Union of Electors. They're really hardcore. Again, no judgment, but they believe that the teachings of the Roman Catholic Church should be present in every facet of day-to-day life. Even if you're not religious, they wanted it to be embedded even in the financial institutions. They basically said, forget separation of church and state. So they would go around in white hats, door-to-door, handing out pamphlets. And Rock was out there handing out pamphlets with his dad, and he hated every freaking second of it, and he considered it just suffocating, which is ironic considering how he treats his followers later. But he said, you know what, it's just too much. I'm a teenage boy, and I want to focus on the things that really matter. Girls. Apparently, and unfortunately, girls wanted to focus on him too. Yeah, I know. So to categorize Rock, he's not an overly flirtatious person, but he has these really intense blue eyes. He's got the aura of a natural-born leader. That's what people who met him at this stage of life said about him. They said that he had this certain devious look to him, and he always kind of spoke with a slight smirk. It was cocky, but it was somehow charismatic. One person said he had this way of staring hypnotically at you. Like he would make you feel like you have been transported to the center of the universe. Everything outside of that sphere just folded into insignificance. He had that like command a room when they walk in type level of presence. He was definitely a natural-born entertainer. Like these are the compliments he was getting at this stage in life. The author of Savage Messiah, who wrote a whole book on this cult, said he would walk into the bar and have people in stitches. He was a prankster. Natural showman, you could say. So by the time he's 21, he's changed his life. He's like, you know what? Forget religion. I'm not doing that. And forget my dad. I'm going to go doing my own thing. He starts exploring different Christian denominations, and then he gets married to his very first wife, 17-year-old Francine Grenier, which is pretty young. And this is really the only normal phase of Rock's life. I don't know if you could call it normal. I mean, it was kind of normal. So they get married, they rent a small apartment in
Der Vergleich
Montreal,
macht.
and Francine would give birth to 2 sons, Rock Jr. and Francois. Now, Rock would need money to start his growing family, and he starts making these little wood carvings. Ornaments, wood sculptures, wood figurines. He starts going to door, selling them. They're not the most financially stable, but for a little while it seems like they're a cute, happy family. Until he starts having these stomach pains. He's like, oh my god, my stomach hurts. First it was a bellyache, then it was excruciating pain, and soon he's in a fetal position crying from the pain. He starts throwing up, he's not doing well. They get him checked out at the hospital. He has to undergo multiple different surgeries. Nothing is working, and because of the pain, Rock is a totally different person now. His family said he was unrecognizable, temperamental, argumentative, angry. The surgeries that he went through would actually worsen his condition. He was now diagnosed with dumping syndrome. I've never heard of this. Okay, this is new to me. So dumping syndrome is incredibly rare. It's typically not deadly, but it's an inconvenience and it can be painful and lead to vomiting, nausea, diarrhea. It's when the food moves way too quickly through your stomach and intestines.
Hört sich
So
echt
after
unangenehm
all
an.
of his surgeries, Rock develops this fascination with medicine and surgery. He starts buying books and anything that he could find that dealt with human anatomy, which, you know, I guess isn't the worst thing in the world right now, but mixed with his self-pitying personality, he was insufferable to be around. He made dumping syndrome his whole personality. And after his few surgeries, Francine noticed a few weird changes too. Rock was not even a little bit religious anymore. Like when he married Francine, he wasn't as religious as his dad, but he was still a conservative man because that's how he was raised, right? He said that his wife was the prettiest when she would wear these long floor-length dresses that would sweep the floor. But now he's like, get that off and wear this. He wanted her to wear mini skirts that barely covered anything, crop tops, no bra. Like it was, Francine was so uncomfortable. Not only was she raised super conservative, but she's like, you know, what the hell is going on? Where's the husband that I used to know? This is such a sudden shift. During the family gathering, he even asked Francine's conservative parents, hey, you guys got a lot of land in your backyard? Do you mind if I start a nudist cult here? They nearly spit out their drinks, okay? Like, what? But there was no going back. Rock had this newfound obsession with anatomy, sex, and drinking, and everyone thought, okay, maybe it's a phase, like a quarter-life crisis. But then he starts going on these business trips to sell his wood trinkets. He was like, I can't sell them in this town, I gotta go to the next town. And he would come back with no money, no energy, and suddenly no sex drive. Because it was never a work trip. He was just having intense affairs behind Francine's back. He spent most of his time and money on a woman named Giselle LaFrance, and she would be very pivotal to today's case. It was a full-blown affair. He was showering her with gifts, spending money to be with her, making her believe that he was a victim in his marriage. Giselle said that he cried to her, like sobbed actually. She said he cried and he cried. He said that he was sick and nobody was taking care of him. He had cancer. His wife was always out with other men and she was a bad mother. Eventually, Rock's family home was foreclosed on and Francine decided to file for divorce and take their 2 sons. She's thinking Rock can go just rot in a nudist camp for all she cares. But he didn't. he just joined another church instead. The Seventh-day Adventist Church, which is a really, really big church. I think right now they have 22 million members worldwide. But I do want to clarify, the experience that Rock is going to have with this church is just from his local church. And I have a feeling that it might not be aligned with most of the Seventh-day Adventist churches, you know? So don't let this be the representation of this group of people. But Rock joined because it was different. So there's like two things that he's really intrigued by. First of all, the church focused a lot on the second coming of Christ. And he really loved the Bible's book of Revelations. So Rock loved anything that had to do with the end of the world, a final apocalypse, the battle of good and bad. He was mesmerized by those things. The other aspect was, he really likes that SDA heavily emphasized vegetarianism and having a holistic lifestyle. So no smoking, no drinking, limiting processed foods. Rock was in deep. He starts bringing Giselle to these gatherings, forcing her to change her lifestyle out of nowhere. So they quit smoking, quit drinking, eating meat, and all the members of that specific church are so impressed by him. They're like, within a month, this guy has studied everything we already knew. I mean, he knows our teachings probably more than a lot of the members at our own church that have been coming for years. He's so passionate about recruiting other members. Wow! Eventually, within a few months, they have him teaching other members about the word. And at first it went really well. He's passionate, he's charismatic. But then slowly, the older members of the church would go check up on his lessons, and they would just get like sneak peeks of things. And it was weird. Rock would be in the room, and they're thinking, okay, he's probably like teaching them about how processed foods is so bad for the body, and mind, body, and soul, that connection, all of that. But Rock is like, women are subhuman. Women must obey men.
Das eskaliert.
They are submissive. They are subservient to men. And if they are not, they deserve to be punished. Polygamy. Also great. The local church that he was attending was ministered. So the head person in charge basically was a woman who did not appreciate his teachings. So he was kicked out. And he actually took a big chunk of people with him, all really young, around 18 and 24 years old. And this is what's crazy, okay? I was imagining 18 and 24-year-old men, because the message that he's serving serves men. A lot of women. Yeah. He just knew how to win over a crowd. I guess he was just very compelling. In the beginning, he seemed open-minded, passionate, fun, and kind. He also spoke English and French. Most of his followers only knew French, but he knew both. And that just added another layer of like, wow, this guy is really special. He's really smart.
Why do they speak French? Where are they?
Canada. So they have French-speaking provinces, yeah. But Rock was also unemployed, which, like, nothing is wrong with that. But he would live in Giselle's apartment rent-free. And now he's bringing all these young followers to listen to him preach in Giselle's cramped living room. And all these young followers would hang out in her apartment bonding, sitting on the couch. They would spend the night anywhere in the apartment that had a soft surface. It was super uncomfortable for Giselle. But they all just wanted to be around Rock as much as possible. Giselle hated it. She said, I had to prepare the meals and look after the other girls as if I was their mother. Actually, I think some of them fell in love with Rock the first time they saw him. They touched each other a lot, stroking each other's hair and giving massages. I liked it, but I didn't understand it. It just wasn't the way that things were done in my mother's house. And then they started doing the same things with Rock, caressing him, rubbing his shoulders, and oh boy, that I didn't like. I didn't agree with it at all. I was getting jealous, but I felt sure that he would never sleep with another woman. I mean, Christ, he's trying to be a pastor. He was teaching me about God and submission, and he said if I truly loved God, I would open my door to all the women and try to help them. He would say, Giselle, if you don't help these people, God will remember. So Rock encouraged all of these followers to call him Papi and Giselle Mommy. Yeah. Okay, so Giselle was kind of like the first lady of the house, and Rock was the president. They start growing this core group of followers, and once they had about 8 people, like, full-time in this little commune, so they had other people, but they weren't, like, living at Giselle's apartment full-time. 8 people. They decide, let's open up a business. The Healthy Living Clinic. And it was kind of like a rehab, but for cleansing, a retreat, if you will. They had this 5-day program where you would be there eating only organic food, taking alternative supplements and medicine, and there would be these group therapy sessions. A lot of people said you come out feeling renewed. The cult actually had a really good local reputation for people that weren't even religious. They would even host free vegetarian food drives for the sick and unhoused. But nothing in life is for free. Even doing charity work. Work is not free, right? How did they afford to keep the lights on and feed the less fortunate? Several of the members left their families, sold their homes, stole from their families, sold their cars, majority of their worldly possessions just to fund this clinic. One woman even handed her literal child into the foster care system because she was like, I don't think I can take care of my child right now, and it's just another mouth to feed for the clinic.
Wow.
She didn't want the child to burden the group's life goals.
What's her life goal?
To heal the world. Yeah. But things are very quickly getting weird at this clinic. The group therapy sessions were
Wir sind jetzt noch nicht
bogus,
wert
but
genug.
nobody could even feel it at the time. So Rock just loved to hear himself talk, and he would give very questionable or vague advice. He was mainly using these group therapy sessions to understand everybody's weaknesses, insecurities. And outside of that, the clinic started advertising itself as the place to go when you have illnesses, even terminal cancer. They're doing this after they've already basically killed
Oh ne, die
Geraldine, who
Lola.
had
Es ist
leukemia.
grad, nee.
So they're getting some business here and there, but most of the time, members were going out into debt to try and keep this place open. So Rock convinces them, we should go live off grid. Not that they really had any choice,
Nein.
they're about to get evicted.
Ich sehe doch, dass ich hier
Some of the
grad was
members are
mache.
hesitant. They're like, you know what, but I really like living in the city. I don't think that I want to go live where there's no running water, and that just seems really extreme. This is too much. But Rock says, I really didn't want to have to tell you guys, but I saw something. He's like, okay, fine, I'll tell you. The other day, I went out into the woods for a meditative stroll to be with God, and I saw this white light peeking out from the clouds, and there was this voice that was carried by the wind, and the voice told me, the end of the world is coming. And I saw a glimpse, visions of violent storms. There will be hail the size of boulders, earthquakes, thundering, lightning, and the ground that I was standing on was sacred land. I have no doubt that this is the voice of God reaching out to me and warning me. The world is going to end, and we have 6 months until February. Christ will be back, and the apocalypse will happen. But we have been handpicked by God to be saved, as long as we live off-grid in the isolated woods. The only way to survive is to relocate to the sacred land and live under my guidance. 3 days after Rock's little vision, the group started exploring the base of a mountain that they would call the Eternal Mountain. This is not the real name of the mountain, but this is just what they call it because I guess it sounds biblical. But this place was as off-grid as it gets. They would have to hike for 2 days just to get this spot at the base of the mountains, and they chose it because it's next to this mini body of water that they would need to use for water. And literally, they're at the bottom of a mountain in the woods. There's no trail, and all they had in the beginning were tents. It took them a full week to transport all their belongings and all their tools from the base of the mountain to where they needed to be. From there, the commune started building these very basic, very primitive cabins, unhygienic conditions. Like, it's just intense. It's just a logwood cabin. They worked 17 hours a day just to get these cabins up. They didn't even bring much food or water because they were so isolated. They were barely getting any sleep, and of course, Rock is contributing zero, nothing to the work. The only thing that he's doing is inconveniencing his followers by making them hike 2 days into the town to grab him junk food.
Do we know how many people were there? And
At this point, there was probably like 20.
oh
At the
wow,
height, there was like 40.
wow.
Yeah.
And are they mostly women or?
I would say in the beginning it was more half, and then slowly it becomes more women, and then slowly it becomes majority children. Because they just keep reproducing so quickly. Now, his whole clinic, his whole belief system in the beginning was based off healthy living and no processed foods, but that went out the window. Somehow he convinced them that he would need to eat Doritos and fried chicken for the love of God. Literally for the love of God. And this man's love for junk food was unparalleled. I mean, they really did not have a lot of money. The whole reason that they're moving into the mountains is not for the second coming, let's be real. It's because Rock knows that they're out of money and they need to live off the land somehow. But the man loves his Lucky Charms, his Cheetos. He tells Gabrielle, this is one of the girls in the group, that's going to be very important. She was a nurse before this. Gabrielle, go sleep with the local supermarket owners so that we can get free junk food. He's basically trafficking her for a bag of chips and a few beers. If any of the members complained or took too long of a break, he would confiscate their food and water for the rest of the day. And Claude, one of the male members, said, we were always hungry, always hoping that we'd get a fair share for supper, so we tried not to disobey him. Food was constantly on our minds. And this is part of the game of convincing. First, you convince them of this special mission that you have, this crazy vision, and then you deprive them of basic human rights. And when you're deprived of food, water, shelter, these things, you can't even logically think about, wait a minute, I don't think the second coming is coming. Instead, you're thinking, when's my next meal? But even Rock was in a bad mood, okay? He wanted that cabin fast, and so he was just coming down on these people. If they were not working as hard as he thought they should, he would say, why would you need to eat if you're not working that hard? He also had this genius idea. This is a guy who owns a health clinic. This is a guy that's going to play mad doctor in a second. He had this genius idea of feeding everybody salt. The idea being, if they have a lot of salt in their system, they won't sweat as much, and he doesn't like when they sweat. Which, this is false, okay? You actually sweat more when you consume a lot of salt. Never mind the fact that you're further dehydrating the members because they had water and food rations at this point, and you're feeding them straight up tablespoons of salt. You could literally kill someone from salt poisoning.
Yeah, and it takes more water to process salt.
Yeah.
So.
And so this is, health clinic owner. And just the sight of this, I'm sure, is so ridiculous. So while the other members are sweating, bleeding from their hands, sweat drenching their clothes in the hot sun, Rock is sitting on a chair off to the side, eating chips and cotton candy, while going on these random rants about how the outside world, their family members, they are all sinners that don't want them to survive the second coming, and they're trying to oppress us, and hard labor and me is going to set you free. Sometimes after a really, really long day of work, he would make everybody squat on the dirt floor and listen to his nonsensical sermons. He was increasing his drinking more and more now that they were isolated. So his sermons, they didn't even make sense at this point. Back at Giselle's apartment, at least they made sense. And now, they don't. It's just rambles of a madman. If anyone even looked tired or their eyes got a little bit droopy, Rock would whip out a 4-inch thick wooden club, raise it above their head, and slam it down. And there would just be like this loud crack echoing through the woods. But the members were convinced that he was doing this for their own good. So just like that, the cabins were built, and it was just a big open room. It's like a very primitive cabin. They had curtains hanging from the ceiling to divide the giant room into smaller sections. The cult members, they start wearing homemade matching uniforms. Dark green ankle-length tunics for the women, beige tunics for the men. None of them were allowed underwear. And the whole purpose of the uniforms, Rock said, was to show equality within the group. But Rock is going to wear something different, okay? So Rock is like, I'm going to wear a dark brown tunic made of nicer material that has gold embroidery on it. And he convinces the group to start calling him Moses instead of Rock. But we're just going to keep calling him Rock.
Mach das.
He's convinced the group that he can resurrect people, God gives him visions, and that the apocalypse is coming, and the only salvation for them is to follow his lead. And so now we enter into phase 2 of the mind control, the hierarchy. There are two main aspects to this phase. He has to further his narrative of Armageddon, the end of the world, the apocalypse, the second coming, you get it. This is going to isolate his group from the outside world even more, make them fearful and anxious, more devoted to him because he is safety and security. And then within his own little system, he has to create rankings for everyone because he has to be at the top. So if everybody's equal, they can have equal conversations of, wait a minute, guys, some of the stuff he's saying isn't really making sense. But if they're constantly in a state of trying to up and get ahead of each other in the hierarchy, they're going to be jealous of each other. They want to fight for his attention and praise. It gives them a mission to do better within the group, to rank higher, and he starts doing that. He starts giving everyone new names, biblical names, which is interesting because Rock at this point had basically abandoned the Bible. Like he's picking and choosing which parts serve his message the best and disregarding everything else as basically fake news. But he gives them new names and starts assigning them literal ranks. So for a while, Giselle had, because this is his wife, she had de facto highest ranking compared to all the other women. But that would not last very long. October of that year, so T-minus 5 months before the end of the world, Giselle was 6 months pregnant and tasked with guiding the other women to enlightenment. A lot of the women said, even though we're technically married to some of the other men in the commune, I know that that's what Rock felt was best for us. I just feel lonely. I haven't been able to connect with them. It's not really a real marriage, and I think I yearn for that sort of connection. So Giselle goes to her husband and is like, we gotta help these girls. They're so lost and they feel so empty. And so Rock is like, okay, I'll help them by sleeping with them. Giselle found out that while everybody was out working, including herself when she's 6 months pregnant, Rock and another girl named Nicole were in the cabin doing it. She was so pissed off, she bolted right out of the cabin, started running into the woods. Rock ran after her, threw her on the ground, strangled his 6-month pregnant wife, and he screamed, "My name is Moses, and I am your master. You will obey me, and if you don't do what I tell you to do, the Lord will crush your skull." He didn't stop until Giselle promised to come back to the cabin, and she really didn't have a choice. Her standing in the hierarchy was about to change. Rock started impregnating all the other women, and they were just in like constant states of pregnancy. Sources vary on how many children Rock ultimately had, but it's generally accepted to be somewhere between 26 and 30 kids. He also started unofficially marrying all the women in the cult. He did it openly, and there was nothing a single person could do about it. And one of his favorite things to do was pit the wives up against each other, make them fight for his attention and love. I mean, they would point out every mistake that the other wives made to Rock so that he would physically punish them. And then they would be seen as the favorite. Like, everyone's fighting to be the brown noser. They went over and beyond trying to please him. Some of them would even give up their own children if Rock wanted them to. There were only 2 women in the commune that he did not sleep with. One of them was a woman named Maurice. Now, Maurice was the only one that hated being there. She was not there willingly. She joined because her husband Jack was in the cult. So she's like, okay, my husband and my kids are here, so what am I supposed to do? And she was constantly begging him, like, can you take us back to civilization? Like, we can't live in a cabin in the woods with our kids in these unsanitary conditions. She didn't even particularly find Rock's message compelling, kind of thought that he was a creep. She would naturally become the lowest rank in the hierarchy for the sole reason that she saw through Rock's bullshit. And she was the scapegoat for Rock. Something goes wrong? Well, of course it's Maurice's fault. He starts pulling her husband Jack closer and whispering in his ear nonstop that Maurice was on the other side. She has a birthmark on her stomach. Rock was convinced that the birthmark resembled the number 666, the devil's number. For that reason, Rock told Jack that he had to move Maurice away to her own little dingy shack away from the group. She can take care of her 2 kids over there that aren't fathered by him because Rock only likes kids that are his, and she's influenced by the devil. He also forbid the 2 from sleeping together, and he would actually egg on Jack to beat his own wife, and he would say things like, "You don't know how to treat a woman like your wife." And the whole thing was really bizarre. Members said that Jack would beat his wife Maurice and then constantly glance over at Rock for an approving nod or a smile. And then one day, Maurice waddled into the kitchen, so she's heavily pregnant with Jack's baby. She got pregnant before Rock forbid them from being intimate anymore, so she's like 6, 7 months pregnant. And she sits down, eats her small stack of pancakes on the plate. Barely enough food for one person, definitely not enough food for 2 people. She gets up, grabs a few spare pancakes left on the counter. They're like tiny little pancakes, they're not even yummy. She's starving. And while she's eating, Rock walks up to her, punches her on the side so hard he broke 2 of her ribs while she's pregnant. Maurice falls to the ground in pain, and Rock just stands over her, soaking in her agony. He never said that she could have more food, so she deserved the punishment. At this point, Maurice had enough. She starts begging her husband Jack, like, we gotta go. We cannot be here. I can't do this anymore. Jack goes and tells Rock what his wife is thinking, and Rock is like, oh, perfect. I have been itching to teach somebody a lesson. Bring your wife to me immediately. He gets the couple in front of each other and hands Jack an axe. It's only fair, since she's your wife, that you're the one tasked with disciplining her. Jack is like, I don't think I follow what you're saying. Cut off her toe. Jack immediately turns pale, ghostly white. He starts shaking his head, backing up from the axe, but Rock walks up straight into his face and smiles, and he's amused. He's like having fun with this. He says, what are you? Insert homophobic slur. Don't you have balls? If you want to be a man, you gotta teach a woman a lesson. Jack starts crying, and Rock tells him, well, if you don't cut off one of her 10 toes, I'll just chop off all 10 of her toes. Is that what you want? Jack felt like he had no other choice. Maurice knew that she couldn't outrun them. She's heavily pregnant, they're in the middle of the woods, and she had seen what happens to members when they're attempting to run and get caught. So she's forced to lay down while Jack takes an axe, her own husband, and slams off her pinky toe.
Oh my god.
And Rock says, "Oh, a new rule. You two are forbidden to talk to one another unless I'm present. That goes for everyone in the commune. No one is allowed to talk to anybody else unless I am present." And to really solidify the hierarchy and rankings, Rock played games. He basically created his own torture Olympics out in the woods, gladiator-level games where he would torture the group physically and psychologically. Rock was a sadist. Like, there's no other way to put it. He loved putting people up against each other, playing mind games, and he really loved unique ways to torture people. He liked getting creative with it. He would go out into the dirt and draw this big square, and he would have his followers wrestle inside the square naked. It was like a fight club atmosphere for his own entertainment. He would give them 3-minute intervals to just pummel each other while he watched. Or he would instruct one person to get on the ground, and the rest of the group would just jump that person. If he didn't have the energy to watch, he would force his members to get naked and just stand in the icy snow for hours. He would hand out knives to every single person except for one, and they would say, "Okay, we're gonna go kill this person now. Run into the woods, we're gonna find you and stab you." And right as they're about to be stabbed to death, he's like, "Just kidding." It's like he loved this power. The last second he would say, "Just kidding, I can do whatever I want." Sometimes he would come up behind his followers and douse them with boiling hot water and then force them to sit on stoves that were on. He also really enjoyed humiliation. He would have all of his members lay down on the floor, and he would urinate and defecate on them, force them to eat each other's feces and dead mice, force each other to be human toilet paper rolls. He pulled out half their teeth with pliers, forced them to engage in group adult activities, and sometimes including all the offspring. So moms, kids, dads, everyone. It's claimed that he made one of the members engage in bestiality at one point, which is the act of explicit activities with animals. They were told to smear each other with other excrements, and if you're like, how? Why? Like, how are they okay with this? Rock convinced them that he didn't want to do any of these things. He didn't want to make them do any of these things. By nature, he hated violence. It was against who he was. But he was a messenger, a vessel for God, and God was very mad at them. After these crazy torture sessions, he would run outside the cabin, fall to his knees dramatically, and he would cry, "God, please stop using me as a vessel." And the group felt so bad for him. They felt like, we have to endure this level of torture because when the world finally ends, we will have proven ourselves to God and we'll be God's chosen ones. And technically, he's just whipping the sins out of us. To them, torture was purification. This was not abuse, this was cleansing. To show you how intensely they believed in this, one of the followers wrote a letter to Rock after a particularly brutal night, and she was brutalized as well. She wrote, "Good day, Moses, my master. I would have liked to have talked to you yesterday evening, but I think it's preferable to write these things down rather than say them, for fear of talking too much. I'm going to talk to you about the last fit of anger that your master exercised through you. I really believe that it did not come from you, but from someone much higher. For my part, I really believe that you were possessed by a very powerful spirit. That's what I saw in what you did. The throwing of the knife, shooting us, the harm done to Mommy. My eyes saw things that went beyond them. I am very well and very happy to belong to the real master, who himself belongs to the only master of life, God. Love, Solange." Solange is reassuring Rock that they all knew that he didn't want to abuse them, that it was God's doing through his body. He was just a vessel, he was a messenger. And he hated it. That, to him, was his own torture. Everyone was walking on eggshells around Rock. They didn't know what was going to set him off, what he was okay with. To give you an example of how terrified they were, they would write letters to Rock, and they called him Papi, and they would apologize literally for eating too much, being hungry, not being pretty enough, not being skinny, talking too much, literally everything. One letter reads, "Hello, Papi. I'm writing to you about what you said on the subject of nutrition. It is very true that I nibble, a damnable fault that I will never again repeat. I ask that you forgive me. If it is stealing, I did not realize. It is my fault that causes my plumpness. I do not want to be a fat and plump servant that is too ugly next to the man that you are. I will not repeat these actions. I wish to be a true servant to you, master, alert, vigorous, and with a clear and lively spirit, and, well, balances to serve you every moment of my life. Thank you, Poppy. I love you. Another reads, Adored Poppy and well-loved Master, I am happy about the lovely family that you have formed and have allowed me to join. I am Slime. I am less than nothing, and I beg your pardon for the errors of my flesh. I love you, Poppy, and I will love you eternally. Another one would read, Dear Poppy, I feel happiness belonging to you. I thank the Eternal for giving you the breath of life. You never make mistakes. If you were not here, where would I be? I laugh because I love you. I cry because I love you. All my joy is to be forever close to you and give you what you desire. Another, My master, my king, you are the most handsome, the greatest, the best loved of the kings of my heart. And these were written to Rock after he murdered a child. The newest person to join the cult after they moved into the mountains was a man named Guy Veer. Now, Guy had a history of depression and mental health problems, and he sought out the group. So he had seen Rock on TV. Yeah, because they're doing like TV interviews. We're going to get into that. He saw Rock on TV talking about his prophecies, and Guy was like, I love this message. So he trekked through the woods to find this cult. And he was like, hey, can I join you guys? And Rock is very intrigued by this guy who just like came out from the woods. How did you find us? Wait, what? This is weird, right? He starts taking him through all these random tests to see if he's worthy of being allowed in. He passes, but Rock is not satisfied. He makes it very clear to the group that Guy is not their equal. He is allowed to join the group, but he will live in the storage shed. He will not be allowed to celebrate with us. He will only get 1 meal a day. He will also be the new designated babysitter of the animals. That's what he called them. So remember how I said that Rock had a lot of kids with a lot of different women in the cult? Mm-hmm. Well, there were a few kids that people had brought into the cult that were either like Maurice and Jack had a few kids, and then some of the moms had brought in kids that weren't Rock's. Mm-hmm. And he called them the animals. Wow. He literally hated them. He would beat up them whenever he was bored. He told everyone that they were nothing but a waste of space, extra mouths to feed, so they had to be useful somehow. And they were controlled by the devil, so he had to beat the devil out of them. So he says, Guy, you're going to go watch over them. Not because I think you're a good babysitter, but because you're not. That's the whole point. That was his whole point. He's like, Guy seems unhinged mentally, so you get to go watch the kids. He chose the person that would do the worst job at watching, quote, the animals. So March 23rd, a month after the Great Disappointment, yeah, March 23rd, did you get that? The world did not end. The world did not end in February. But Rock was like, you know what? You know why the world didn't end? It's not because I'm not the Messiah. It's because God's time system and the Earth's time system aren't the same. So I got to spend the next few months working out these time calculations. But you're still going to die unless you follow me. So I'm just saying. Rock was excited, March 23rd, and the whole cabin was going to be decorated. They were going to have this huge celebration because do you remember Rock's 2 kids with Francine when his life was kind of normal, right? Mm-hmm. Rock Jr. Yeah, Rock Jr. and Francois. They've now gotten older. They're 8 and 10 years old. They were both going to come and live with Rock. Oh. So they had little stints where they would come and live with Rock for a little while, and then they would go back. At one point, Rock had basically kidnapped them to live in the commune. And when they were sent back to Francine each time, she noticed that they were just uncontrollable. Like, they were malnourished, they were showing crazy signs of abuse, and they were acting out. And so Francine is like, I can't do it anymore, go back to your dad. So they're going to officially come live with Rock for good. Yeah.
And he loves it.
And he's so excited. He got them special tunics to wear because this is his full flesh and blood. I guess his first 2 sons, they're like his heirs. And yeah, it's going to be a whole thing. In the hierarchy, his sons, these particular sons, are above all others. I think it probably has to do with the fact that their mother was not in the commune. Because if one kid in the commune is favored over the other, then the mom would kind of get de facto higher hierarchy, I'm assuming. So, I guess this was a way to, like, show everyone in the commune, see? You guys are losers. Look at my kids. Anyway, that day, everyone would be celebrating except Guy Veer because he would be watching the animals because they're not invited. So they would stay in this storage cabin and just stay quiet for the rest of the night. And the rest of the hierarchy, they would enjoy the celebrations. Now, there are 2 versions of what happened that night. The first version is that while everybody was at the party, 2-year-old Samuel started crying, disrupting Guy's sleep. Samuel is Jack and Maurice's baby. Guy wakes up super pissed, starts freaking out, starts screaming at 2-year-old Samuel, which only makes him cry harder, and that resulted in Guy punching Samuel 4 to 5 times in the face really hard. The first version claims Rock and the others found out about Samuel's injuries the next day and just wondered why Samuel suddenly couldn't swallow food, why he couldn't sit up like he normally did. And they said that Samuel's head just kept lolling back and forth on his neck, and his private parts were swelling up. So Rock decided, out of the goodness of his heart, that this baby probably had a UTI, could not urinate, and he took it upon himself to create an incision with no medical experience, took out a pair of scissors, snipped away at the private parts to let urine come out, and sadly, Samuel would die, despite Rock doing everything to save Samuel's life. Then there's version 2, the much more likely version of events. It was told by Giselle, and the version is in the book Savage Messiah. Now, Giselle said, yes, Samuel's face was beaten and bruised the next morning, but other than that, he was fine. But out of nowhere, Rock announced that Samuel needed to be circumcised. So he grabbed a cotton swab, poured rubbing alcohol on it, and pressed it into Samuel's mouth like a sedative. Then he went to perform the operation. Samuel did not receive any painkillers. He was in excruciating pain in the last moments of his life. But he did not die from the operation itself. His cause of death was actually from alcohol poisoning from the swab in his mouth.
Wow.
So for 2 years, baby Samuel had known nothing but misery and the feeling of being unloved and hungry, and then he was killed in like the worst way possible. When Maurice and Jacques found out about their son's death, it said that they paused for a brief moment before resuming their work. So again, we don't know if this is because they knew any sort of emotion would have brought on more torture to them and potentially other of their children, because they had a few more kids, or if they were genuinely at a state where they were so detached. It's unclear. At dinner, Rock offered to help burn Samuel's body to keep wild animals from picking at him. Maurice and Jack just nodded and said nothing else. And everyone else went back to normal as if nothing had happened until 6 months later, the trial. Rock woke up and had his wives dress him in his Sunday's best, black tuxedo. It was the big day. He was going to watch Guy take the stand and plead for his life to not be found guilty of Samuel's murder. Yeah, Guy had been arrested. Guy pled not guilty, and it was his job to convince the jury to spare his life. So after an hour, the jury comes back with a unanimous verdict that Guy was found not guilty by reason of insanity.
What?
Rock stood up in shock, and he was pissed. Rock was like, how can you not see how guilty this guy is of killing Samuel? And he pointed at the jury, which were his children. And then he pointed at the prosecutor, Giselle. And then the coroner, Gabrielle. This guy is having mock trial. And he screamed, not good enough, he must be castrated. The jury went back to vote on the punishment of castration. They came back 7-3 in favor of castration. All the people that just voted for not guilty by reason of insanity, now with Rock's urging, they were out for blood. Literally. So Rock turned around, and it said that he was able to turn on his charm and sympathy like that. He walks over to Guy, and he tells him so nicely, remember all the headaches that you were complaining about? The guy's like, yeah. Well, that's from your excessive love and passion for self-fulfillment, if you will. It's also why you're having respiratory issues. They're all connected. Rock was encouraging him to get castrated, almost building this new vision for Guy. He's saying, right now you're the bottom of the barrel. You are basically a slave in the hierarchy. But if you're castrated, you would still be kind of a slave, but more of like a eunuch. And that's better than being a slave. Marginally better, right? So eunuchs typically are castrated servants, and they are a bit more trusted by rulers to not have strong private interest. Basically, you have no family. You probably won't be king because everyone knows that you're a eunuch. You don't have romantic ties, typically, so how can you betray the king? That's a very casual gist of it, but Rock is like, think about it. You could be a eunuch, and it's going to be better for you. Guy is hesitant, but Rock takes that as a yes. He hands him a piece of paper to write, I consent to being castrated, and has him sign it. Yeah, okay. Guy signs it, and Rock has him lay down on the kitchen table. Gabrielle, get the tools. The tools are an elastic band, a razor blade, a magnifying glass, and a pair of tweezers along with rubbing alcohol. Rock ties up Guy's parts with elastic and just slices everything off. And it's not even a clean slice, it's like a back and forth slice. Wraps it in a Kleenex and walks off. Guy is in so much pain. He was forced to do salt water compresses every 20 minutes to make sure it didn't get infected, and he never complained about another headache ever again.
Der würde ich auch in dem Fall
He
nicht.
survived.
Yeah.
Wow.
So at this point, Geraldine, the patient with leukemia, had died. Another member who had MS also ended up dying. This was earlier on. And now Samuel is dead, baby Samuel, and Guy has been castrated. Like, there's a lot going on in this group, and you would think that if this is how they're living out in the woods, it would be in their best interest to just keep quiet and not make any noise, right? But Rock was interviewed by Radio Canada one day, and this is around the time of the Jonestown Massacre, so a lot of people are on edge about cults and how deadly they can be, and the minute the police catch wind of this little commune in the mountains, they're watching them like hawks. But there's really nothing they can do about it, because technically they're not breaking any laws. So after the radio interview, the police are able to bring in Rock and one of his followers, Claude, for psychological evaluations. This interview was enough proof for the police to be like, we don't know if this person is unhinged, so by law we can have them evaluated. The psychologist said Rock has mystical delusions that could point to schizophrenia, but he is not a current danger to society or himself. So legally, they cannot keep him involuntarily. It is not a crime to have mystical delusions. So the police are just forced to let him run back into the woods. Like the little freaking menace that he is. There were other small reports made to the police about the group. Rock would fail to pay businesses for goods and services. Some of the group's family members called the police to request wellness checks, but the police couldn't really do much. Like, they needed a very strong reason to raid the place. And they got it when Rock went on another radio show. So, like, think of a cult leader just, like, doing pod interviews nonstop. Like, what? And in the interview, he's going on and on about his prophecies and how the world is ending, and the police are like, okay, now we can raid Eternal Mountain. He's talking about the world ending. He's not even just talking about how they're living off-grid. 10 police officers and a helicopter barge into Eternal Mountain. And this
Da
part
musst
is
du
really
warten, bis
sad.
er was Falsches
Parents of
sagt.
some of
Wie
the cult
anstrengend.
members were flown in via police helicopters to convince their children to leave the cult, to come back home. But they were met with a cold shoulder. One of the moms of one of the members was actually sprayed with bear spray, which is worse than pepper spray.
Wow.
Yeah, like they had been brainwashed to the point of genuinely hating their own families. The place was raided. Rock was arrested for obstruction of justice. He went through another psych evaluation where doctors had mixed diagnoses of his mental health. One doctor said, yeah, this guy has schizophrenia for sure. And then another doctor was like, this man is a nice person and society is so judgmental. The whole time during that psych eval, Rock was turning on his charm, telling the doctor, I'm actually a savior. Not in, like, the prophecy messiah kind of way, that's silly, but in the sense that these are all kids that were getting into and going off in the deep end, and I saved them. I put them on the right track, teaching them hard work, hard labor, how to eat well, how to take care of their bodies. We're just a group of lost souls that found each other, and we're making a home together. The doctor went as far to describe Rock as a Renaissance man, saying that he was bright, inquisitive, and had a sensitive nature. So basically, Rock got off with a slap on the wrist because of this doctor's findings, and the media starts running with it. They start calling Rock the mysterious gentle mountain man. Okay, so I think also there's like a trend in media, and at that point in time, there was a trend of like, we shouldn't discriminate people because we don't believe in the same things that they believe in, which is, I don't think it's a trend. I think that's a really good value, right? But they were like kind of going off the deep end on it. They were like, the man is being discriminated against because he doesn't fit into societal norms. He and his group just want to be one with nature, and technically, aren't we all brainwashed to a degree? Aren't we all living in this disgusting, brainwashed, capitalistic world where everything is about mass production and technology, and they are so misunderstood? It's crazy, but around this time, the Eternal Mountain, or they called them on the media, the Holy Mountain family, became a bit of a tourist attraction. People liked their quaint log cabins and medieval-looking tunics, so every single day about 75 to 100 tourists would try to hike into the mountains to find them and just watch them from afar.
What?
Like they were circus animals.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But that's not to say that everybody just loved the cult and couldn't get enough. There were a lot of skeptics, including one journalist by the name of Debbie Villica. She said that she trekked through the woods to try and get an interview with the commune. And when she got closer, they started shooting at her in the woods. So she was like, stop shooting. She finally emerges from the thick woods, and she sees all of Rock's wives just super pissed off at her. And this is fascinating because most sources describe Rock's wives as being very weak and timid, mild-mannered. And while I can agree with their assessment, it's fascinating how much they're willing to do for Rock. So when the reporters get there, they see them as a threat to Rock. So they become really nasty, angry, just mean. And they keep yelling at her like Rock is going to be upset. Now, Debbie had come with another reporter, and they end up feeling like, we gotta do something about this, right? They burst into one of the cabins where all the kids are. There's like 12 small kids, and Debbie was so freaked out. She said there's 12 pairs of eyes just staring at her, and none of them felt human. Like, it's dead silent. Not a single kid is moving, talking, fidgeting, and there's infants in this group. It was weird. They were so still, it was odd. Before Debbie could interview the moms or ask questions, Rock comes in through the door and offers to give Debbie a tour. And it just all felt like a show, Debbie said. His way of speaking was just so philosophical, using all these grand metaphors. He gave Debbie this long-winded philosophical explanation of why things were the way things were, and he said, if you go downstream, the waters are muddy from people walking through it, drinking from it, messing it up. But if you come up to my source of the river, it is clean. And by coming to the source, you have come to me, and you have come to the truth. What does that even mean? Debbie was not impressed. She thought this is just one big con man. He would say really self-pitiful things like, I have chosen this way of life. I know I'm destined to suffer. Any person who believes in something with his heart that is different from others will suffer. Debbie is like, yeah, suffering by having a bunch of wives worship you and do all the chores? So she asks, and the truth is you need to have multiple wives in order to be the source of the truth? These are not conventional marriages. The women love me and I them, and the babies, they are a result of our strong love for one another. During interviews, Rock would do this thing where he would sit on one of those rocking chairs, and he would have one of his 1 bajillion kids hop onto his lap and say, I love children. He would say this. That's alarming when people say, I love children. I'm like, no you don't. Or you do for a weird reason, because it's just like a very odd thing to state. Like, I love children. Sir, you're in a cult. That's what we're investigating you for. He talked about how his wives are such a big part of his life, and all of this is a mutually agreed upon decision between all of them. And he said, in fact, as we speak, there are 3 more babies on the way, and we plan to deliver them through natural birth on our land. I love my current 7 wives, and they love me. It is natural. Babies come. There was also an 8-year-old that lived on the commune, and she was not, I believe she was Maurice's daughter, right? So she's 8, she's not Rock's daughter, and Rock briefly talked about how he was going to marry her eventually. And the journalist asked, like, at what age? And he just smiled. And a lot of the interviews, not just with Debbie, but later with other reporters too, most of them were done in English. None of Rock's wives knew English. They had no clue what was being said about them, and the whole vibe was just very unsettling. Debbie did not believe a single word that he said. There was not much anyone could do about it until Guy escaped. Guy is the one that was castrated, that was involved in Samuel's death. He escaped. Even after his castration, when he was promised that he would be treated better as a eunuch, he wasn't. He was regularly jumped by the group and like doing all this dirty work. So he runs out, he tells the police that there's a dead baby in the commune, and he didn't describe in detail the truth. He said that the baby was kicked by a horse and died, because I guess he was scared that he was gonna get arrested. Now, it was enough for the police to raid the whole place. Rock and 6 other members were arrested. Most of the children were placed in temporary protective custody, but the group was calm. They showed the authorities the paper that Guy signed consenting to castration, and they all had the same story. Samuel was assaulted by Guy, and that's how he died. They even told the cops about the mock trial, and that's, why he was castrated. It's honestly unhinged that they were talking about it so casually. The authorities would later say, it is unnerving how everyone in the cult seemed so uncaring. Like, no one was shaken up, remorseful, embarrassed, or even upset by what they were talking about. Gabrielle would later say, at the time, we were no longer human beings. We could not even think properly, because what you go through is fear. Second after second, minute after minute, hour after hour, for years. You stop becoming human.
Do we know how long they're in the woods for?
Yeah, for years. Yeah, some of them, each member leaves at different points, but it's complicated because they're going to get arrested, and then they're going to go back into a different set of woods.
Wow.
But some of them would be in the woods for, like, a decade. Living like this for, like, a decade, yeah. So they were tried in the real court system, not a mock trial, and 7 members of the cult were found guilty for the death of 2-year-old Samuel. They were found guilty of a lot of other charges as well: obstruction of justice for burning Samuel's body, child neglect for the children at the commune, bodily harm with the intent to mutilate Guy. And for the next few years, Rock would be imprisoned. Their cabin in the woods would be destroyed. They would all be evicted, and everyone thought, okay, this is it. This is the end. Horrible, but this is the end. But no, the commune stuck by Rock's side. They rented out apartments near the prison, and they would visit him as often as they could. Giselle took on the role of de facto leader, head. She worked on keeping everyone in town, everyone in the apartment, maintaining their support and morale for Rock. Rock would constantly call them to remind them of how much he loves them, and he can't wait for them to be reunited, and this is God testing them. See, that's a trend with all these religious cults. Arrest is a test. Arrest is not a testament to guilt or a crime being committed. It's like, can you get through this? You have to get through this to prove that you're someone special. He gets out in about 2 years, which is insane. That's literally nothing for the charges that he was facing, for like the crimes that had happened. He reunites with his members, and he wants to find a new sacred land in a plot of land next to the Burnt River. It's in Ontario. It's 200 acres of property. So Rock and his 22 remaining followers. So prior to this, there were like 40 of them. Now it's like 22. 3 men, 9 women, 10 kids. They head to another isolated off-grid location. And side note, while all of this is happening, again, the apocalypse came and went. And like, these people are still at this point so indoctrinated to the point where they don't see the truth. Now we enter into phase 3. This is when they get to their new isolated home. This is the point of no return. This is the scariest phase. This is when it's just full indoctrination, and Rock can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, with no reasoning. He starts his game of punishments. This is when he doesn't need to justify anything. He doesn't even have to act remorseful afterwards. He stops all of that. What he really wants to do now is play doctor. So, side note, the cult name, the Antel Kids, actually comes about around this time that they moved to the Burnt River. They were busy building another cabin structure out in the woods, and Rock is sitting there eating junk food, and all the members, including women and children, are scrambling to make these cabins, and he thought it was so funny. He thought it was really hilarious. He said they all looked like worker ants putting together a colony, like scrambling around. So he dubbed them the Antel Kids. The group built the cabin, made their own wooden tables, bed frames, chairs. I mean, this commune was definitely a bit more elevated. They had a cellar under the cabin where they stored vegetables. They grew corn and potatoes. They had a wood stove and oil lamps around the cabin. They designed jackets with large interior pockets so that they could go into the town of Somerville and steal whatever they wanted, including meat and processed foods. Again, things that they started hating in the beginning of the cult. Nobody in Somerville knew who these people were and what they did in their past commune, and Rock decided that they would open up their own little bakery to make money. So they started selling pastries and fruit, and it was kind of cute, I guess, to outsiders. He named it Anthill Bakery, and from the outside, the locals just thought, aw, like, what a cute bakery of a bunch of harmless hippies who are just trying to sustain a livelihood off-grid. So now, with the new cabins built, a new business that can at least feed them, Rock is getting bored. He brings back Torture Olympics full force. He's constantly beating the kids. He would single out random kids, usually the ones that he didn't father, and sometimes even his own kids. For whatever reason, he would just hate one of them randomly and say, this one is marked by the devil. It got so bad on a cold morning, January 26th. It was about 14 degrees outside. Gabrielle, who was a nurse prior to all of this, she had a 5-month-old son with Rock. Rock hated him, called him an evil child, the mark of the devil. He would constantly beat him, saying he was beating the devil out of him. So Gabrielle, to spare him from a life of torture and pain, decided to lay him in a wheelbarrow and leave him outside in the freezing cold. He died from the cold. His eyelids were frozen shut. Rock was also essaying the kids. I mean, essay in this cult was rampant. It was really, really bad. I guess Gabrielle genuinely thought that she was saving her kid from a life of torture. Rock was absolutely brutal with the kids. When he was drunk, he would just grab his own babies, hold them over open fire. He wouldn't even be staring at the baby. He would stare at their mothers, his wives' faces. And he thought it was hilarious the way that they would cry and beg him to not hurt their own child, but to hurt each other's child. Really pitting them up against one another. Other times he would pick the kids up, press them up against a tree, nail their clothes to that tree, and tell the other members to pelt them with stones or torture them by stabbing them like next to the tree bark. So they're not getting stabbed, but it's psychologically very damaging. He would even turn the kids against their own mothers. Once he got older, he started forcing the kids to beat their own mothers to show that they had no allegiance to anyone but him. The kids lacked sleep, food, education, sanitation, everything. Their teeth were decaying. Mental health was not a thing. They were not doing well. At all. So this is, the kids that he liked. Imagine what he did to the kids he didn't like. So remember Maurice, this is Jack's wife, the one who cut off her pinky toe? She decides, I can't do this anymore. She had been alienated from her own husband for a year now. I think that she realized that he's not coming back to her. So she leaves. Rock only agreed to let her leave without killing her if she left her eldest daughter to marry him. And so she stayed behind to be Rock's next wife, and Maurice fled the cabin. She took 2 of her younger kids with her. She was finally free after 8 years of being there, and she would spend months recovering before finding the courage to go to the police. But by then, it would be too late. Another person would die, and an arm would be amputated. So Rock felt like he's losing control of this group. He starts lashing out even more. He, for whatever reason, woke up one day super angry at Claude, forced him to wear an elastic band around his private parts, like triple tied. Claude was forced to sleep with it on, and because of the severe lack of blood flow, it caused permanent damage to his private parts. By the morning, one of his parts was swollen to the size of an orange. Rock then cut it open, dug his fingers around in there, found the infected orange-sized part of his private parts, and physically removed it, like ripped it out of him. He then cauterized the wound with a hot iron, basically closed the wound shut with a hot iron, and he just felt this thrill, this genuine excitement of surgery. He loved surgery. He then proudly lifted the private part in the air and told his oldest son to go put it in his trophy shed. This is when the 2 oldest sons with Francine decided to leave for good. And now, with his sons leaving, he's even more stressed out, okay? So for whatever reason, not that there ever is a reason to be violent with another person, but at this point, he really doesn't even try justifying his actions. He just wants to hurt more people. He throws a hunting knife at Giselle, his wife. It penetrates her thigh, gives her a gash on her leg that's 3 inches deep. There is blood dripping down her leg, and when he wakes up from his little nap, because right after doing this, he drank his beer and rolled over, fell asleep. When he wakes up, Giselle's leg is completely swollen, and he's so excited, because this is another chance to play surgeon. He walks up to her, presses up against her leg, causing the wound to burst open again, because it had clotted itself, and he starts pouring cups of hot steaming water into the injury, effectively cooking her flesh. He started poking into her injury with a hot iron, and she said when he did his doctor work, he was just like a butcher. He was very rough with his patients, and the pain was so unbearable. The pain was so intense, I couldn't stop screaming. I passed out twice, and when I came to, I felt like I couldn't even recognize the people around me. I felt like I was in a concentration camp. In a week, the wound would grow infected, and this is when Rock is like, okay, I gotta do something about this infection. He gathers salt and olive oil and starts massaging inside the wound for 2 hours with salt and olive oil. Yeah, eventually the wound would heal painfully and slowly, and Giselle would use that as a chance to run. But she still came back. She said that she was so scared she ran to a women's shelter. At one point she ran to her brother's house, but ultimately she believed that this is where she belonged and this is what God would want for her. So Rock kept going. He picked up a torch, held it up against Josie, another one of his wives. She had severe burns on her back that would never heal, and they were bubbling and boiling. Then one of his other wives, Nicole, gave birth to their child, and that day, the day that she gave birth, he put the torch up to her stomach, completely burning her. Nicole was heavily victimized every time she was pregnant. The torch happened during her most recent pregnancy, but prior to that, when she was 3 months pregnant, he beat her so hard she lost her baby. He also aimed a gun at Nicole, shot her in the shoulder. In a fit of anger, he also kicked his other wife Giselle with steel-toed boots, broke her ribs. Other times he would beat his members with an axe or just walk up to them, grab a fistful of hair, and he wouldn't stop pulling until he ripped out a whole, chunk of their scalp. Cloud got a big clunk of that violence. He was one of the few men left. And so Rock broke every single one of his toes one by hand. So it took a while and it wasn't a clean break. He took broken glass to slice up his arm up and down. He used a plier to pull out 11 of Cloud's teeth, forced Cloud to sit on a chair, and grabbed a sledgehammer and forced his wife to shatter his knees. He dangled Cloud from the ceiling and would have just left him there for hours, and at one point he would have the wife stand under him and pluck out every single bit of body hair one by one until he was bald. By hand. He beat one of Cloud's favorite horses to death and then ordered Cloud to burn the animal's body. He pointed a gun at Cloud and shot him. Meanwhile, Gabrielle and Giselle, they were tortured. He would use pliers to squeeze their chest until they bled. One time, Rock placed Gabrielle's hand between lock pliers and squeezed until it broke. He used the same pliers to rip out 8 of her teeth, and even some of her jawbone at one point because he was pissed off at her. Yeah. He also smashed her thigh with a sledgehammer. He also started getting a bit more inspired by medical gadgets. He started using needles, filling them with whatever unloaded liquid that he wanted, and he would inject them into his followers. But after injecting them, he would purposefully twist the needle so the tip would break off, and it would be lodged into their skin. He started using torches to burn his wife's private parts and chest. He forced one member to use wire cutters to slice off Gabrielle's left pinky. And then one day, after a very long day of hard labor, Gabrielle said she looked down, saw something peeking out of her private part. She realized that her uterus had prolapsed, which means an internal body organ is now bulging outside. Usually it's down there and it's from weak supportive muscles. It was now sticking 3 inches out of her body. So she freaked out, went to Rock, and he literally punched her in the uterus to try and force it back in. When that didn't work, he used a string to tie it around her uterus to try and pull it out. But when that didn't work, he just stuck a wooden cone up there so it basically would work like a bottle cap and keep everything in. He broke another wife's cheekbone when she was 6 months pregnant. He would punch members in the neck until they passed out. And then one day, 32-year-old Solange, arguably Rock's favorite wife, woke up one day for an ache in her stomach. It could have been a number of things since they were starved and malnourished, but Rock was adamant that it was a liver issue, and the only way to be fixed is if he operated. He popped open some beers, chugged them, and then had his other wives dress him in this red velvet robe and a thin gold crown. He got everyone to gather around, laid Solange down on the table, started choking her, not for the operation, literally just because he wanted to. So it wasn't so that he could knock her out or anything, just choked her for a little bit before. And then paused to put on jewelry. Then he looked down at his wife and said, "Are you ready? I'm going to treat you tonight." So she's unclothed on the table. He tries to forcibly give her an enema, which is a medical procedure where you take a tube and insert it down there to help you get rid of any poop, to basically wash it out, flushing it out of your system. And it utilizes salt water, but he decided to use a combination of water, oil, and molasses. So think like honey, which is arguably the worst thing to use in an enema. He spent a good 30 minutes trying to get that to work. He was not nice or gentle. Solange was in a lot of pain. Once it was kind of inserted, he just starts punching her stomach viciously. Then he placed a tube down her throat and starts telling the other members to either blow or suck onto the tube, depending on what he was doing. When that wasn't satisfying, he grabbed a knife and sliced under her ribs. It was a 5-inch gash vertically down her side. And he just reached in and grabbed whatever he could find. And he pulled out 4 inches of what is presumed to be her intestines. They said that Solange was super calm during all of this and didn't even cry out. He told her, "It's okay, there, you're gonna be alright." He had other members stitch her back up and took his part to the trophy shed. Solange would have no anesthetic and no pain reliever. Gabrielle said her belly was open, and here she was in a state of calm and peace, and that really impressed her. After Solange is stitched up, he orders someone to draw Solange a hot bath filled with herbs and cherries, which just makes her feel so much worse. So he changes his mind and makes it a cold ice bath. So that night, Solange was tended to by a few of the other wives. She was bleeding out, and by the morning she would be dead. Her last words to them were, "Well, I never thought I would suffer that much in my life." Doctors would later state that she passed from a hole and leak in her intestines, and it would have been very painful. Rock was devastated that Solange died, which I know, okay, it's shocking because he causes her death, then turns around acting like he's the ultimate victim in all of this. Solange was his favorite wife. The members said that he fell into this deep depression after this, and he tries to get one of the members to shoot him. He claims to have taken 400 Tylenol, which I highly doubt. He claims to have tried drowning himself. I just don't think that he's the type of guy to want to exit. I feel like he would want to hold on and stay for as long as he possibly can, even though he's a menace to society and nobody wants him. But he said that as he was attempting to drown, God came to him and said, "You were pregnant with Solange." Yeah. Okay, so side note, this is not the first time Rock has said something very bizarre. At one point, he would go on these rants about how eating one's own male offspring is the ultimate religious experience. So Rock told the group that he's having these dreams that Solange is inside of his body and he was going to give her reverse birth, which is when a man's stomach works like a woman's womb, and he is now pregnant with his dead wife Solange. He was going around all day saying, "I'm pregnant, I'm pregnant, I'm pregnant." He had his followers dig up Solange's body and instructed the other wives to cut her up, pour vinegar all over her remains to get rid of any worms. Then he had other members drill a hole into her skull so that he could make love to her brain, and believed that his output would be her reincarnation. He even encouraged his other male members, well, just one, to do it because they were castrated. So when that didn't work, Giselle comforted Rock and told him that Solange would want to have been cremated. He starts digging for bones and vital organs that he wants to keep before she's cremated. He kept her rib bone in a leather wrap that he wore around his neck. He kept some other parts in a jar filled with olive oil, and it said that, like her kidney and uterus, and it said that he would make love to that jar consistently. And a lot of followers were starting to kind of wake up to the crazy that was Rock around this point. Gabrielle wanted to leave. She tried a few times, but she told her brother, she was so scared of Rock, but at the same time, she didn't think that she could live without him. One day, Rock got drunk again, and at this point, a lot of the followers, they would run off into the woods every time he got drunk so that they could just hide, because drunk means violence. And many of them fled. Gabrielle got stuck. She didn't flee fast enough, and now she's watching him, hoping that he doesn't pick on her. Well, he did. He remembered that Gabrielle had a stiff pinky, and he tells her, "Come sit on the kitchen table." He pats the table, like, "Put your hand down here, palm face down. It's gonna be okay." She puts her hand down on the table. He stabs a knife into her hand in the middle, so effectively nailing her hand to the kitchen table. There's blood gushing out from her wound, but Rock doesn't do anything. He casually goes over and starts drinking some more. For about 45 minutes, Gabrielle is sitting there, hand drilled to the table essentially, and cannot move. She's in excruciating pain. She's in shock. She's forcing herself to not pass out. And when Rock turns the attention back on her, her arm starts to turn blue. And he said, "That's not looking so good, is it?" He grabs another knife. This is like a carpet knife. So it's very similar to a box cutter, but with a tilted handle. It's not going to be the sharpest or the most effective knife. He grabs that knife in one hand, another hand to hold down her shoulder. And he starts pressing the carpet knife between her elbow and shoulder, so like middle of her upper arm. And he just starts carving. And it's a good utility knife, but a carpet knife, from what I can tell, is not equipped to handle cutting through tissue and muscle and bone. And that's what he's trying to do. He starts carving through the different layers, and he keeps getting down to her bone, and he keeps trying to cut, but it's not working, and he's getting frustrated.
Als
He
wäre
does
das
this for
dafür
hours.
nicht gemacht.
Gabrielle, mind you, is awake the whole time. She's watching this being done so close to her face. Rock calls one of the other wives to come over, and they start just digging their hands in there trying to pull bone out. And it's still not working. So they undo the hunting knife from her hand, pick her up, lay her down on the floor. They grab a blunt meat cleaver and completely hammers off her bone, amputating her arm. For no reason. Gabrielle did not cry. She said she did not even yell. She said she felt no fear watching this happen. It took hours, and she just heard God telling her, that God was with her and that God loves her. And this is when she believes reality broke. Because she's thinking, wait, God is with me right now, and God just told me I love you, and people wouldn't do this to people that they love. And God was the only one that made her feel safe and calm in that moment.
So afterwards, she had a moment.
Yeah, where she was thinking, this man is claiming to be God, but he seems like the devil. And she said, believe me, I was sure that night that I was certain I was going to die. So she left for a women's shelter the next day, but Jack convinced her to come back and that Rock had changed. She went back and they saw that the tissue on her arm was dying because it wasn't being treated. So Rock grabbed a pair of scissors and started cutting out the tainted parts. He also decided to slice off a chunk of her breast and beat her on the head with an axe. He forced her to go out to eat with him that day after doing all of that at a local Chinese restaurant. And the whole purpose was to just humiliate her and force her to show off her arm and scare the waitresses. Gabrielle was beaten, abused, humiliated, and eventually she ran out of the cabin into the woods. She didn't have the energy to go find help because it was very isolated. She just laid in the bushes for 2 days in pain, and the only reason she went back to the cabin was she realized insects had laid eggs in her brain, like her head injury. She walked back to the cabin, and Rock was drunk again. He heated up a torch, took a metal plate till it was blazing hot, and pressed it up against Gabrielle's arm, where he amputated her. The worst part was he was so drunk that he kept dropping the heat metal plate, and it just kept dropping all over Gabrielle's body. Finally, Gabrielle was able to escape from the group and made it to a hospital. But she was still protecting Rock. She tried to make up a story about how her arm had been cut off. The hospital did not care. They immediately called the police to investigate. And then she would finally open up to the horrors inside of Anthill. By the time the police get to the cult, the cabin is empty. Everyone had fled. It took 6 weeks to finally locate Rock. He was arrested the same day that Giselle told authorities about Solange's death. Rock and fellow members pled guilty to all charges against them regarding Gabrielle's amputation. Rock went to trial for the second-degree murder of Solange. He pled guilty and received life in prison, but he would be eligible for parole within 6 years.
What?
Which he would never get. But there was just a lingering question even after all of this that the public wanted to know, which was, did Rock believe what he preached? And did all of his followers believe him, like, wholeheartedly? Was there not even a single moment where they went, maybe this guy is full of shit? We don't really know. What's crazy is Rock wasn't even that powerful of a person outside of his cult. For example, he was visiting Utah one time, and he managed to get a $75 ticket in the United States. When he was handed a ticket from the cops, he walked away with a squishing sound coming from him because he had peed himself. He was not powerful or cocky to the outside world, but to his group, he was the all-powerful leader that could do no wrong. As for Rock Terrio, a lot of past members believed that he genuinely was delusional, that he genuinely believed he was some sort of prophet, some sort of gifted surgeon. Even after his arrest, 3 members remained devoted to him. They moved into apartments near the prison and scheduled as many conjugal visits as they could. So they were still sleeping with him while he was in jail. These 3 women would go on to have 4 more children with him while he was in prison. They were all immediately taken by CPS and given up for adoption. And Rock liked being in jail. He told the parole board that he wanted to stay in jail because he was scared for his safety outside. Which again, raging victim complex, okay? Like, he was really busy in jail as well. He tried to write a book, tried to sell artwork to a website called murderauction.com, which is exactly what it sounds like. They auction off art and other works from killers. It's definitely a controversial website. Wow. Canada stopped the release of Rock's work because of the outrage it was causing. So he's busy. His life in prison was honestly okay. A lot of the guards really liked him. Despite being one of Canada's most infamous and despicable criminals, they said that he was charming. And then it's debated whether or not this could have been stopped, whether or not the cult could have been stopped. We don't know, you know? I think that the media at the time was also in a phase where they were praising anything that was different. And yeah, I don't know. It was just strange. People were just not calling it out for what it was. I think people were very careful to be like, we don't really know, so let's let them do what they want. They're not hurting anyone, right? We don't know. February 26, 2011, which is the same month that Rock predicted a second coming like a decade ago, well, many decades ago, that the world was going to end. Well, February 26, 2011, the world did end for Rock Terrio. A 60-year-old man, Matthew McDonald, walked into 63-year-old Rock Terrio's cell and walked out with a bloody shiv. He stabbed Rock in the neck until he died, and somehow Rock's healing abilities did not save him. Matthew walked straight up to a guard, handed him the bloody shiv, and said, "The piece of shit is down on the range. Here's the knife. I've sliced him up." Matthew was already a convicted killer. He killed a taxi driver. He was sentenced to life in prison, and he had another record. So he wasn't getting out, so I guess he just thought, why not kill Rock?
But why?
So there are a lot of people that praise Matthew for this because afterwards he said he killed Rock because he was sick of hearing everything that he had done to women and children. So he figured, why not just take him out? Also, on top of that, he just found him extremely annoying. Yeah.
Ja, Civilian hat er ja
In
nicht.
prison, there's hierarchies, right? So I feel like these days, we know what happened with Jonestown, we know what happened with Manson, but Rock Terrio is one of the lesser-known cult leaders, but his impact on Canada was huge. His sons, I mean, just if he had 40 members, think of all the people that are family members or relatives or friends with these 40 members. The impact was wide. The kids, Rock Jr. and Francois, they would go on to write a book. They called their dad a shark that just needed to see blood. They said that they were scared every moment that they were in that cult. Gabrielle said that she was so lost when she met Rock. She was just looking for someone to find her. She was a nurse, but just nothing in life was clicking. Then she met Rock, and the way that he looked at her, it looked like he was looking inside of her. And then when they had held hands for the first time, she said it was kind of like a burning sensation, like a magnetism she couldn't pull away. She had never met someone with as much charisma as him. Gabrielle would later go on to write a book about her experiences in Anthill, Alliance of the Sheep. I could not get my hands on an English version of it because I believe it is in French. And yeah, I can't find it anywhere. If you guys can find it, please let me know. I'd be so intrigued. But she said it was very therapeutic to write. And the end message of the book is, happiness is not out there. You have to find it in yourself. And everything is already given to you to fulfill yourself. She said, there's always a bit of hope in the darkness, and we have to hope for that to get out of the darkness. Because there is always light at the end of the tunnel of our human misery. Always. Never give up. Never, never, never give up. And that is the story of the Anthill kids. It's probably one of the most gruesome ones. I will just say, I'm not sure if this is gonna get approved through YouTube. We might do a shortened version of it on here. Maybe check out Spotify where the uncensored video will be, or if you just want the audio, it's available on all platforms. Please be safe, and I will see you guys on Sunday for the mini-sode. Bye. That he ever received from his competitors in a tiny little scrapbook. Because what are these sweet memories if you don't look back?
Bada bing, bada boo.
In Colombia, there are these insane cathedrals and churches from like the 1600s. They are as beautiful as you would imagine. Once you walk in there, there's vaulted ceilings. I mean, they look 3 stories tall. Domed archways, pillars with these intricate gold detailing, stained glass windows just reflecting all this colorful light off of these wooden pews. And of course, you cannot forget the beautiful altars with these dripping, melting candles and these complicated, ornate statues at the front. And during the day, it is a place of gathering, reflection, faith, you know? But at night, I think like any building, the last thing you want to hear is someone weeping from inside of one of these cathedrals. In a small town in Colombia, at one of these old, old churches, there was a man weeping. It's nighttime, the lights are off, he's kneeling on the cold stone floor, he's looking up at the altar, and there's just tears streaming down this guy's face. His face is all scrunched up as if he had just seen something so utterly terrifying, and he's grabbing his fist, and he starts banging it on his own chest. And he keeps weeping, mea culpa, which means my fault in Latin. He starts pulling at his hair, he's hitting his head with his fist, obsessively reciting verses from the book of Psalms. The fool says in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. Their deeds are vile, vile, vile. There is no one who is good, no one who does good. Their deeds are vile. Two passerbys peek their head in through the door when they hear this weeping, and they're like, who is that? What is going on? Why is this man just weeping in this cathedral? This doesn't make any sense. And the other passerby says, oh, I think that's the new priest in town. This man was the beast of Colombia, the man who performed satanic rituals with dead bodies and Ouija boards. He was the man who sold his soul to the devil, not even figuratively, but he admitted to a transaction. He also kept a little blue book of 221 names, all of the names of the little boys he killed.
221?
That is the low end of the figure. The monster of Genova, otherwise known as the Beast of Colombia, is the serial killer with the most victims. It is estimated that he has at least 221 victims and potentially into the 400s. And this is how he was set to be released from prison this year, 2023.
Könnt ihr den bitte behalten?
We would like to thank the sponsors of Rotten Mango who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Doctors Without Borders, who, since 1989, Doctors Without Borders has been providing medical aid in Palestine through medical supplies, humanitarian aid, full-time volunteer medical providers, and emergency medical care. They are currently providing aid in Gaza and the West Bank and hospitals currently under siege. They're doing what they can to support the Palestinian healthcare system that is facing total collapse. The partnerships with Rotten Mango have also made it possible to support our growing team of dedicated
Das
researchers
letzte
and
Stück will
translators
nicht
while they focus
aufgehen.
on shedding light on stories from all over the world. And we would like to thank our listeners for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates of these causes. And as always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. With that being said, we did have the assistance from our wonderful Spanish-speaking researchers to help gather even more data for this case. But as always with foreign cases, if there's anything lost in translation, something we didn't cover, or you've got some interesting information on this case, please let us know in the comments. And let's get started. 8 boys in a small town in Colombia had lost a finger in a game of hide and seek. None of the 8 boys knew each other. None of them played hide and seek with each other, but they all had matching missing thumbs. But that's not all that's changed about them. It's not like they played one round of hide and seek, came back with a missing thumb, and went about their lives. They all walked around town now like
Hi.
the ghosts of the town. Before, these are kids
Wie
that were
geht's dir?
full of energy, full of hope, just bouncing off the walls. Their parents could not keep them still. And now they're flinching at every little noise, every little sound. I mean, they're sticking so close to their parents, and all the color looked like it had been just drained from their faces. And people are wondering, what kind of games are these boys playing these days? You think maybe their finger got stuck in something? Was it a machinery defect somewhere? Some townspeople started whispering it was not an accident. Someone's going around chopping off boys' thumbs. And the boys are now too scared to talk about it. They don't want to tell you who. But why? And who would even do something like that? Like, that's very random
Ja,
to
mir
just go
ging
around
es soweit
chopping
auch.
off
Ich habe ein
people's
bisschen
thumbs.
Kopfschmerzen.
Some neighbors heard. I think it's
Nur
like
ein bisschen
new venom moving
frustriert, dass
into
ich
town.
dieses Stück
What did they say? He
Wolle
was like a beggar?
nicht
The local
auseinanderkriege.
crazy man? Or no, someone said he was like a priest.
Ich habe hier
Other people said,
eine wunderschöne
no.
Wolle, wollte mir da eine
They
Mütze
said he was a
machen,
witch. Whatever he was just getting started.
aber es
Police were
funktioniert
called
nicht so
out into
ganz.
the woods,
Scheitert
where
ein bisschen
a
an der
mass
Wolle.
grave
Ja,
of
habe gedacht, ein
36
bisschen
tiny
was zu
bodies
hören ist ein
were
bisschen
found.
spannender.
Whoa.
Children. I mean, it's clear
Ich habe gerade
something or
angefangen.
someone had killed these children. This is not some sort of self-doing. You don't just have a mass grave of 36 kids. This is not an accident. This also wasn't a bus crash or a plane that crashed into the woods. And they start thinking, the investigators, they're putting their heads together. They've got like
Ja,
no
die doch.
clues to go off of. And the first thought is Pablo Escobar's cartel. They were active in the area. It's a Colombian cartel, and probably one of the most ruthless cartels in all of history. If anyone was capable of doing the unthinkable and killing 36 children, it would be Pablo Escobar's cartel. At the height of the Medellin cartel,
der
they
Gedanke
were
ist ja
bringing
schon
in
mal
over. I mean, this figure
nicht
is
so
insane. I
abwegig.
had to triple check because I'm like, there's no way. They're bringing in $200 million a day in profits. The king of Pablo Escobar was said at his height to be making $2 billion a year in personal income, of course tax-free. At their height, they were supplying 96% of the US's consumption and controlled 90% of the global market.
Ich häkel
They
gern. Ich habe es jetzt
basically
auch
ruled Colombia,
dieses
if
Jahr für
not
mich
the
entdeckt.
world. Side note, they were also very creative
Ich
people.
habe jetzt
Okay, I don't know if they found
einige
this
von
technique, but they definitely made a killing from it.
so
They
Herzen
would
gemacht.
soak denim jeans that you wear in liquid. I didn't even know.
Wollt mal gucken, jetzt wird's kalt, jetzt soll ich mir eine Mütze häkeln.
Dry off the
Ich muss aber
jeans,
erstmal die Wolle
export them
entknoten,
legally through
dass ich
shipping
irgendwo einen Anfang
containers
finde.
into the US,
Ein bisschen habe ich
where
schon.
they had special chemists
Die
that
fällt
would
halt
work with
auseinander. Habe ich
them
die
and
hochgehoben
would
habe,
get
hatte
the
ich
jeans, simply wash
Knoten.
them with a special liquid compound that would pull out the liquid cocaine and separate it from the rest of the liquid, and then they would dry it into powder cocaine. The cartel learned how to train carrier pigeons to deliver secretive mail to one another as a way to communicate. They had a ton of pigeons around, and it's estimated that they murdered, at the very least, 4,000 people during their reign as the kings of Colombia. Many of them were
Nice.
innocent people.
Warme Socken sind immer gut.
So what is another 36 to them? He said he kept every single threatening note that he ever received from his competitors in a tiny little scrapbook. Because what are these sweet memories if you don't look back at them? He kept them all, like love letters. But the Medellin cartel was ruled out because within the local cities, Pablo Escobar was notorious for being one of the locals' biggest philanthropists, if you will. His favorite cause to donate to was to help children in
Danke.
need.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Ich habe auch
he
blaue.
was more generous
Schöne.
around
Ah, die
Medellin,
habe ich
which is
gerade
the town he's from, but
weggeräumt.
he does seem to be a bit generous to Colombian
Muss ich noch
children.
in Kofi reinmachen.
So
Ich
to
glaube, die
mass
blauen
grave
Herzen habe
of
ich in Kofi
children, they
drin.
think it
Die
can't be
roten,
the
rosanen
Medellin
noch nicht.
cartel. Then could it be the Cali cartel? Another big cartel from Colombia. They operated a bit more secretively than the Medellin cartel. But that didn't make sense because they were known to be a tad bit nicer than the Medellin cartel. Like a tad bit. So Pablo Escobar was known as one of the most ruthless men probably alive. I mean, he's dead now, but when he was alive, this guy was cutthroat. He killed anyone that he even suspected of being against him, even just a stranger on the street. The Cali cartel ran like a business, $1 billion business. They had a Boeing 727 that they would use to fly drugs from Mexico to the United States. They would sell the drugs in the US, load up cash into the plane, fly that plane to Colombia where they would take the money. They made alliances with important people in the transportation industry to be able to pull all of this off. I mean, not only that, they had investors, bankers, lawyers, logistics, exporters, importers, chemists, wholesalers, retailers. They ran their business like a Fortune 500 company. But there were groups of the Cali cartel. There were subgroups where they allegedly believed in social cleansing of discardables. That's what they called them. Discardables were sex workers, street children, petty thieves, gay people, and people without homes. And a subgroup of the Cali cartel believed they needed to die. And so when they were not busy fucking up the whole world, they would go around social cleansing. They believed that these people were ruining their
Ich glaube,
beautiful
solche
city
Leute
of
gibt es
Cali,
leider
Colombia.
überall.
And
Super.
I don't know if it was a leadership thing, but subgroups would go around killing these people.
Hallo Max?
They would drive around with signs that read, "Clean Cali, beautiful Cali." They would toss these bodies into a river nearby that was now dubbed the River of Death.
Ja, zum Einschlafen eignet sich nicht sonderlich
And when
gut.
Pablo Escobar was finally
Hallo
imprisoned,
Max.
they wanted to
Sehen
fly
dich,
an
aber ich kann jetzt
A-37
nicht. Ich
Dragonfly, which is an
hier.
attack aircraft that's produced for the U.S. Air Force. I don't know
Nein.
how they got their hands on one, but
Ich
they
spiele
planned
jetzt
to
nicht mit
drop a
dir.
bomb on
Nein.
the whole prison to finally eliminate Pablo Escobar once and for all. And you're like, that's a crazy plan. It's just a plan,
Ich
though,
höre auch
right?
gerne
They
zum
got as
Einschlafen noch
far
irgendwie
as to
YouTube oder
trying to
Spotify.
load
Ab
the
und zu komme ich auch mal
bombs
auf
onto the jet,
sehr
but there was a crowd for it,
unschöne Sachen.
so they had to leave.
Gerade in YouTube
But they got the bombs. They got the jet, they got the bombs, and they were
Autoplay-Liste kommst
ready
du
to go bomb a whole prison
auf sehr,
for Pablo Escobar.
mit sehr
But the
seltsamen
mass
Sachen
grave
irgendwann.
was not in Cali, Colombia. So the detectives, they're thinking, this doesn't
Ja,
make
schon
sense.
süß. Er will jetzt
Even the social
Aufmerksamkeit, aber es ist
cleansings
gerade
that the
schlecht
subgroup of the
beim
Cali cartel
Entknoten.
would do, they were never at this scale. They were never mass grave levels, and they were never really outside of the city of Cali. And cartels, they typically
Ob ich
don't
das
just
heute
go
noch
out and
schaffe,
kill a
den
group
irgendwie
of
zu
children.
entknoten?
Typically, if they do target an innocent child,
Es ist schon
it's
weniger
done because they're
geworden.
targeting
So
their
Stück für
adult
Stück
family
ein bisschen.
members. Then the next assumption was, if it's not trafficking, it could be organ trafficking. Colombia has become one of the biggest markets for black market organ transplants, causing what they call now to be organ tourism. So it's where desperate foreign patients come to Colombia for an organ transplant that would be considered impossible if not illegal in their home country. To give context, recently, a 6-year-old girl had been kidnapped and sold to organ traffickers for $16,000. The World Health Organization believes that about 10,000 kidneys are traded on the black market worldwide annually. That's about one black market kidney sold every single hour. And there's estimates.
Das ist viel.
Kidneys can go anywhere between $20,000 to $60,000 a kidney, and that's just for the kidney itself. That does not include the operation. Terrifyingly, they will sell corneas, they will sell eyes for $30,000. Livers go for up to $50,000 to $100,000, and hearts and lungs go for about $150,000. Now, most of the time, the traffickers, or they call themselves brokers, they make all the money. There are some markets where victims willingly give up their kidneys for money, but they only get $2,000 for their kidneys, while the brokers are taking home $18,000 to $58,000. For the other organs, like the heart, the lungs, the parts that victims need to survive, they're either doing this because they have no choice, they've been kidnapped, or potentially their death is the only way that their loved ones can live. But they're not even going to get $150,000 out of that. They'll get a tiny percentage. It'll probably be closer to like $15,000 to die. It's estimated that the illegal organ trade generates about $1.7 billion a year. So investigators are thinking that makes sense. 36 kids and, children's organs, they could be more valuable on the market. But a lot of the victims in the mass grave, they had cuts on their stomach, and their private parts, they were missing. So, okay, maybe it could be organ trafficking, but no. Once they looked closer, they realized that all these cuts were made incredibly messy. Organ traffickers, they are precise with their cuts. Nobody wants a tainted organ. So that doesn't really make any sense now. The authorities then move on to the theory that answers any and all questions that they have.
Von rund um die Welt. Ich weiß es nicht genau, wo ihre Quellen her sind.
That would be the only thing that makes sense. Nothing else makes sense at this point. There was clear evidence of torture. Many of the victims were decapitated and had their right foot chopped off. Why would they have their right feet dismembered, but still left behind at the scene?
Ich weiß nur, dass ein ganzes Rechercheteam hinter dem Kanal steckt und sie präsentiert die nur.
And it's still there.
Yeah, they don't take it with them, they just leave them. It doesn't make any sense.
Die haben von der ganzen Welt, die haben welche aus USA, welche aus Kanada, welche aus Korea, welche aus jetzt, was war's hier, Brasilien? Nee, wir vergessen. Kolumbien war es gerade, ja. Wort direkt deleted.
So Lewis had
Jetzt hatten sie sogar einen deutschen Fall.
And Lewis's dad, he is very much men rule
Schloss
the world,
Neuschwanstein,
but more
da einer
importantly, only
zwei
I rule the
Touris
world. That's his thinking. So it doesn't matter if it's his son or his daughter, none of them are allowed to go out, none of them are allowed to talk unless he permitted them to. He was an alcoholic that spent all day at the bar spending up the family's money, and when he comes home, his whole family would hide under their beds. That's not even an exaggeration. They would hide under their beds because Lewis's dad had a temper. Whenever someone got on his way physically, he would blow up. And they've got a really small house with 9 people. Everyone is always in everyone's way. His way of saying, "Excuse me, could you please scoot over?" was just taking off his belt and whipping you. Yeah. So if Lewis's mom didn't have dinner ready on time,
so zuhören ist ja okay, aber so recherchieren, das hätte ich auch keine Nerven für.
Expected to predict that he's going to be home at certain points, but if she doesn't have his meal hot and ready for him, she would get beat. And as the eldest son, Lewis would try to stop his dad from beating his mom. But he tried a few times. The punishments were really bad. Lewis's dad would strap him up to a tree trunk, and he would beat him with a machete. I don't know how he would hit him with the back of the machete, or if he's just kind of beating him like on the side with the machete, or if he's practicing small, shallow cuts with the machete. It's very unclear, but it was a machete.
Y esa correa con él nos pegaba duro. Y nosotros no podíamos, digamos, jugar ni nada. Éramos totalmente, no me puedes hablar como niño, ¿sí me entiendes?
Eventually, Lewis would stop trying to protect his mom, because at one point he felt like, well, mom's never gonna leave, and I keep getting beat for no reason. And that's just how it was. At one point, Lewis's dad did attack his own wife with a knife, she ended up staying, probably not because she wants to, but from a socioeconomic standpoint, she would be destitute and her kids would be in danger. So she stayed, and Lewis stops protecting her. When Lewis would get beaten up, he would show up to school the next day with these massive red welts on his bottom, on his butt. He would be unable to even sit down because of this pain, and he would look at all the other kids that could sit down, that were so excited to go home after school because their parents loved them, and he hated them. He genuinely despised them for having what he didn't have. So he kind of tried to bully them. He wasn't really that successful. Okay, so do you know what a procedural memory is?
Mm-mm.
They're procedures that the brain has learned and can be activated without conscious thought. If someone hands you a piping hot cup of tea, without even thinking about what you're doing, you might grab the cup. You might blow on the tea so it cools down. You might take a sip without consciously deciding, I'm going to blow on the cup and I'm going to take a sip.
It's like a memory, body memory.
Yes, like muscle memory. And usually it's reserved for things like driving, riding a bike.
Ja,
But Lewis,
aber manchmal
all
ist
his
es auch so
procedural
lustig, weil du
memories were
lachen musst und dann auch
dedicated
nicht schlafen
to, okay, if
kannst.
somebody pisses me off,
Hatte ich auch
I'm going
schon.
to pummel them with my two fists. Like any emotion
Ich
he
muss die
felt, it
nächsten
was almost like a
letzten
trigger
Folgen hören, die habe
response.
ich noch nicht gehört.
Emotion, two fists,
Ja,
up
wer
in
heute
the air,
Abend
swinging.
wieder was
I mean, I guess he
machen
saw
kann
his dad do it so
zum
often, he
Schlafen.
felt like this is just what happens. Emotion A leads to action B. He would beat up his classmates for something as little as accidentally using his pencil. So you think, okay, Lewis is the biggest, baddest boy in class. But he wasn't. He would actually get bullied more than he was the bully. He wore glasses and he got bullied for that. And his last name is Garavito, which sounds like Garabato, because the V and the B in Spanish, our researchers were telling me, don't really sound different. So it's more like Garabato, Garabito.
Okay.
Garabato means doodle. Yeah. The soon-to-be world's deadliest serial killer, Lewis, in his grade school, was bullied for being Lewis the Doodle Boy.
Also ich
A
habe Pudel
very,
gerade
yeah,
verstanden.
it's
Fand
a
das
very
eigentlich ganz niedlich.
interesting
I mean,
bullying
Doodle
experience.
doesn't
Aber für einen
sound
Jungen
that
ist
bad,
halt
does it?
Pudel als
I don't
Spitzname,
think
glaube ich,
so.
auch
I
nicht
think
so
it's more
geil.
like chicken scratch, scribble,
I see,
squiggle.
I see. Okay, I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
So he's jealous of the kids at school because they have normal families, normal dads, and normal last names. And then Lewis's dad touched him. Lewis said one night his dad forced him to be bathed by him, which at this point he's no longer a toddler that needs to be bathed by his parents. He is more than old enough and capable enough to bathe himself, but his dad is insisting, and it's either this or the belt. So Lewis sat there uncomfortably in the bath while his father bathed every inch of his body. He said nothing else happened, but that memory is just so crystal clear for him. And then it happened again, but this time with Lewis's dad's friend. He came over to the family house pretending to hang out with Lewis's dad, but he would get Lewis alone, tie him up, brutally assault him. So now he's getting essayed. Afterwards, and this is very specific, but this family friend would go get a candle. He would use the flame of the candle to burn the very sensitive parts of Lewis, including the hairs on his private parts. And usually it didn't just stop there. The family friend would then use his mouth to bite Lewis where he was the most sensitive. And these are not nibbles, they're full-on chomps. He would bite down and watch Lewis cry out in pain while he would simultaneously satisfy himself. This
So eine
happened
Familie
over and
braucht
over
auch
again
echt
for
keinen
2
Mensch.
years. Thankfully, the family moved away, so the family friend was no longer in their lives, but they made a new family friend. And this time he was a priest. Clearly, Lewis is being traumatized from the abuse, but more than anything, he was just so angry and jealous that his assaulters had what he didn't have, which was power. You know that saying, 2 birds, 1 stone?
Mm-hmm.
Lewis took it so literally. When he was done being assaulted by his dad's family friend, he grabbed 2 birds. I don't know how he caught them. He grabbed a stone and pummeled them. He said that he, quote, tore them apart, ripped them apart, completely mangled these 2 birds. And that made him feel very, very good. There are 7 stages a killer goes through to become a serial killer. And these phases are typically very different, and
Ich
they're
glaube, ich
used
komme
to
heute nicht
profile
weg zu
serial
meinem
killers
Witzen
versus
anfangen,
murderers.
bis ich
Because
das hier
most
irgendwie
murderers, they
habe.
will kill from
Es wird irgendwie immer schlimmer, habe
emotions
ich das
that
Gefühl.
probably you and I not understand, because it's not like we're justifying their actions. But these are emotions that most people feel, just not to the point of being homicidal. You feel angry at times. You feel jealous, fear, these types of things. But for serial killers, they kill for the thrill. And there's just no way that we can even try to grasp that, like try to wrap our heads around something like that. They live their lives so that they can take lives. That's it. The first phase is the aura phase. This is when the killer starts to create this aura around him, this almost border, distance themselves from social relationships and people. They start pulling away from family and friends. They retreat into their own little fantasy world, where they start having, in most cases, very violent thoughts. And there's nobody around them for them to confide in,
Aber
to
nicht bei einer
tell them,
größeren
hey,
Form
like,
so,
you
dass...
think this is weird? No one. They're alone. Lewis was never allowed to have friends, so that wasn't really a thing.
Ja, es
He was
ist,
never
5
close
Minuten
with
sind
his
halt echt schon
family,
wenig.
and after his
Gerade wenn du
continuous
den
assault by
Anfang
family, friends, and priests,
Anfang
he's
hörst,
already
ich glaube so,
fantasizing
als
about
wenn
turning
du
the tables
weder
and
Reese
returning
noch
the pain that he
Julian
felt to
Bam
a random
kennst und
innocent
die
boy.
ersten
That
5
is his
Minuten
fantasy.
hörst, weißt du nichts damit
The second
anzufangen.
phase is the trolling phase.
Die sind
That's
immer
what it's
wild,
called.
die ersten
And
paar
it usually
Minuten.
consists of the killer kind of toying with the idea of killing a little bit more. Instead of just having fantasies, they
Aber
start
vielleicht
thinking
mag
of,
sie auch generell
what would the
keine
process
oder
look like?
ja, deine Freundin,
And
vielleicht mag sie auch
who would
generell
it
keine
be? And
Podcasts, das
how
ist ja
would
auch
I
nicht für jeden
really go
was.
about it? They're not sitting there taking notes and like coming up with a full plan. Not yet. That's a different phase. But they're kind of thinking a little bit more realistic. How am I going to implement this into my life?
Irgendwie.
Lewis was the
Ich
oldest
will
of
aber auch nicht
7 kids,
durchschneiden, ich
and
möchte
one
das.
day, like a drill sergeant, he's lining up his little siblings. He's yelling, "Get in line, get in line." Males and female siblings, okay? They're really young. Lewis himself is only 15 years old. He forces them to line up, strip down of all their clothes, and from there, he goes one by one, slowly caressing them. He describes it as, and I quote, a light, smooth touch. Just like tracing his hands on them. He claimed that's all he did. Other sources claimed he would take it a step further and force his siblings to sleep unclothed in the same bed as him. And
Ja,
when
ich
they
auch.
were
Ich höre
asleep,
gerne
he would
einfach
touch
Leuten zu.
them. But we are unsure. Now we enter into the third phase. This is kind of the flirting phase. There's a slight difference between the trolling phase and the flirting phase. You know, I don't think the flirting phase is a great way to label it, but I'm not the one that came up with these labels. It's when a serial killer is in this hyper-focused mode of trying to find the perfect
Und
victim.
je nach Laune hört man
Trying to kind
verschiedene
of flirt
Sachen, die
with the
man gerade
victim,
Lust hat.
gain their trust, toy with the idea of how and where to kill that particular victim. So they're narrowing it down to a group of people that they want to target. More concrete plans are being made in this phase. They're literally flirting with the idea of killing, which is terrifying to think about.
Who came out with these 7 steps?
A bunch of profilers.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
But you know what's interesting? A lot of different serial killer profilers have different methods. Yeah, there's like a couple of things that they all go by. I saw that some people don't use these 7 stages. Some people do. So I guess it really depends, right? Now, Lewis is in his 20s. And you would never in a million years think that this man is flirting with the idea of becoming a serial killer if you met him. He's working at a bakery. He's baking loaves of bread. He goes to church every single Sunday. He even attended AA meetings to address his relationship with alcohol. Middle-aged women would come down into the bakery, buy a loaf of bread, and shove pictures of their daughter in Lewis's face.
Ja,
And I mean,
da muss ich
yeah,
aber
they knew
zugucken.
that
Ich
he
muss
was an
wissen, was
alcoholic,
passiert. Da bin ich zu
but a lot of
neugierig.
men in this town were. At
Muss
least
dann
Lewis
nebenbei
is
laufen, wo ich
working
dann ab
on
und zu mal
it.
drauf
He
gucken kann.
acknowledged it, and he looks kind of cute. He wears those 80s style big eyeglasses. And I'm not saying
Das
that
mag
to
ich auch.
compliment
Generell
him.
mag
I'm
ich
saying, you know,
Horror-Games.
this is
Und wenn
the
dann auch noch
older
eine
man's
leicht schreckhafte
perspective.
Person
He's baking cakes for a living.
spielt.
He goes to
Und ich
church
bin
on the
auch sehr
weekends.
leicht schreckhaft.
He does
Also es ist lustiger
occasionally
zu
get
sehen, wenn
very
sich Leute
angry with the
erschrecken.
bakery owners, so his bosses, and he would occasionally punch them in the face a couple of times. But other than that, he was a complete catch. A lot of these moms, I'm sure they didn't see him punch his bosses. The moms, they would already have 2 loaves of bread at home, but they were just stopping by to buy another loaf, begging Lewis, "Hey, my daughter is single." Lewis would politely decline, and he said, "You know, maybe later. I've got a lot on my mind right now." Lewis had started assaulting little boys in the park. Now, he would hide in the bushes with his machete, and if he saw a little kid walk by alone, he would jump out and yell, "Don't say anything or I'll kill you." One of his earlier victims, William Trujillo, he said that Lewis forced him out of his clothes and did everything to him, everything including torture, biting him painfully all over. But he said the worst part was that he was so silent doing everything. Like, completely silent. It was terrifying and disturbing. And his stench, William said,
Das mag
"Do
ich
you know what a
bisschen.
farm worker smells like
Dann
after
wünsche ich
their
dir
work?"
einen guten
That's
Schlaf.
what he smelled like. William was tortured and held captive in that
Ich
park
kämpfe hier noch ein
for
bisschen mit der
12
Wolle.
hours. And even in his earlier crimes, it's clear Lewis likes the mental torture aspect of all of this, because William remembers finally gaining the courage to talk, and he asked, "Sir, when will you be letting me go home?" And there was silence. And finally Lewis spoke and said, "When the bells ring." The church bells ring at 5 in the morning. He had already been there for like 10 hours. William had to wait for what feels like an eternity, and he didn't even know if the man was telling him the truth or he was lying to him. And right at 5, the church bells go off. Lewis slowly releases his grip and says, "Go ahead." And William books it. He runs off. The fourth phase that serial killers typically take is the capturing phase. And Lewis was capturing a ton of children. About 200 children were captured by Lewis, brutally assaulted, and ultimately released. So these 200 children are not even his murder victims. So just think about the sheer amount of
Wie
victims that
viele
he
das
has
sein müssen.
in his lifetime.
Wow.
Now, quick disclaimer, I don't feel like we need to, because everyone here are reasonable, intelligent people, but Lewis is a male killer who targeted boys. And if that makes anyone think that there is a link between being gay or bisexual and being a serial killer, there should be some, I don't know, critical thinking comprehension classes out there that should probably urgently be looked into. So this has nothing to do with sexuality. I do see a lot of people kind of point out the link between the extreme Catholicism that he was raised in, where homosexuality was like a cardinal sin, and then him being assaulted as a kid and then developing these attractions towards a certain gender. I don't know. I feel like a killer is a killer, you know? And we can kind of argue these things, but at what point is it just... Now, Lewis would go to the park with candy, drinks, toys, whatever he thought he could entice little boys with, and he would wait for these boys to walk by. Sometimes he would use candy to be like, "Come here, you want some candy?" Literally. That's what he would do. He would lure them with candy. He would then string them along to a secluded area of the park, tie them up, and torture them. A lot of experts believe that he was experimenting with torture since his essays as a kid involved a lot of physical pain. So he started cutting victims with razors, shallow cuts all over their bodies. Then he tried deeper cuts, but he didn't really like that, so he just did shallow cuts. So this would go on for 12 hours at a time. He very quickly learned he had to be mindful that his torture tactics didn't kill the victims, because he wanted his victims alive, because that's the whole fun of it. He brought candles into the park. He would light them on fire to burn his victims, just like he had been burned as a kid. He would bite the victims all over their bodies, beat them, and he would pummel his victims, a full-grown adult targeting 5-year-olds, and he would assault them. Lewis was disorganized, yet organized. He was very disorganized in almost all other aspects of the crime, but when it came to the torture, he was very methodical. The torture almost always happened in the same order every single time. It's like he had created the perfect cycle to maximize his sick pleasure. And when he was done, he would let them go, rush home to write their names down in this little blue book of his. And this is the part that just really makes this case an anomaly. But for 12 years, Lewis was in this phase, toying with the idea of murdering for 12 years, essaying hundreds of kids, torturing them, hundreds of them. And I say anomaly not just because he was in this phase for 12 years, but also the fact that he wasn't put behind bars before he committed his first murder, when he is out there committing some of the most atrocious crimes that we've researched, is just crazy. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. I also do really want to
so
disclaim,
lange machen
we
konnte
really
und
wish that
nichts
we could
passiert
share
ist.
more of who the victims were, what they were like, but unfortunately, there just aren't that many stories of Lewis's victims out there. I was provided some context by our researchers, and they stated, when a boy went missing in Colombia at the time, the most likely reason was either being a victim of a gang, cartel, or a paramilitary group, or maybe they left home due to extreme domestic violence from the parents. Most parents did not file missing persons reports because a lot of them were just
Ja,
straight
das
up
macht's für
scared.
ihn dann
If we went to the
leichter.
police, and most police forces are run by cartels, and the cartel took our kid, we report it to the police who the cartel controls, then our child would be in even more danger. What if they think that our child snitched, or we're causing too much trouble to keep the child alive? As for Lewis's assault victims, even if they came home and told their parents what had happened, parents felt like going to the authorities was just not an option. Not only was justice rarely ever served for cases like this, their child is now going to be subject to life-threatening social shame. And all for what? To not get justice? And just victimize their kid even further? A lot of Lewis's victims are still not identified to this day. And now that's both his assault victims and later his murder victims. After 12 years, he would escalate into phase 5, murder. Mind you, he already has 200 victims in his little blue notebook. This is before killing. Before he starts killing, he's got 200 victims. And his first kill was almost on a whim. He said that he was drunk, he left a bar and decided, you know what, today is the day. He went, bought a pack of cigarettes, a cord, a knife, and a cheap bottle of brandy. He stumbled into the park, waited for a boy to be lured in. He kept holding out change in his hand to see if any boy that passed, he'd be like, hey, do you want some money? This is an area where a lot of children go out and they try to work because they need to bring food home for the family. Of course they want money. Typically, they would ask, what kind of job are you offering? Do you want me to shine your shoes? Do you want me to sell candy on your behalf, run errands? Lewis would tell the boy, no, you can just take a walk with me. Lewis grabbed his hand and led him into the wooded area of the park. And this park connects to a huge, mountainous area that surrounds the city. And once it was secluded enough, Lewis tied the boy up. Like the 200 victims before him, he bit him everywhere. And then assaulted him. But he said that he just felt this anger. He said it was the strongest impulse of his entire life. And it was the impulse to punch this boy. So he sat on this boy and quite literally beat this boy to death with his bare hands. Like the boy cannot get up. And then he walked off covered in blood. Nobody stopped him. Whether nobody saw him or they minded their own business, I don't know. But he went home, took a shower, grabbed his little notebook, to write down another name, but this time in a new section. Phase 6 is a phase that sets serial killers and murderers apart, which is serial killers typically take trophies. So unlike killers who kill for life insurance, love, greed, revenge, they usually want to get rid of anything that ties them to the crime. Serial killers, they want that connection open. They want to go back and reminisce about that moment. They want to relive it. Lewis had his little blue notebook, but later he would rummage through the victim's pockets. He's typically looking for some sort of student ID, and if he found it, he would sit there and cut out just the pictures of the boy. So he would never bring home the full student ID, just the picture part. If he didn't find a student ID, he would just take their underwear. Later, they would all be found folded up in his drawer right next to his own underwear. He would also sit there in his house, clipping any newspaper headlines about his crimes. I mean, he really loved his trophies. And then the last phase is the depression phase. Once Lewis was done with his first kill, like most serial killers, he fell into a state of depression. For some serial killers, this includes the feeling of guilt. Lewis said he was so disappointed in himself, which is honestly such a weird way to describe it. Like, I get disappointed in myself all the time, but for small mistakes. He's disappointed in himself because he killed someone. It feels like such a light word to use. But he said he was so disappointed in himself, he walked himself into church, wept in front of the statue of Jesus, and he just cried. If I'm being honest with you, I don't think that this man really felt guilty.
So what exactly does that mean? When he say he felt depressed and cried and go to church, what is that?
I think it's a procedural memory. So he was raised devout Catholic family, and anything that he did wrong or he perceived as wrong, he was forced to confess. He was forced to cry. That's how you get rid of your sins. So if there was a part of him that still had any of that faith that he needed to be saved, this was purely for that, I believe. It was narcissistic. It's, I want to be saved. I want to go to heaven, so I need to confess to my sins. I don't think there was genuine remorse, because it's hard to imagine he feels even a little bit guilty, but still went on to kill 220 more times.
So he did that, and then he continued, and so it's like a back and forth and back and forth.
Every time after a kill, at least for the first, I don't know, dozens, he said that he would go to church and just cry because he was so remorseful. I truly don't believe he was remorseful at all.
Yeah.
You know, I think that these outbursts of emotions are just procedural memory, that part of his brain that's lighting up again. Or I think that it's just some sort of narcissistic tendency to make this whole fantasy feel even more real and complicated. This is purely speculation. A lot of serial killers have some sort of personality disorder that makes them unable to feel human emotions or empathy. I mean, they feel human emotions such as anger, but they don't feel empathy. So a lot of them will mirror people. And I wonder if this is him mirroring what he thinks is expected after something like this. Because I genuinely don't think that he's sorry at all.
Yeah.
When he was 23 years old, he did end up going to a psychiatrist. And this is why I think that he's a little bit dramatic.
Wait, he's only 23 right now?
Yeah.
Wait, you
Isn't
say
it-
it's been 12 years? So,
Yeah.
Oh, he started when he was like...
What the fuck, the boy?
Okay.
And he would go on for like another, like 2 decades. This part, I don't know how else to describe it, so I'm just going to try to describe it the way that I think people will understand the message the best. I'm not trying to like trivialize it, but I feel like he is kind of dramatic in the sense that he wants these main character moments. I think that's part of his weeping at church after the kills. Because listen to this. He goes to a psychiatrist in his 20s and he gets diagnosed with reactive depression, which typically indicates that someone has significant distress that is oftentimes out of proportion to the severity or the intensity of the external stressor. So this type of depression is triggered by something that happens in their life. It's reactive. They have a big life event, and now this person does not feel like they can handle the stressors of life, so they feel depressed. So if someone steps on another person's foot by accident and this person has reactive depression, a normal reaction would be feel physical pain and potentially a little annoyance. In Lewis's case, his mind would send him off the rocker. Reactive depression is usually temporary, meaning once the situation that the patient lives in, this external situation, improves, the reactive depression also improves. Or if the external circumstances persist, the patient does not develop a way to cope, then it develops into chronic depression. And this is not to say that reactive depression isn't very painful and very real and potentially life-threatening, because it can develop into chronic depression, which can end someone's life. But reactive depression is typically not classified as a high-risk diagnosis. But of course, it's case by case, and it could very quickly evolve into something that's more high risk. Lewis gets told that he has reactive depression. He claimed he wanted to end it right then and there. But then he never would, you know, and he just like kept telling people in interviews later on that it just made him really depressed to have reactive depression. Because later, his reactive depression, some psychologists stated, did evolve into clinical depression or chronic depression, right? So he's claiming he's very depressed. He would go down to his therapist, feel even more depressed because his therapist is like, you're depressed. Then he would go to AA meetings, feel extra down because he's an alcoholic. And then that night, he would go to a bar, get drunk, and then try to kill someone afterwards. And he just kept using the excuse that he was sad and depressed. Like, I say this with such not really much sympathy because I feel like so many of us are sad and depressed and none of us go out there and commit heinous acts of violence. So I don't even know if that's really what he claims. He's doing this because he's all sad. He's sad, and then he kills, and then he goes to church because he's so sorry. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, none of this is making any sense. And then he said he would feel sad after a kill, and he would start thinking back to the last time he felt any sort of happiness, and that was while he was committing his crimes. He stated that he would start flipping through his little blue notebook and pleasuring himself at the memory of his crimes. And he realized in order to feel happy again, he would have to kill again. And these kills would only get more gruesome. So he would punch the victims all over. He specifically would target their hands, which this part, I mean, if you've been around younger ones, you know how their hands are so small. It feels like a natural universal feeling to see a child's hand and want to protect them. Lewis would specifically target these hands. He would punch them until he shattered the bones in the hands. He would punch and slice them on their bottoms as well. He would try to lightly stab into their kidneys. He said that he chose to stab near the kidneys specifically because he realized that there's not a lot of, he thought, major arteries in that area. So victims would typically not bleed to death before he was done with them because he wanted them alive for a very long time. The final acts of torture included him slitting their throats while actively assaulting them. And then when he was done, he would decapitate them. He would cut off their private parts and place their private parts into their mouths of the decapitated heads. This was almost his signature, and I'm not saying that as a figure of speech. Serial killers typically have something called an MO. Now, an MO is how they operate. This is how they find victims, trap victims, kill victims, and then dispose of their bodies. A signature, these are words profilers use, I'm not calling it a signature, is something that is almost unchangeable for each serial killer. It's an action or something that is done during the kill that indicates this is why they're committing these crimes in the first place. This might be the ultimate action. It's not the kill itself. This could be where we need to look into. It's a signature for a reason. So MOs, they typically evolve. They change. Serial killers adapt. They find new techniques. A signature usually stays the same. It reflects a deeper psychological reasoning behind these kills. And him placing the victim's private parts into their own mouths was a bit of a signature for Lewis.
So that's not an MO.
No. Later his MO would evolve, and he would add a lot more steps to this process before his victims were dead. He would take a screwdriver to gouge out their eyes and their ears. Sometimes he would use a knife or tool to detach the fingers from their hands. He would use tools to detach their right feet from their legs. Then after the torture, he would cut open their stomachs while they were still alive, open and remove all of their intestines, and place them next to their face on the ground. The victims would be alive to see their intestines laying in the grass next to them, which is something that is technically medically possible. If someone's vital organs like their heart and lungs remain untouched and the laceration cuts on the stomach do not hit any major blood vessels, it's said that someone who is disemboweled can actually remain alive for several hours in immense shock and pain. Then once he was done with that, he would finally decapitate them and move on to commit his signature. And this whole process would take hours, if not half a day to a full day. Lewis was also a chain smoker, and he would take smoking breaks in between the acts of torture. It's stated that sometimes he smoked an entire pack of cigarettes during his kills. Back then, cigarettes in Colombia were exclusively sold in packs of 20, and on average, it takes 6 minutes to smoke a cigarette. So that's at least 2 hours of him just pausing to smoke. 2 hours of extra torture that the victims would have to endure. Lewis tried not to kill too late at night, mainly because he said he was scared of the dark. But sometimes it was unavoidable, and that was fine for him. There was another thing that Lewis was starting to get scared of, and it was the idea of getting caught. He had been an active serial killer in the area for years now, potentially even a decade at this point, and only just recently, people started noticing. People started hearing the whispers around town. Mothers would be pulling their kids closer to them while they were running errands. And then there was that incident. He had just finished murdering another victim when someone had apparently seen him attacking the kid in the woods. He hears the police coming. The victim wasn't dead yet. He quickly finishes, does what he does, flees as fast as possible, and breaks his leg in the escape. The witness did not see what Lewis looked like, so he had a close call, but he would get off without a charge. And the only thing that angered him was that now, because he broke his leg, he had a limp on his right foot. And that right foot would never be the same. And he hated seeing people with perfectly healthy right feet.
So that's why he chopped. Wow.
A lot of people speculate that he started gouging out the victim's eyeballs because his eyesight was deteriorating. He was having problems with his eyes. Now, this added a little bit of anxiety to Lewis's life, and there was the situation of the 8 boys with the missing thumbs. He went from assaulting boys, torturing them, letting them go, and then into killing boys. But during his kill phase, he actually let 8 of his victims go. And that would haunt him forever. And it's not because he messed up. It's not because he thought, oh, let me just let these kids go because they said something that I liked, they did something that I liked, he felt sympathy. It wasn't that. He thought it would be more fun. He was experimenting. So he chopped off each of their thumbs, cut the cords off of them, and let them free after hours and hours of torture. And he said, I'm going to count to a random number in my head. If you make it back to your family alive before I catch you, then you get to live. At this point, the boys are already running. He never even chased them. He just set them free. Now, there are theories about why he would do this, and it's not because he had remorse for these 8 boys, but the general theory is that he was trying to see if it was going to give him some sort of sick satisfaction to know that these boys would never live a single day without thinking about him, and they would live the rest of their lives in utter terror. and that itself is a very strong form of torture. He did this to 8 little boys, so 8 little boys in Colombia were traumatized by him and forever mutilated with missing thumbs.
Wieso
Why
ausgerechnet den Daumen?
I guess he was trying to start another signature for this part.
Is it because he can see which one
Maybe.
is his victims?
Yeah, it's pretty easy to see, I guess, yeah.
Wow.
And that could be very, very true because he only operated in like 10 to 15 towns. Pretty small towns too. But now these 8 boys were keeping him up at night. They had seen his face for hours. They had heard his voice for hours. They knew what he looked like. They knew what he smelled like, everything. Like, what if they went to the police? He was annoyed with himself, and he vowed never to let another one go ever again. And he made adjustments to his MO as insurance policies. He always wore shoes that were one size too big. And he made sure that no boy could get away now. There would be no 9th boy without a thumb, alive to tell the tale. But he was also tweaking his method to make it more efficient. Efficient in terms of how to make the torture last longer for him so that he can get the pleasure, but not waste his energy on other things. So he came up with this method where before the torture and before the attack, he would chain up his victims with some sort of rope or cord, and he would force them to walk around in circles while he held out a machete near their necks. They were made to walk in circles until their legs shook. This part of the process took hours in some cases.
Wait, what does that mean? Their leg shook.
They're walking in circles nonstop for hours until their legs are shaking because they're so tired.
Oh.
The whole time he's yelling at them about how he's going to kill them. They're all dead meat. He's going to bite their privates off. He's detailing every single act of visceral torture that he's about to commit on them. And this was 2 birds, 1 stone for him. It was pleasurable for him to see his victims shake in fear, but it was also to tire them out so they had no chance of fighting back. They were genuinely so out of energy. Not that they even had a strong chance of escaping before this, because it's a full-grown man against 7-year-olds. But this was his insurance policy. Lewis did satanic rituals with the bodies. There's not much credible information on what the rituals consisted of, but we do know that he used a Ouija board with the dead bodies, and he was very excited to make a deal with the devil each time he killed. This is why I think that the whole
das mit dem
church thing
Ouija-Board
is
gemacht.
nonsense. Like, I think it's nonsense. I don't think he's religious. I don't think he's remorseful. He said the first time he sold his soul to the devil, it was a feeling he would never forget. He said, "It turned out that when I made a pact with the devil, a voice moved the curtain. My hair stood up on the ends, and I entered into a psychotic state where I heard a voice tell me that it loved me. I said I wanted power, and it said it wanted to serve me. It said, I want to serve you, sir. I sold my soul to the devil, and that's how it went."
Cuando yo en un libro de magia negra, que me ha traído de un señor de por allá, me trajo, me lo vendió, leo yo cómo se manejaba la tabla Ouija, y empiezo yo a meterme en las profundidades del satanismo, y yo vi en esa obsesión que tenía por poder y por dinero, que esa era como una opción muy buena.
He would think about that joyous moment as he made his victims walk in circles. Detective Mark Duran was assigned to this case, and he was walking in circles with his team. They knew way too late that they had a serial killer on their hands. Even the mass grave, they genuinely weren't even thinking of a serial killer. Because remember, they're thinking of a cartel, a different cartel, organ trafficking, satanic cult. A serial killer, they're not even on their minds. And now they're too late. Now they're trying to track the killer's movements, but it's all over the place. They're literally going in circles. New neighboring cities, new towns, just when they thought they were gone or dead, the serial killer, a new body would turn up. Every person he asked saw something. Towngoers were saying, "No, he was a priest. You have to look at the churches, he was a priest." Others said, "No, he was a beggar. There was a suspicious guy. I think he's the killer, and he was a beggar." But he left
Everyone
town.
knew it's him.
A lot of people knew what he looked like, but
So-
they couldn't really pinpoint him.
Oh, okay.
And he jumped from towns. So it's not like he was staying in one town and Mark is like, "Oh, let me go find this guy." You know, it's like now we don't know where he went, and the townspeople are telling me, "Oh, he was like a beggar. We don't know a name. We don't know anything. This is kind of what he looked like. No, he looked like this." And people are like, "No, that's the different beggar." It was just so many different sources. People are like, "Yeah, go look for people without homes. He's a beggar on the street." They're like, "Actually, he's a monk. You got to go to the temples, and that's where you're going to find him." Or people are saying, "No, you're not going to find him at all. He works with dark magic, and he's a witch." It was clear to
Okay.
Detective Mark that
Das wird
the
nicht
killer
einfach, da
assumed
irgendwas zu
a new
finden.
identity with every town that they went to, and maybe even with every person that they met. Who's to say that they only had one identity each time they went to a new town? I mean, that's the interesting thing, though, that Detective Mark realized were the types of personas he would take on. Priest, a generally respected position. You are in a position of authority. But then the next town over, he'd be a beggar, a generally looked down upon position. Not my personal feeling, but the harsh reality of society. You are in a position of vulnerability. You are likely ignored, discarded. People don't want to look at you. They don't want to make eye contact with you. The local crazy man was another persona he took on. Generally, again, another looked down person in society. And then a practitioner of witchcraft? This one is a mixed position. Either people will look at you with respect, fear, or they will look down on you. I mean, I guess depending on their own personal beliefs. One would imagine that this type of guy wants to be in a position to be revered and respected. That's what serial killers want, right? To have that immediate authority over people. But no, he chose all sorts of random personas. And Mark's team initially were very confused about it. But Mark wasn't. He knew what the killer was doing. All these personas have a few things in common. Can you guess?
Beggar and the priest. Ah, people don't want to talk to them. Is that right?
They are held at a distance by general society. As much as you might respect a priest or practitioner of witchcraft, you might not want to ask about their lives.
Yeah.
You might not ask questions. You might not want to be too close to them. They might be judgmental. They're a little scary. Beggars, you also don't really want to hang out with them, right? Typically, society doesn't. I'm not saying like you don't, right? Same with the local crazy man. They're always held at some sort of distance by society.
Das Kinder mit
You
ihnen
don't really
sprechen.
ask them, hey, what are you doing here today? Where are you from? Who are you seeing? It's a position in society where a little mystery is expected. And, you know, these are positions where I don't think a lot of people would question if they're talking to kids. The priest, of course, is talking to children. It's a beggar. He's probably trying to hustle that kid. That's a madman. He's got nobody else that listens, so he's talking to the kids. The practitioner of witchcraft, I mean, we never know what they've got brewing, right? Also, it was later discovered that when he wasn't using these random personas to go around and murder children, he was fronting as a non-profit employee gathering donations that he would pocket. Yeah. And at this point, a serial killer had gone from 10 to 15 towns following the same ritual to kill hundreds of little boys. And I'm not the head of the police force, but I don't think it takes a professional to realize, hey, something is going on. But they didn't really put a lot of resources into this. It took the constant pleading of Detective Mark Durham for the higher-ups to even consider categorizing these murders as the work of a serial killer. Detective Mark had nothing but a bunch of guesses and leads. I mean, there was no way to narrow it down, and it seemed like nobody else on the police force even cared. So it's up to Mark to learn everything about serial
Ja, es
killers,
ist ja noch die
sexually
Gefahr,
motivated
dass
serial
das
killers,
Kartell
and
das
really
war und
any
da
other
will man sich auch
category
nicht
this
unbedingt
monster would fit
einmischen.
into. There would be times where parents were getting fed up, finally, with the amount of missing children in their town. They would gather outside the police station with all the missing kids' families. There were 50 families gathered in one night. And the police would still look at Mark and say, you know, it's concerning, but we should just keep an eye on it. The townspeople were not feeling like that. They were beyond the point of just being concerned. They had dubbed the serial killer the Beast of Colombia. Later, he'd be dubbed the Monster of Genova. And it's wild to me when people know first that something is really wrong before the police know, because technically it's their job, right? But I digress. Now, to add some context, the cops aren't just bad people. I mean, you could argue that they were, I guess, right? But there's a lot more nuance to the whole situation. The Colombian Police Department as a whole at this point, and probably still now, is criminally underfunded. And the organizational power at the time in Colombia were the cartels. They had considerable interest to keep the police powerless. Each town's police force had a plethora of murder cases on their hands. They didn't have the resources for outside help, serial killer profilers. They didn't even have enough to really fund any evidence or DNA being tested. They just had at least 100 similar murder cases around 8 different towns, so many bodies, and the detectives are walking in circles. They had more than 1,000 names on their suspect list, and not enough resources to narrow that list down or to even start investigating any of them until the night of the cornstalk. The cornstalks caught on fire. The serial killer had been in a cornfield, assaulting and killing another victim when he lit a cigarette and put it out on the ground. It wasn't fully out. The corn stalks around him burst into flames. When the police arrive at the scene, they put the fire out and they see the body of a victim and they know that this is the same serial killer. The MO, the signature, everything is there. And this is clearly a recent crime. And they've got a few pieces of evidence. A pair of shoes and a pair of eyeglasses.
Did he rush away?
Yes. How much information do you think you can get from 2 pieces of evidence like that? Besides the obvious, what their shoe size is and their eye prescription.
Shoes and eyeglasses.
Like, if a police officer had
Ja, von den
your shoes,
Schuhen
your
oder
eyeglasses,
den
what do you think
Fußabdruck
that
ist
they
an
can
jede
tell
Menge
about you?
eigentlich.
Other than, the generic. His shoe size is this. Let's start with the glasses.
Gerade wenn er einen Humpelfuß
Obviously,
hatte.
the suspect wore glasses for poor eyesight. They did have prescriptions in there. But what else can they gather? The style of the glasses suggests that the individual had a liking for older, more classic styles. These styles were probably more popular 10 years ago. So they're thinking he was probably in his prime 10 years ago. So that means he's either in his 20s or typically for men, they consider the 30s the prime. And that
So
was about
he's
10
40.
years ago. So he's in his 40s, more likely. Because, you typically have a peak, they call it, in your lifetime, and you almost hang on to your style when you felt like you were at your peak, because you're almost clinging on to that youth, that feeling that you had by clinging onto these styles and designs. So now they believe that the suspect is anywhere between 40 to 45 years old. They could actually tell a lot more with the shoes. Just like the glasses, the shoes can point towards a more accurate picture of the suspect's style, their attire, potentially even profession, because most people don't generally wear work boots unless it's for work-related things. I don't know a lot of random people that own steel-toed boots for fun, and it's a very specific person that wears very specific types of shoes. So those are given, but they can actually tell more than that with your pairs of shoes. Firstly, Lewis was fooling no one. The detectives immediately knew that the killer was wearing a size too big of a shoe to throw them off. His feet imprints were right there. They were much smaller than the shoe. The divots that his feet made inside. So they took his actual shoe size and they started measurements. Shoe size can more or less estimate height. He was about 5'3" to 5'4", which narrows down the search more. Because the average man in Colombia is about 5'6". So now we have height and shoe size. Shoes actually tell profilers a lot about someone. So my mom and I have the same exact pair of sneakers and we wear the same exact shoe size. But I can tell when I accidentally slip on my mom's. It's not because they look different or they're more worn or less worn, but the sneakers have molded to my feet. And so have the soles. And you would be surprised at how much your feet can tell about you. When people distribute their weight differently, that can tell what your posture is like, that can tell profilers what you look like, how much you weigh potentially, what kind of styles you would wear, and they can even tell if you have anxious personalities at some points, because anxious people tend to kind of rock back and forth, and there could be signs of that on their shoe soles. So it's very interesting. They analyze the shoes and they realize that the soles at the bottom of the shoes, they're uneven. The left sole looks more worn, which meant this person must walk with a slight irregular rotation of the foot and puts a lot more weight on his left leg. And it's a lot more. So if it was slight, they could wonder if maybe their body proportions lean just more to the left, or if it's become a habitual thing. But because it was such a difference in the soles of the shoes, they're thinking this person must have a noticeable limp.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And with that, they can kind of guesstimate how he walks. These days, okay, so this was not happening in this case, but in 2023, there is actually a podiatrist who work with the police forces. And let's say you have a killer's shoes. They can tell you what the gait is like. They can tell you how they walk. And judging from CCTV, they can match the gait with the shoes. Gait meaning how you walk. Because the wear of the shoes can determine how you walk. And they're really good at analyzing how you walk. So even if the killer's face is not on camera, they can say, these shoes belong to this person based on the way that they walk. Yeah.
That's very cool.
So they know that he has a noticeable limp. The suspect also fled the scene fast, in such a hurry that he left his glasses and his shoes, meaning that he must have been surprised by the fire.
Gebrannt.
But in what situation would he have been surprised by the flames and have his shoes and his glasses off? Shoes are maybe a bit more explainable, but his glasses? They guess accurately that the suspect was taking a nap. He's the type to smoke cigarettes while torturing his victims. He should also be the type to lay down next to a dead victim's body and go to sleep. There is no further explanation on why his glasses would have been off in the first place. Then the fire started while he's napping. He had to flee so quickly that he left his shoes and his glasses, which would likely mean that he's got second-degree burns to his body. And this is when the police put together that the killer has a bad right foot and had been dismembering the right feet of his victims. They also check his prescription. He has pretty bad eyesight, and he was now tending to gauge out the victim's eyeballs. And the killer's signature, he places the victim's private parts into their own mouths. Likely, the killer had been a victim of some sort of abuse or trauma growing up. So now they have a lot more to work with. They thought this killer has to be on the offender list because that just doesn't make sense. Like, you're committing these level of crimes, there's no way. But that registered offender list consists of more than 5,200 names. So that's more than 1,000. Their suspect list was originally 1,000. They eliminate all the names that had been charged with assaulting girls because the victims are all boys. That's 1,600 names left. Then they took off anyone younger than 40. That's now 95 names. Then they eliminated anyone that was shorter or taller than 5'3", 5'4". And now they had a list of 25 names. And they believed one of these 25 people were going to seek medical attention soon for their burns. They were right.
Wow, they got so good all of a sudden.
All of a sudden, yeah. They were right. Lewis had burns all over his body. He forced himself to run on foot for 6 hours despite his burns, which I don't say that sympathetically. I'm saying that to emphasize this guy really, really did not want to get caught. When he stops running, he realizes, I've got second to third degree burns all over my body. Second degree burns, they look a little bit blistered. Third degree burns, they look like charred wood, or they looked really white, like cooked white meat. And it's not as painful in the immediate time. A little later, it'll probably feel like hell, but the nerve endings are typically destroyed initially for third-degree burns.
Where was he burned?
All over his leg and like kind of the left side of his body. Yes. You know, Lewis, like all other serial killers that we've talked about, he had a very strong self-preservation mindset. He knew that he couldn't go to the hospital for his burns, but he had to get something. He went to a vet clinic, and lied, said that he had gotten into an accident in his fireplace, gave this very elaborate story, offered to pay for treatment. They did not ask questions. They treated his burns. December of that year, every single newspaper had the same explosive headline plastered all over it. The Beast of Columbia caught. The killer's face and name were front page on every major publication in town. And the shameless killer had the audacity to deny all the crimes that led to him. He had an injury on his right leg that caused him to limp. The shoe quite literally fit, and he was exactly 5'4" tall. He had a history of abusing minors. He loves cheap brandy, and he's sitting there and he's like, I'm not the Beast of Columbia. And they're like, you are despicable, dude. The Beast who had, on average, killed 2 to 3 kids a month for almost a decade, and now he's sitting there looking cops in the eye saying, that wasn't me. What? While the Beast was in custody, Detective Mark received a phone call. 4 more bodies were found, and they were recent. They were killed in the same way, same MO, same signature, as the Beast of Columbia. The person sitting in prison about to be tried for the serial killings was not their beast. Don't get me wrong, he was a and he should be behind bars, but this was not Luis Garavito. They took him off the list and went back now to a list of 24 names. Detective Mark went to talk to each of the 24 families of the suspects. One of the sisters of the suspects did notice something strange recently. She said, you know what? My brother did stop by a few days ago and he told me to hold on to his little bag and not look into it. And I haven't looked into it. They look into it, it's newspaper clippings of the crimes.
That's how they call him?
Yeah. Luis Garavito. Mark looks into this guy. At 15, he was arrested for the first time for trying to assault, essay, a 7-year-old at a train station. He was caught and let go. He had actually been brought in years before for murder, torture, assault, and beheading of a kid, but they said that they didn't have any other evidence, so they just let him go. And you would think that since he had already been brought in for such a similar crime, that once these serial killer investigations started taking place, people would be like, oh my goodness, that's the guy, right? They didn't. He was not. Outside of the crimes, he managed to live a normal-appearing life. He had a few girlfriends, never had children of his own, but his girlfriends who lived with him had children from previous relationships. They never noticed anything odd about him, they said. They said that he was really good with kids, actually. And even after breaking up, sometimes he would still send money. He was very nice, they said. As Detective Mark is investigating, a call is made to his unit. A boy had been discovered in town, completely shaken up, and he said that a man tried to assault him. He rushes over, puts the boy into his patrol car, and they start driving around looking for this man because they're like, this is going to be the Beast of Columbia. And they see something straight out of a horror movie. As they're driving, they see a man walking in the middle of the road, and their patrol car is loud. As they're driving up towards this man, whose back is facing them, this man does not move, does not run faster, he just keeps walking at the same steady, slow pace, blocking the way, not even looking back to see who or what is behind him. And the kid is like, that's him, that's him. They pull up, and they ask the man for his name, and he very calmly says, oh, my name is Bonifacio? Yeah, that's my name. Okay, it's a very specific name, Bonifacio. What was your last name? Bonifacio Marrero. Very interesting. While the partner is asking generic questions like, what are you doing? Why are you walking? You're walking to the next town over? That's 55 miles away. You got lost? Where did you get lost? Detective Mark looks down and sees scarred and healing burns all over the left side of his body. His weight is heavily distributed to the left side. He's wearing glasses and suspiciously looks identical to the suspect photo of Luis Garavito. He was finally arrested. He didn't try to run, he didn't try to fight, but he did insist that he was Bonifacio. Okay? Which was not the smartest thing, because Bonifacio Marrera was a well-known politician from the next town over, and he kept up this whole shtick of being a well-known politician, even though he looked nothing like the well-known politician, and he looked more like Luis Garavito, and he's like, I don't know who that guy is. They brought in Detective Mark, and Detective Mark is kind of like your quintessential detective that you would see in those sleepy small-town murder thriller books. He said that he put his whole life on hold for this case. He sat down in front of Lewis, looked him in the eye, and said, I have followed every footstep. I have seen every single victim. I have breathed every breath that you took for the past 2 years, and now we finally caught you and it's over. Lewis calmly asked if he could pray, walked to the corner of the room, and started sobbing while begging for forgiveness. He also confessed to 221 murders. At one point during the confession, he leaned over and vomited into the interrogation trash can. Yeah. He also said in the same breath, as he's confessing to the murders, he said, really, my only problem is my leg. My psychic health is very good. I've never had psychic problems. I'm assuming he meant psychiatric. Most of his interrogations, at least the ones that our Spanish researchers could dig up, it's of Lewis recounting his crimes. But there are certain parts that we haven't covered that kind of stand out. At one point, the investigator asked him why he decapitated the boys, and he said, I don't know, because I made those decisions. Possibly it was because the boys didn't suffer, and they died more smoothly, that's why. He's stating that he was trying to help the boys pass in a softer way. This is the man that disemboweled his victims while they were alive, so. He also kept saying, I don't want people to look at me like I'm a monster. I'm a human being. Yeah. Well, he could live out the rest of his human being life in a Colombian prison then. He was sentenced for 162 murders. The courts counted up all the years that he would get for each individual case, and it came down to 1,853 years and 9 days. To give context, the United States of America has only been around for 247 years. This man is being sentenced to 1,853 years. But Colombia has a max prison sentence. Colombia is one of the countries where they believe that even criminals should have the right to life. Life is sacred, and these criminals deserve to have a light at the end of the tunnel. And to condemn someone to a life behind bars without hope is inhumane. Colombia has something called sentence unification. If you're sentenced to multiple crimes, then you will only serve the term that's the worst, that's the longest. It's basically serving your sentences concurrently rather than consecutively. So we kind of have that in the US. So in Colombia, if you get sentenced to 3 crimes, 2 years for one, 5 years for one, and 6 months for one, instead of spending 7.5 years in prison, you'll just spend 5 years. Because it's your harshest sentence. And just like that, 1,853 years turned into 40 years. 40. 40 for the worst serial killings in history, where he kidnapped hundreds of children, tortured them, dismembered them, disemboweled them, assaulted them, decapitated them, used their bodies for satanic rituals that we don't even know because he won't talk about. 40 years. But people are like, okay, let's have some hope, because Colombian prisons are notorious for being harsh, and Lewis was sentenced to the maximum security prison in Colombia, probably one of the worst in the entire country, which apparently the prison itself was inspired by the US penitentiary system, so there's that, but it's really, really bad. People have stated that the first thing you'll notice before you even walk into the prison is the whole smell. I mean, the place stinks of urine and feces to the point where even if you walk in covering your mouth and nose, your eyes start to water because of the stench. There's only running water for about 8 to 15 minutes a day, and only on the first floor. Now, there's no guarantee that you're allowed to go to the first floor when water is running. If you don't have a first floor cell, more likely than not, you get access to no running water. It's really bad. Since there's no running water, there's no toilets, so the prisoners are forced to relieve themselves in plastic bags. I'm talking both types, urine and feces, into plastic bags. But if they leave these plastic bags in their cells, it starts to stink up the entire cell. So they toss the plastic bag through the bars of their cell into the communal space beneath. And more often than not, these bags plop, and they splatter to the ground. And since water is never on, prisoners basically have water rations. They have water deliveries where the prisoners are forced to line up, shoulder to shoulder. They're stiff, it's tense. They've got empty jugs in one hand, and they've got, the guards will pour their water into those empty jugs. And then on the other hand, they just have like a knife out in the open, an improvised weapon, like a shank that they made in prison. Because usually the violent outbreaks happen during water deliveries. The cells themselves are jam-packed with prisoners. Even the hallways of the jail are filled with mattresses because of how many people are in there. It's really bad, and they are exposed to the elements in most cases. In the maximum security tower where Luis is a prisoner, they're allowed out of their cells for 1 hour a day. The conditions in there are so bad that some prisoners have taken to sewing their mouths shut as a protest against the horrid conditions. Others have made these cocoons out of their bed sheets, so they make these hammocks. And I guess the window bars are enough for them to get out of their window. But they can't really escape because I guess there's guards everywhere and it's completely isolated, right? So they make these little hammocks that they tie on the cell window bars. They get out of the building and they're just basically dangling off the side of the building, but 4 stories tall. Now the guards, they don't like it. So they start cutting little incisions into the prisoners' bed sheets so that if they try to do this, their bed sheets will fall apart and they will fall 4 stories, potentially to their death. One volunteer stated that he saw multiple men scaling the inner wall of the jail, climbing from the ground floor to the 5th floor. Someone was pulling down bed sheets so that they could climb up while balancing water jugs around their neck. It's because the top dogs of the 5th floor wanted some water, so the bottom people had to go fetch water. Many of them would slip and fall to their deaths, and the guards would not even look. Nobody cared. Ironically, outside the prison, there is a fish pond with a constant stream of running water poured into it. It's interesting. Even visitors were not safe. In the conjugal visit room, which is where prisoners are allowed to spend alone time with partners, it's typically filled with blood and used condoms. And recently, in a separate Colombian prison, but similar, the drain pipes were clogged. Plumbers came to work on it. They found the remains of 100 people in the drains of a prison. Inmates, visitors, nobody was safe. And while he's in here, Lewis, people thought maybe he's gonna get killed in prison. I mean, a lot of people were hopeful that would be the cause because they don't want him out in 40 years, that's for sure, right? So a lot of people were hopeful, but he was treated kind of like a king. He got his own isolated cell because this is such a high-profile case. The guards were scared that if he was murdered, their jobs would be on the line. So he had like his own personal bodyguard the whole time. There were journalists lining up to interview him, and he was like a picky little princess. He would charge a big sum of money to be interviewed, and that's why we don't have a lot of interviews of this guy. And most of the time, he would just ramble on about nothing in his interviews. It's very hard to follow. He never provides much new information that could help bring closure to families. He just starts lying in his interviews at one point. He straight up claimed in an interview that he never essayed a single victim and that he does not consider himself a...
Yo no violé ninguna víctima, no me considero un violador. ¿Sí me entiende? Cometí los homicidios. Bueno, llámese como se llamen.
He also
Man
stated
kann es ja mal
he
probieren.
thinks that he should be able to get out of prison because it's just not fair. You know, he's learned his lessons and he's not a because he has erectile dysfunction, and if you need proof, you should just go ask his ex-girlfriends because he could never get it up with them. Like, this is literally his thought process. And he's like, I need to be let out of prison because I've got life goals now. The journalists are like, what's your life goal? I'm going to be a congressman and I want to fight for the rights of children. I cannot make this up. He also goes on a rant about how he sees himself in some of the most unsavory dictators and mass murderers. They went to his cell and it was decorated with posters of Hitler, Mother Teresa, Gandhi, and Princess Diana. It was a
Wilde Mischung.
very strange mix of people. Another interesting thing to note, one journalist who interviewed Lewis directly in jail said, there was something about his eyes where I felt like they were sucking the energy out of me. It was terrifying. But it gets worse. Louise receives multiple sentence reductions, the largest of which took off almost half of his sentence because he did a work-study program in jail. Yeah. With that reduction amongst others, Lewis's sentence was now 22 years, and he was scheduled to get out of prison in 2023. Louise was up for release in 2023, and everyone was terrified, except for a Facebook group where he had 170 fans that just loved him, could not wait for him to be free. And eventually, October 12th, 2023,
Last month?
Louis Garavito was pronounced dead in prison. He had leukemia and a very aggressive form of eye cancer, which a lot of people believe to be karma because he had bad eyesight. He gouged out the victim's eyes, and now he was dead from eye cancer.
Wait, is that true?
Yeah, leukemia and eye cancer.
It wasn't foul play?
There are some suspicions, but
So he's about to come out,
yeah.
and he
But-
died of...
Yes, he also didn't really want to come out. There's mixed conversations about did he even want to get out, so a lot of people were trying to boycott him coming out. So they were writing letters to congressmen, local officials, to the president, and everybody was doing everything in their power to make sure that this man does not get out on the street. Some sources made it seem like he wanted to get out on the street and he's fighting with these judicial people. But a lot of other sources said this guy wants to stay in prison. He's doing okay in prison, and he knows the minute that he steps out, he's dead on sight.
Okay.
Like, who's gonna hide him? He has no power. He's not Pablo Escobar. Like, where's he gonna go, you know?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't know if it was foul play. The official statement is leukemia and eye cancer. But I don't know if it can even be considered karma because he took so many lives. I don't know. I mean, this is just one of those cases where I keep thinking about the ripple effect. It's not just the 400 kids, which already in itself is an insane number, but it's their parents, their siblings, their friends, relatives that are all traumatized and impacted. And there are still rooms full of boxes of bones of children who are yet to be identified. But I guess it's better dead than free for someone like Louis Garavito. What are your thoughts on this case? Did you guys know about the story of the Beast of Colombia? And how he was set to be released this year? Please stay safe, and I will see you guys on Sunday for the minisode. Bye.
Bada bing, bada boom.
We're talking about Jade Jenks today. Jade Jenks had a lot on her plate. She's working on her business full-time, dating, building meaningful connections with friends. And she's also taking care of her stepdad while he struggled with his health. She was so close with her stepdad, she just referred to him as dad. She had known him since she was 12 years old, and now at the age of 37, they developed this very special bond built on respect, love, and understanding for one another. Even after Jade and her mom stopped talking, her biological mom, they stopped talking, and her stepdad and her mom divorced, she still stayed in her stepdad's life. That's how close they were. They would go on these really long walks together, go out to dinner, catch up. I mean, the way that they talked to each other was just really heartwarming. It's the type of relationship that a lot of people would look at and kind of be jealous of. You know, you have such a strong father figure in your life that can always give you really good advice that you can always lean on. Like, I'm jealous of that. It's a big thing. So when he's hospitalized one day in 2020, she just wanted to do something nice for him. She felt like he should at least come home to a clean home. She went over to his place before he was discharged from the hospital, and she starts cleaning it up. She's dusting all the surfaces. She would even lift up the family photos and dust underneath it. She was an interior designer, so she's just very into detail. Then she would move into the kitchen, then the living room, and then finally she goes to clean his office. She's dusting around his desk area when she accidentally bumps into the mouse of his PC computer. So she knocks the mouse to the side, and because she tapped on it, the computer screen lights up alive. She stood there for however many minutes because there was just no way. Like, there is no way in hell that she is seeing this right. It just doesn't make sense. The screensaver, the desktop lock screen for this man's computer, the man that she called Dad, was a nude picture of a woman's breast. Just right there, staring at her.
No face.
Seltsame
And this
Wahl,
wasn't a
aber.
picture that she had to open. It wasn't an image that the stepdad was being sent. It was his desktop image, his lock screen, if you will.
That's like a prank almost, right?
Yeah,
Someone does that to prank someone.
exactly. But the nude photo wouldn't have bothered Jade at all. I mean, it's kind of weird to see that on your stepdad's computer. But the problem was, it was her nude photo.
Das
It was her
nicht so
breast
gut.
on his screen. There was no face included, but Jade knew instantly, like, that beauty mark, that's my beauty mark. She's like, I know my body. She did not understand. She said, I couldn't believe it. I was in complete shock. I mean, there was no way. She grabs the mouse, and she knew if this was his background picture, there had to be more. So she squinted so that she couldn't see much of herself, and she starts going through his files, his documents on his computer. She did not have to look very far. There were hundreds of pictures of her in various stages of undress, all meticulously organized into folders by categories. They would have file names like Jade Shower or Jade Insert Derogatory Term for Female Body Part. So Jade starts scanning through the pictures, and she realized that these are screenshots of videos. So you know how you take a video and you can screenshot it and turn it into a picture? Of videos that she had taken with her boyfriend. She was engaging in various activities. Some of them she was nude. I mean, she had never sent this to her stepdad. Is she crazy? No, she's not. She would never send this to him. But then she's like, oh my god, this guy does have access to my computer and my camera. He must have secretly taken these video files, and he took pictures of every single frame of the video. It's almost like he didn't want to miss a single second of it. He didn't want to miss a single frame of it. Every picture was categorized meticulously, put into its own folder. It was so organized. It was so disgusting. Jade said standing there seeing this was the most violating, awful, gut-wrenching feeling that she's ever had in her life. She felt sick. She couldn't even touch her own skin. She said there's no words to describe how I felt. I've never even seen anything like this in a movie. She kept scrolling through the photos and videos. They came from a span of several years, so some of them were when Jade was 25, 26. Mind you, she's 37 now, but more sinister were some pictures dated back to when Jade was only 16 or 17. She was still a minor in some of the photos.
Ja, der Video, also.
As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. This is a fairly recent case with the crime taking place in early 2021. We recently saw the trial proceedings back in March of 2023. I believe the defense is going to try to appeal the verdict, so it's technically solved but ongoing. So, as always, I'm going to keep a lookout for any updates, but let's get into the case. January 2nd, 2021. Everyone was still slightly hungover. After all the New Year's festivities, there's New Year, new cases for the police. The San Diego Police Department were already spending the second day of 2021 on the hunt for a missing man. They tried contacting him, reaching out to all of his relatives, and now they're standing in front of this man's house to see if the guy is home. They're knocking on the door. No response. They're like peeping through the windows. They don't see anything. He doesn't seem to be home. So they're scanning the area for any clues, and Detective Martinez just couldn't really shake the feeling that something was off about the neighbor's house. There was like a giant pile of garbage at the end of the driveway. Just empty boxes piled on top of each other. So it's not like they were broken down like you would normally dispose of boxes. There were blankets, even a freaking wheelbarrow just there, all piled up at the end of the driveway. He's thinking, maybe it's a New Year cleaning session. New Year, new home, trying to get rid of all of last year's trash. But Detective Martinez's intuition is telling him, you gotta take a closer look. He walks over, he starts rummaging through the trash, and under the pile of empty boxes and blankets, he discovers the missing man. He finds him. He's laying there underneath all the trash, still wearing his hospital gown and his hospital bracelet. Good and bad news. Good news, he's no longer missing. Bad news, he was dead. Okay, this case is going to get really complicated, so I'm just going to put this out here right now. I think as a collective society, we have a bit of an obsession with anti-heroes. Even Taylor Swift has a song called Anti-Hero. They're complicated, they're captivating, mesmerizing, they're so dark. Like, we eat it up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in movies and shows. We're all familiar with the hero archetype, the morally upstanding individual that always does the right thing, makes the right choice, and personally, it's so boring. It's so stale. Where is the character development? Where is the character arc? Why am I following this person who is so moral to the point that it's almost exhausting for me to watch? There is something to be said about someone who does something so villainous, but maybe they do it for a good reason. The type of guy that's willing to kill everyone in order to save the only person he loves, or someone who does something bad but is otherwise a really good person. You know, they're anti-heroes because they're complex. They challenge us to even question our own values. Some iconic examples are Deadpool, Dexter, the serial killer that only targets serial killers or evil criminals. I mean, technically, he's a serial killer. They blur the line between hero and villain. But that's just kind of in the movies, right? Like, what about in real life? If these people existed in real life, would we just call them villains? Would we just be like, no, that's actually just a criminal? Or would we think that they're evil, mean? Would we try to cancel them on social media? Or would we kind of root for them? So this is where this case gets very complicated. A lot of people compare today's killer as an anti-hero in real life. Others disagree and think that she is just a cold killer who's evilly disposed of a human body and deserves to rot in prison for the rest of time. It's just really polarizing today. I've seen literal fights on Reddit and Twitter over this, but I'm just going to let you decide for yourself. Let's talk about the anti-hero, Jade Jakes. She spent most of her life in Solana Beach. Solana Beach? I think I'm saying that right. It means sunny spot. But it's like this cute little scenic coastal town in San Diego. I've only been to San Diego like once. It's so beautiful. I mean, think of like your perfect, relaxed California beach town. That is San Diego. I cannot imagine growing up in a place like that. I feel like you live there and no problems exist. I mean, obviously, that's not true, but Jade was actually born in Texas, October 14th, 1983, to mom Jenny Smith and dad Steve Jenks. These people are going to be very important, okay? I'm not entirely sure what happened, but he very quickly filed for divorce from Jenny within like 3 months of Jade being born. He's like, here are the divorce papers. He gets full custody and he takes Jade. They leave Texas and move to San Diego. So I'm not really sure what the reason is, but we can kind of speculate that Jenny the mom wasn't in the headspace to be a good mom. Jade would even later describe her own mom as being, and I quote, a bit of a wreck. She seemed to have these really destructive behaviors. She would just get drunk, aggressive, angry, and then she would rinse and repeat the process. It was just very toxic. Things were a lot better when Jade moved out with her dad, Steve. He's like the definition of stable. He's a native of South Africa, and it's said that he's just got this big, boisterous personality. The dude loves motorbikes, barbecues, and he loves doing these cute little road trips across the country. He has a successful construction business that he was so passionate about. He just seemed like one of those dads that would be really, really loud and maybe even a little bit scary, but then you get to know him and you're like, this is the cool dad of the group. This is the fun dad. Jade didn't really feel the absence of her mom too much because her dad was just super cool. So throughout most of her childhood, Jenny, the mom, is like in and out of her life. And it seemed okay with Jade. She's happy. She's fine. And then she turns 12. She hasn't talked to her mom in God knows how long. Her mom calls her out of the blue and is like, hey, just so you know, I got married and guess what? I'm pregnant. Like, you're finally gonna have a little sibling. I'm sorry, what? That is a lot for a 12-year-old. I imagine if that were me, I would feel sad that my mom just was never interested in me, and now she's starting a whole new family. First of all, she didn't even tell me that she was married, and now she's just calling me to be like, you're gonna have a little sibling. I mean, that's just bizarre. I feel like I would feel resentful. But Jade was so freaking excited. She didn't even really care about all of that. She was just excited to have a baby sibling. And maybe she thought this was a sign from the freaking universe that her mom is changing, that they would have this beautifully blended family, that they would all come together. I mean, don't get me wrong. Jade does not expect her parents to get back together, like never in a million years. But maybe they could all kind of be in each other's lives, right? So that very weekend after the call, Jade goes to stay with her mom and her new husband. They had moved to California. And I imagine it was a very emotional weekend for them. Like, I imagine you haven't seen your mom in so long, and the next time you see her, she's pregnant and has a new husband. Like, it's just a lot to take in. Jade met her mom's new husband, so her stepdad, for the first time. His name is Thomas John Merriman, but he just went by Tom. So Tom, listen, this guy comes from a massive family. Tom's got 4 siblings, 3 half-siblings, which isn't that bad, but he also had 19 cousins. It's like a huge family, but they were so close-knit. And Tom was always described by family members as being very smart, kind, generous, just overall a supportive guy. Like, you have a dream, everyone might laugh at you, but Tom would be on the side like, no, I seriously think you should go for it. So Tom's a pretty well-loved guy. When Tom was 9, he probably faced one of the most traumatic things that a kid can go through at that age. He and his 2 brothers, they're playing outside. Imagine their neighborhood with like a big street. His older brother Tim and his younger brother Michael. Michael's just 6 at this point. They're playing outside when I guess someone in the house had opened the door and their dog ran out. And their dog sees them from across the street and the dog is so freaking excited. And you know dogs, they don't know how to look both ways before they cross the street, so the dog starts running across the busy street trying to get to them, and 6-year-old Michael let go of his brother's hands, runs to catch the family dog, and he was hit by oncoming traffic and died in the hospital a few days after. Tom was rightfully traumatized, but he actually didn't retreat into his corner and become super depressed as a kid, which I don't think anyone would blame him. Literally, absolutely no one would. But instead, Tom became super protective of the rest of his family members. The family were able to get through this tragic incident by leaning on each other. They just came out, I don't want to say stronger because of it, but it didn't destroy them. They got closer. So Jade, initially, she doesn't see any of these things about Tom. She just kind of thought the guy's a little weird. Not weird in the sense that you're thinking. Not weird in the creepy stepdad sense. No. He just had some, he's just kind of socially awkward. Just kind of awkward. I don't know. Jade was always known to be bubbly, vibrant, and very, like a natural-born networker. Even at 12, she was so good at reading the room and picking up social cues, she could tell right off the bat that Tom was very uncomfortable around her. Just very uncomfortable around people. Which is fine. Maybe he was just nervous. Once Jade gets to know him, she would later joke with him and say, "Perhaps, Tom, you are too smart. You're so smart that you're stupid." Meaning he's so smart of a guy that when it comes to things that other people think is so easy, like interacting with people, social interaction, social gatherings, it just goes over his head. Jade would even later save Tom's number on her phone as consultant because he always knew the answers to everything. He just wasn't a small talker. He didn't know casual conversation if it was waving a big neon sign at him. So once the 2 got past this little awkward phase, they actually got along really, really well. Jade was grateful for Tom. It seemed like Tom made a positive impact on her mom. She's like, I see the difference. After dating Tom, my mom seems a lot more mellowed out. So 1 month after Jade's 13th birthday, her half-brother, Zachary Cash Merriman, was born, and everyone just called him Cash growing up. Jade is so freaking excited. She's 13. I would imagine most 13-year-olds are trying to spend every opportunity that they can have to go to the movies, hang out with friends. But Jade is like, I'm going to go over to my mom's house and help change some dirty diapers. She was genuinely freaking stoked about it, okay? But history has a tendency to repeat itself, okay? The more that Jade was around to help her baby brother, the more that she sees her mom's fake facade crumbling. Her mom starts slowly going back to her destructive behaviors. And I think deep down, it just really bothered Jade. She wasn't jealous of her baby brother like others would think someone at her age would be. She genuinely wanted her baby brother to have a better childhood than she did, to have a better mom than she did. But the disappointments, they just keep repeating itself. It is so frustrating for Jade to see. September of 2000 is like the perfect example. Little Cash, he's 4 now. He's about to start his first day at kindergarten. I mean, he had this He had this day marked on his calendar for months now. Since the beginning of summer, if you run into this little kid, you'd be like, oh, got any plans for summer? He'd be like, I'm spending all summer prepping for kindergarten that's coming up. My first day of kindergarten is going to be the best day of my freaking life. Just telling anyone that would listen about kindergarten. Finally, the day comes around. Cash gets up before the alarm. He's getting ready. No one's home. His mom had already left. She had just forgot.
What?
Forgot about him, forgot about his big day in kindergarten. It just slipped her mind, that's what she said. So Jade realized that if her brother was going to live a different childhood from her, she needed to step in and to help. She was 18 now, and she had the means. She was able to rent an apartment nearby, but halfway through the lease, she wanted to be even closer to Cash. She asked her mom if she could move in. She even lied and was like, oh, I lost my apartment halfway through the lease, which is not true. She ended up subleasing it, but she just needed an excuse. She moves in, and Jade starts fighting with her mom a lot more after she moves in. I mean, first of all, there's a lot of reasons, but first, they're moved in together. They're constantly going to be butting heads. Second, Jade is older now, so she seems to have a clearer idea of what it means to be an adult and what it means to take care of a literal child, and her mom is not hitting these standards. And third, she's just able to see up close and personal her mom's behavioral issues coming back. Jenny was abusing alcohol, drugs. She would come home high and just go, quote, off the wall, screaming at whoever was convenient. It was usually Jade or typically Tom, and she was just spiraling. She's sabotaging her relationships with her husband, Tom, with her daughter, Jade. The relationship between Jenny and Tom was so toxic. The couple filed for divorce in 2002, 2006, and 2008.
Like they left and got back together, or?
They filed for divorce and then they were like, never mind, we don't want to go through with it. And then they would do it again and again and again. And you know just how sometimes with fighting parents, you kind of pick a side? Like, especially if it's clearly one party's fault. If it's so clear to you as a kid that this person is getting drunk and high and spending the family money on alcohol, it's clear that maybe the other person is in the right? You start sympathizing with the other party. Jade and Tom become a lot closer at this stage. They could actually relate to each other about Jenny and how frustrating it was to live with her and deal with her. Tom also started protecting Jade more, even though she was literally an adult at this point. They start calling each other daughter and dad. They would even run away together. So one day, Jenny gets drunk, gets arrested. When she was in jail, the rest of the family, Tom, Jade, and Cash, decide it's time to leave. If we try to leave while mom is home, it's going to be a toxic, potentially violent fight. This is our chance. They pack their bags in the middle of the night and they disappear. All three of them would rent a new place in San Diego and live together for the next few years. It was kind of a weird setup, but it worked. Jade and Tom had a cordial relationship as father and daughter. They were both focused on giving Cash all of their attention and love. Jade was also doing really well in her professional life. She started working at her biological dad's construction company when she turned 18. Now, look, I know, okay, her boss is her dad. Of course she's going to get Employee of the Month. But a lot of people that worked with Jade said, no, she really had an eye for design. Like, she worked with her dad together, and the company would win Local Kitchen and Bath of the Year award from San Diego Home Lifestyle magazine 3 times. Steve, the father, was very proud of this, okay? It's a very incredible achievement. But there were these little fights here and there between Tom, Jade, and Cash. Once Jade starts working with her biological dad, it seemed like Tom was getting jealous. I guess he was so used to viewing her as his daughter and her calling him dad. He didn't really think or like that she was so close with her biological father, Steve, even though this is the man that raised her. This is literally her father. But Tom would constantly say these little remarks, say these little things that just felt like he was trying to get under her skin, create a rift between the two, create distance between Steve and Jade. Jade did not fall for it. She's like too smart for this. She felt like Tom was being jealous and manipulative, but maybe it was understandable. By 2008, Tom and Jenny are going through a very ugly final divorce and heated custody battle for Cash. Tom ends up losing in court. Jenny gets full custody of Cash. Jade is just trying to support this man whose life is falling apart. He's confused why the courts would even give Jenny full custody. He's devastated at the ruins of his marriage and his personal life. So Jade is there, and even when Cash moves out to be with his mom again, Jade does not leave. She doesn't abandon Tom, even though technically she has no reason to stay. He was a wreck, so she's picking up some slack, She's doing the laundry, the housework, even made doctor's appointments for Tom. She started seeing him spiraling out of control. This man was so sad, he drank his sorrows and started getting curious about drugs. Eventually, at 23 years old, Jade would finally move out, and her and Tom were on good terms, but there was just not that much reason for them to call each other or even text each other. There was really nothing to talk about. They really only talked about Cash ever. So now that Cash is gone, what are they going to do? They would see each other for big birthdays, special holidays, mainly Thanksgiving. That was always a tradition. Jade, Tom, and Cash had Thanksgiving together every year. But over time, their relationship just fizzles out. But she still spoke more to Tom than she did her mom. Jade would actually never speak to her mom. Now, this is where things are getting complicated for people. Jade is objectively, before the crime, what people would consider a very good person, like a very respectable person. She worked as a senior art sale consultant at a fine art gallery after she quit working with her dad, and she was kind of perfect for the job. So she's very creative, which is probably why she did so well with her dad. But she also used those skills and paired it with her ability to mingle with customers and different artists and buyers. She increased the gallery's profitability by over $1 million just by working there. And after work, she was a bit of a social butterfly. Literally picture a California girl that's got this amazing career, works out in her free time, always has sun-kissed skin, hangs out at the beach, she's constantly surrounded by friends, has this charismatic personality, just networking everywhere she goes. That's Jade. I mean, I guess you could call her like an it girl. She was able to seamlessly crack jokes. She's very charming, very soft-spoken, very likable, even during the trials, very likable. And she just has this big smile that everyone feels very comfortable with. She reminds me of a girl's girl. So meanwhile, Tom is finding himself after his divorce too. He wallowed in his self-pity for a while, but he's trying to pick himself back up. And he finds a passion in butterflies. He meets a guy named Pat Flanagan, and he's a serial entrepreneur, this Pat guy, always open to new ideas, new businesses. They start teaming up to come up with a new business idea. Both of them are super into plants. That's like their passion recently. So they're like, we should start a nursery. We could sell palm trees, you know? We're going to plant some seeds, sell palm trees. But one Friday night, they're all sitting around. They've got a little bonfire going on. They're cracking open some beers. They start getting real deep, you know? These are all middle-aged men. Did you guys do what you wanted in life? I mean, what do you want to do with the rest of your life? I mean, it's now or never, right? And I don't know what it was. For some reason, the only thing that came into Tom's mind was butterflies. Freaking butterflies. Okay, they're so magical. And he's thinking it would be a dream to work with butterflies. The next day, Pat and Tom go to one of those butterfly conservations, and both of them felt like the minute that they walked in, it was a feeling of intense happiness, but also deep sadness. The butterflies were so beautiful, colorful, just full of life, so free. Their formation, their existence was so utterly beautiful, but the education center was dead. It was dead. They threw around these lifeless educational pamphlets that looked like they were printed in 1991 to kids who were losing interest in even something as magical as butterflies. They had dusty projectors, long technical educational material that couldn't even capture the essence of butterflies. It felt like a DMV, but it's a butterfly conservation. How do you do that? It's like the opposite of what you would expect. So they walk out, go home, and immediately file for a nonprofit certificate, and they were going to set up their own butterfly conservation. They wrote curriculum to provide entertaining and engaging ways to learn about butterflies. They wanted kids to be excited, not bored out of their minds. Pat, Tom's business partner, was very impressed with him. He said it's not every day you meet someone like Tom, someone who is so driven and passionate, who is ready to make use of every second to achieve a goal. In 2013, they opened up Butterfly Farms, and it quickly became known as a local favorite, a hidden gem in San Diego. Tom and Pat were actually local celebrities. They were the butterfly guys. Schools from all over California would go down to San Diego to have these field trips, and they would visit the butterfly farm. The kids learned a lot. They really liked it there. I mean, mainly the passion was there. Pat even said, once you see a butterfly come out and see it fly, it's pretty magical. I think Tom and I just got caught up in the magic of it. They even helped the local community. So there was this hospice chaplain named Frank. So Frank would go around and provide spiritual and emotional support to families who were dealing with a loss. Tom and Butterfly Farms would educate Frank on different species of butterflies and what they symbolized, emotionally. Tom would then even suggest Frank bring these grieving family members to the farm where he would place that symbolic butterfly on the tip of their finger, and they would say some beautiful words, and the family members would be instructed to let the butterfly fly. To, am I gonna cry?
It's really, really smart. Yeah.
Yeah, to, I guess, let go of the grief, you know? And this really did help a lot of people. They were able to move on and connect with nature and connect with even just each other. And after going into business together, Tom and Pat, they didn't have any problems. Like, there were no business wars. They were just very happy. They had similar passions. When Pat got a divorce, Tom was there to support him. They were constantly together. Even Tom's son, Cash, ends up getting a job at the nursery later. So they had very intertwined lives, which is interesting because Pat never knew that Tom had a stepdaughter that he considered a daughter. Literally never spoke about Jade. So Jade and Tom, at this point, they're really living completely independent lives, and they both seem very happy. And then one day, Tom messages Jade to tell her that he's moved into a new house in Solana Beach. This is April of 2020, so very recently. Coincidentally, Jade's lease was up, and she sees a house that's literally 100 feet away from Tom up for rent. It's almost like the stars were aligned. She's like, okay, this is perfect. She moves in down the street. And if you're watching the visuals on YouTube at Rotten Mango Pod or on Spotify at Rotten Mango Video, this is how close they were. If you're not watching the visuals, it's 100 feet away. And if you cut through trees, I could probably make that walk in 1 minute, 2 minutes. Just basically think of it as your next door neighbor, which of course means they're getting a lot closer again. They would go on these long walks around the neighborhood with Jade's dog, Betty. Jade she just kind of felt this pull in her heart every time she saw Tom. You know, she hadn't seen him in so long, and now he just looks so old. Like, you know, if you're a younger person, you see an older person, maybe a grandparent, and you haven't seen them in years. They just look so old. They look like they had aged so many years, and she couldn't help but shake this feeling that he was really, really lonely. He's just always alone. He would make random excuses to come to her house, and they would start having dinners together, and Jade slowly became more like his caretaker again. Tom is still working at Butterfly Farms, but he's taken more and more time off to focus on his health. He started developing a ton of medical problems, likely a result of his heavy drug and alcohol abuse. It got to the point where he signed over power of attorney to Jade so that she could make any medical decisions for him if it ever came to that. Jade really was like a daughter he never had. She did everything for him. Bring him bandages, make him soup, deal with doctors, make sure that he stayed on top of meds. She spent countless hours taking him to hospitals, running errands for him, picking up his prescriptions. It was like a full-time job. By 2020, these are just some of the medical conditions Tom was suffering from. Alcohol, hepatitis, liver dysfunction, an enlarged heart, congestive heart failure, swollen and congested lungs, 30 to 40% blockage in his arteries. So it's pretty safe to say it's not a walk in the park taking care of Tom. And by all accounts, Jade didn't really get much
da nicht
help
alles
from anyone.
draufkriegen.
Not Cash, not Tom's family, and it was just her. And it's not like nobody
Mal
else
gucken, wie
cared.
viel
It's
ich
just
draufkriege.
they're busy and COVID regulations. You know, it's 2020. Jade was all he had. But oddly enough, she did not resent him for her responsibilities. They actually grew closer together. Jade said she never trusted anyone as much as she trusted Tom. They just always had this bond. But now it was truly a father-daughter bond. Tom would text Jade all the time, showing her gratitude. He would even say things like, "No one will ever love you as much as I do."
Das Blöde hier, das
Which
Metall
at the
halt
time is
nicht.
very sweet. I don't think he's saying
Funktioniert
it
nicht
as in,
richtig.
like, no one will ever love you like I do. I think it's just like, I love you so much. No one could ever love you like I do. At the time, very, very sweet. But once she found folders upon folders of nude photos of herself in his computer, it took on a completely new, sinister meaning. So let's talk about the big betrayal, the crashing and burning of their decades-long family bond that would end up in a murder trial. Do I think that there's more devastating things to happen in the world? Potentially. But I also feel like there is a special kind of pain for women or men that feel like they had this true bond with someone. Maybe it's a family member, maybe it's a friendship, and then they realize that this person was just using them the whole time. It's just a bizarre kind of pain. I think most of us might have experienced different degrees of it with maybe friends.
Ich glaube, man muss
You know,
zwei
this person is
machen.
so kind
Oder-
to you. You feel like you have so much in common with them. And then you realize that this person has only been sticking around in hopes that you would sleep with them one day. It is just a weird type of pain. Jade would feel bad, but so much worse. And it all starts with a trip to Mexico. Jade is seeing this guy named Adam. And the two of them, plus Adam's son, had this big trip to Mexico planned. Jade was even going to bring her dog Betty along. But while Jade is in Mexico enjoying her time, she gets this really alarming phone call from Tom. He's muttering over the phone, "They beat me up, they broke my ribs." She's instantly alarmed. He's slurring his words, his speech isn't clear.
When was this though?
2020, early 2020.
Oh, that's recent.
Yeah.
Okay.
His speech wasn't that clear, so she's confused. Like, what did you just say? She's feeling worried, and they hang up, and he starts sending her photos of bloody tissues and bloody towels. Jade was a little bit less worried after receiving the pictures. In a lot of them, she could see a bottle of Jack Daniels, which was Tom's favorite, in the back. I mean, don't get me wrong, she was still very concerned, but she originally thought that he had been robbed, beaten up, and tortured, but it just seemed like he had gotten drunk and was not coherent. He called her back and reassured her, "It's fine. There's no need to cut your Mexico short trip. Like, have a blast. I'll be here when you get back." Jade agrees, especially because there wasn't a lot of blood on the towels and tissues anyway. So, December 15th, 2020, Jade comes back from Mexico. So, very recent. Tom gets drunk again, he starts mixing alcohol with some pills, and he ends up falling and hurting himself really badly. Jade is really concerned. She rushes into the hospital about 10 minutes away, and good thing she did because he had broken ribs and a serious Xanax withdrawal. Side note, Xanax is a Schedule IV controlled substance in the US, meaning it has an accepted medical use, typically to treat anxiety and panic disorders, but it's high risk of misuse and dependence. Addiction. I mean, which Tom was clearly misusing. He was taking Xanax with alcohol frequently, which is really not what you should be doing. And once you're taken off Xanax, you may start to feel withdrawal symptoms. Even if you aren't addicted or abusing Xanax, there's a Xanax withdrawal. They range from minor to very serious. So minor is anxiety. That's the minor. Panic attacks, tremors, muscle spasms, hypersensitivity to light, sound, touch. And in very serious cases, it can cause psychosis, hallucinations, delusions, and even seizures. So it's very safe to say that Tom is not having a good time with his Xanax withdrawal. He was sent to Aviera Health Care Center to complete his recovery. Tom needed help stabilizing his heart and blood pressure. He even needed assistance walking. So Jade is really worried about Tom, but she's kind of relieved when she finds out that he's going to be taken into this facility because they're going to take good care of him. This care center was really nice. They told Jade, your stepdad, he's in good hands. But we don't know. We don't know when he's going to be back up and running as normal. It could be days. It could be several weeks. Truly, we don't know. Jade's like, okay, sure. I mean, that makes sense. You don't know. So she goes back home, and she writes on her schedule to go over to Tom's place, basically next door, and tidy up. He had left it in a mess because he had been drinking before he was hospitalized. He was just doing all these things. And she had no idea when she was going to get a call that he's discharged. The last thing she wants is her dad, her stepdad, to come home to a messy home. And it's while she's in his office dusting. She moves the mouse to his computer, and it felt like her life had ended. She's now staring at her nude photo, which was saved as her stepdad's lock screen, and she had, of course, never given these to him.
Ey, das
She
passt
realized
alles
that
drauf,
all
hätte
of
ich jetzt
these
nicht
files
gedacht.
must have been on her computer or her camera.
Aber ich muss wirklich auch
Which, side note,
ein
she recently
größeres.
lost her camera along with the SD card inside, and she's now thinking he stole it.
Werde ich wohl
The most
demnächst
alarming part, I
verdrucken.
think, is that the
So, mein
photos
Kollege
span
hat mich
back
auch
from when
gefragt,
she's
ob ich ihm
minor,
auch
when
ein
she's just
größeres
16,
Fotostück
17
drucken
years old.
kann.
And all of them were meticulously categorized,
Also
so
quasi
we can only
das
imagine
hier
that he had started
größer mache.
these
So he's been
collections
collecting for
Das die Höhe kann ich,
decades.
wenn ich die ändere, bringt ja eh nichts, weil das geht ab einer gewissen Höhe einfach nicht weiter.
Far worse than
Weil der Winkel einfach bleibt.
decades. My entire world, I think, would
Aber
shatter.
den
Like the
Boden
feeling of
einfach
betrayal
breiter
would run
machen.
so deep. I don't even know how I would
Vielleicht den
function.
ein bisschen höher, dass es ein bisschen
This
Puffer
show
hat,
is
falls es
sponsored by
wegrutscht.
BetterHelp. I don't know who
Weil er war
needs to
doch
hear
sehr
this,
eng.
but there are certain things that we do, at least
Ja,
for
da
me,
werde ich vielleicht
all
mal im
sides of
Blender
my
ein bisschen was
personality.
basteln
I'm
und
just like,
probieren.
oh, it's just my personality that I am hyper aware of everyone's emotions around me. It's just my personality that I will be so alert to these micro mood changes in them that I start adjusting my mood to them so that I can make sure that I can lift their moods so that they can actually like me. I was always told, that's just your personality.
Ich hoffe dann auch,
It's
dass.
actually
Ich
a
glaube, wir haben den
learned behavior.
gleichen.
And if you don't like learned behavior, because
Der
for
Fotos
me,
gemacht, aber
this
nicht abgemessen.
trait of mine is
Ich glaube, Ich habe
honestly
genau
so
den gleichen, nur in einer
exhausting and
anderen Farbe
emotionally
geguckt.
stressful. If you don't like it,
Ah,
you
kann man da
always
ausprobieren.
unlearn behavior.
Ah.
And that it's not easy. It sounds easy, it's not. And that is the
Überall die
journey
Puzzle.
that I've embarked with therapy. I think it'll be a lifelong lesson, but my therapist
Und
always tells
jetzt,
me you are responsible
ich weiß
for
gar nicht,
your
ob das für mich
actions
so reicht. Wir
and
werden es
how
einmal
you handle a
probieren.
situation. You are not responsible for how someone else feels
Bei dem
about what you
magischen
do
Ring
or what you say.
mit 11
And it's
war der
been like
Anfang.
this weight that has been lifted off my shoulders. And truly, therapy has been one of my favorite parts of learning about myself and growing and just discovering about why I do certain things. I've learned how to set boundaries, positive
Hat
coping
nicht so gut
skills with
funktioniert.
the help of therapy.
Der
So if you
Anfang
guys are
fällt mir immer
thinking
noch ein
about
bisschen
starting
schwer.
therapy, or if you're like, I don't know if I have the time for that, trust me, therapy is a game changer, and BetterHelp makes it so seamless and easy. BetterHelp is therapy that is
Ich glaube,
entirely
ich will nur noch kurz
online.
was zu
It's
essen.
designed to be convenient,
Machen wir erstmal die
flexible, and
11.
suited to your personal schedule. I love that it's so easy to get started. Just
Mhm.
fill out a quick questionnaire, get matched with a licensed therapist. You can always switch therapists for no additional charge if you feel like, I feel like there's another one that I can click better with.
Drei.
So discover your potential with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/rotten today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/rotten.
6.
Jade starts panicking and she does the first thing that she can think of, which is she calls her friend Mike. She's panicking and screaming over the phone, telling him what she just found, and he just calmly tells her,
Nein.
just delete the photos. I just don't think that she was
Okay.
getting the support that she was looking for in this moment. Jade said that she was too scared. Tom had a tendency to get very temperamental, especially when he's going
Da
through a drug
scheint
withdrawal,
wenig
which
viel.
is what he's literally in the hospital for right now. And Mike was of no use. She hangs up the phone. She calls another friend, Sarah. Sarah gave her a few better options.
dann-
She said, call your landlord. Show them so
War
that you
dann
can get
einfach
evicted and you don't have
jedes,
to live 100 feet away from him
jedes
anymore.
verdoppelt, oder?
Or just call the police. Try to get him
Irgendwann.
arrested. But
Hätte
Jade
ich hier
was
nicht
scared.
rausgesucht.
First of all, she felt betrayed. She felt confused on if she should turn her
Ja.
stepfather in. And even if she did, it doesn't look like he's going to get a lot of time for this type of crime. Jade had no idea what to do. She made another call to a friend named The Fixer. That's what everyone called him. Jade had actually never met him before, but they ran in the same circles, and people always joked, if you need help with anything, especially the things that you don't want cops to know
Ja.
about, Alan Roach is your guy. That was his reputation in this crowd. So she reaches out to
Dann
Alan
einfach
Roach via
verdoppeln.
Facebook Messenger,
Und dann wie
and she
gewohnt
types,
immer
Alan? Sam's friend?
dazu. Ja dann.
Yes. Is there something I can do for you? Sam gave me your number if I ever needed it. Not sure if you can help me. Maybe we can meet for lunch
Ich lasse erst
and
mal
chat in
Luke offen.
person. If Sam referred you to me, then I'm sure I can fix it for you. So they switch
Ist die
over to
Uhr?
texting.
1
And
Uhr
Jade
geht noch.
says, Sam said if I ever needed actual help to call you. Like actual help. Like shit hit the fan and I need help and or discretion type of help. The situation is one I'm not quite sure how to handle. It's quite personal. I would like to chat with you in person, Alan. So I'm not really sure what Jade had in mind or what she was thinking, but through the initial messages with Alan Roach, it's very clear that she doesn't want to talk about this over text. She wants to meet with him in person. Christmas Eve, December 24th, 2020. So Tom is still in the hospital. He hasn't been discharged yet. Jade and Alan Roach meet for the first time. It's assumed that Jade told Alan what was going on, and she also seemed to be very nervous about what Tom was going to do. She felt like he was maybe watching her. So none of the photos were taken with a hidden camera, but still, her life felt like it had been turned upside down. Alan said he advised her to get security cameras in her house, but she declined. Which, side note, Alan would later testify that during the initial meeting, they had an instant attraction towards each other and sparks were flying, and he claims that he slept with her during that period, but it was very casual. It's kind of pertinent to note later on in the text messages, but just know that they had a relationship going on. Some people think that they actually use this as evidence that Jade wasn't that traumatized by the fact that her stepdad had her nudes. I don't agree with that sentiment, but there's that. The very next
Jeder
day on
verarbeitet
Christmas
Trauma ein
Day, Jade
bisschen
starts
anders.
texting Alan again, and personally, I see a little bit of unraveling happening with Jade's mental state. She starts texting him, I've been sleeping with a plastic tarp on the floor next to my bed because it makes noise when someone walks on it. And who would attack a girl who has a plastic tarp laid out next to her bed? I've got a knife and an iron rod by the bed too. So I guess worst case, the tarp will make it easier for cleaning. Insinuating that if someone tries to attack her, she's going to kill them, and the tarp will make it easy to clean up all the blood. She added some emojis into that text as well, such as the shrugging man emoji. And it was just a lot. The next day, December 26th, Jade texts Alan again. Hopefully we can figure out a plan, because I imagine you're too busy to watch me shower every day. Side note, Alan agreed to stand guard while Jade would shower because she was terrified that Tom would be released without her being alerted and would just ambush her in her home. But as for the plan reference, it's hard to say what she was referring to. Prosecutors would later argue that she was referring to a plan to murder Tom. She would argue differently. The next day, Jade texted Alan again. This isn't something that I can take care of on my own. I'm losing it and spinning. I think everything else is best spoken in person, Alan. I'm beyond freaked out, just so freaked out.
Ich weiß
The
nicht,
next
soll
day,
ich
another
vielleicht doch
text.
einfach
Anyway, I'm waiting for the
anfangen
hospital
mit
to get
einem
back to me about his status. So far, it
Soll
seems
ich
like
noch
he's getting his strength
Brille?
back. I think the time is coming up, so
11
we gotta
ist
come up
schon
with a
ein
plan
bisschen
fast.
viel.
Again, a lot of references to
jetzt
taking care of it, or a plan. The
wenn
prosecutors
sie
would again
wirkt sich so
argue that this
komisch.
points to the plot of a murder.
Obwohl,
Jade
ich
kept
werde es einfach
mentioning
gucken,
to
zur
Alan
Not
that
kann
her
ich es ja wieder
biggest
aufziehen.
fear
Aber ich hole mir jetzt
was
erstmal
that
kurz
Tom
was zu
would be
essen.
released from the care facility without
Oder
knowing.
eigentlich
She said the
ist
hospital
1
wasn't the
Uhr.
best
Vielleicht machen wir
at back and
Feierabend
forth
für heute.
communication.
Vielleicht
She
ist
just
das
felt
noch eine
nervous,
bessere
and Tom's
Maßnahme.
medical insurance agreement would stop at
Jetzt
the
sehen
end
wir
of the
uns
year, so it makes sense that he would
morgen,
most likely
den
be
Alter